I've seen how the story ends. I've watched the fire take everything. Names carved into stone, voices fading in the smoke. Every step I take changes something I can't see. If I stay silent, the world burns. If I interfere, it changes. So I move first before it burns, before it falls, before we lose it all. Mana in my hands, a dragon at my side. Fate is closing in, then I'll push back until it cracks, even if it costs me everything.
Someone had once said that the reincarnation process was like a roulette wheel. Whoever reincarnated might end up as a dog, a pig, or even a cockroach crawling on the ground. So if reincarnation as a human happened, it meant that person had survived the roulette. To get straight to the point, the protagonist was one of those people who survived this luck-based game. Compared to his previous life, which had ended due to overwork, he hoped that this new one would be different. However, the body the protagonist reincarnated into belonged to a side character from a novel he used to read. Specifically, it was a side character who was eliminated by a villain in the first chapter, a hopeless fool named Han Si-ha. After reincarnating into Han Si-ha's body, the protagonist was able to see information about the character, an F-ranked Tamer with no skills, a person on the brink of failure with a strong interest in dark magic. The protagonist cursed his luck for reincarnating into such a lousy character. It was frustrating enough to have become a disposable villain, but the timing of his possession of the body was even worse. In the dungeon corridors, a few hooded men stood in front of him, while he heard pig-like screams echoing like some sort of ASMR. The place he found himself in was an annex of the Dark Mages. The protagonist quickly tried to recall the situation he was in based on his knowledge of the story. Han Si-ha, despite having innate powerful mana, had been rejected by the academy due to his poor practical skills and would eventually become involved with Dark Mages. The hooded mages wondered who this boy with him was, and one of them explained he was just a young man from Ardell Academy who had asked to join the group. Hearing about Han Si-ha's background, one of the mages grew interested in him, thinking he would be quite useful. So the protagonist gave a nervous smile as the mage invited him to follow along. As they walked down the corridors with him, one of the mages asked if he knew the process for joining them. Obviously, the protagonist knew that after taking the recruit's blood and making the dark magic oath, he would never be able to leave such a place. The protagonist would never forget that. Based on the novel, the protagonist knew this organization of dark mages would become a notorious evil force that would eventually be completely destroyed by the novel's hero. If Han Si-ha made a contract with the Dark Mages, he'd meet the same fate at the hands of the story's protagonist. In that case, instead of following Han Si-ha's original path, the protagonist thought it better to find a way to escape immediately. While the protagonist thought it over, a synchronization between him and Han Si-ha's perspective began to occur. This synchronization was quickly completed, bringing with it a warning. A recommendation that he escape from the Dark Mages. While their protagonist was shocked by the warning, a noise echoed through the dungeon tunnels, loud enough to alert the mage with him. The hooded mage asked what the noise was and if something was happening in the base. Telling the protagonist to stay there, he said he would go check it out. Quickly, the mage ran down the tunnels toward the sound, leaving the protagonist behind. For the protagonist, this became the perfect opportunity to escape. Running swiftly through the tunnels, he ended up getting lost inside the base. Though he had managed to go up a few floors, he wondered where the exit door was. He followed the direction where light entered the tunnels until he found a door chained shut, thinking it might be the exit. At that moment, a voice sounded asking what was going on. As the protagonist hid behind a pillar, two mages were talking, and one of them told the other that a child had escaped from the third floor of the base. The protagonist continued listening to the conversation, knowing they were talking about him. One of the mages mentioned that the boy who had escaped was from the academy, raising the possibility that he might be a spy. After some time, the protagonist noticed that the two mages had already left. He then approached the door, trying to push it, but even with all his weight on it, the door wouldn't budge. Exhausted, the protagonist realized that the only thing he could rely on now was his memory of the novel. He needed to think of something that even someone as useless as Han Si-ha could use. In fact, Han Si-ha didn't have talent for white magic, but was born with mana. With an overflowing amount of mana, he couldn't figure out where to direct it. In other words, he lacked control over his power, and that was exactly what the protagonist tried to apply. When the protagonist Li Han learned magic for the first time, he was told to gather the blood flow in his body to his fingertips. So, with mana flowing to his hands, the protagonist hoped that Han Si-ha's body could withstand it. He then attacked the chains with the flow of mana. After the attack, he felt tired. He had managed to strike the chains, but his skill was still weak enough to have no effect. As he recovered, the footsteps of a monster sounded behind him. The creature, with fiery eyes and a red body, walked toward him. Hearing the steps, the protagonist panicked and turned around to see what was ambushing him. Thinking this would be his end, his thoughts changed a second later when he saw a small red reptile with a pair of wings on its back and a cute expression. The little monster approached the protagonist, tugging on his coat as if it wanted to climb up for a hug. The protagonist picked up the creature, which looked like a baby dragon, wondering what it was doing there and why the little dragon seemed to like him. Looking at the little dragon, the protagonist said he couldn't take it with him since he could barely take care of himself. As if it understood what the protagonist was saying, the little dragon looked scared, and in the next moment began to cry loudly, forcing the protagonist to cover its mouth to keep it quiet. Carrying the little creature in his arms, the protagonist ran to a different spot to avoid being caught, still undecided about whether he could adopt the little dragon and be responsible for it. The protagonist suddenly stopped, and as he looked at the adorable little dragon, he wondered if he could use its power. At that moment, stats began to synchronize according to the protagonist's will as the body's possessor. Like a blessing, his charm started to increase immensely. While he looked at the notifications, the taming skill activated, asking if the protagonist wanted to tame the suspicious little creature. Even though the little dragon was labeled as suspicious, it seemed incredibly cute. According to the notification, the predispositions from the protagonist's past life were surfacing. Seeing the notification, he realized there was no button and wondered if he needed to say something like, "I choose you," or "I tame you." In fact, the protagonist had some skills and talent when it came to taming. With a few gestures and his own technique, he could win over animals by first offering some benefits and then building trust. Looking at the little dragon in his hands, the protagonist made a gesture to encourage its trust. He questioned if he was doing the right thing, but then received a notification that it had worked. In the next instant, the small creature began to float, glowing as a seal appeared around it. After that, the little dragon floated down to the ground, still emitting a faint light. The protagonist wondered if it had been tamed with just that, but decided he would find out later. The protagonist's eyes began to shine as he gave a command to his new pet. In response, the little dragon's eyes glowed with the same golden color, receiving the order to open the door. The tiny dragon slowly walked towards the locked door and then jumped up. It easily bit through the chains, snapping them in an instant. The protagonist praised the creature for its good work as he looked at the door. Now, all he had to do was open it, and he would be free. However, at that moment, the sound of footsteps grew louder, alerting the protagonist. Behind him, a chilling voice echoed, "Well, well, we have a little rat hiding here." The person who had seen the protagonist ordered the others to catch him. The protagonist grew desperate, trying to think of a way to escape. The hooded mages advanced to attack him as he scrambled for a way out. Suddenly, he remembered something. The first personal defense spell taught to new students at the academy. This spell literally created a cloud of smoke around the caster. Even someone like Han Si-ha, who had no talent for controlling magic, had managed to learn it because it was so basic. Though he had never used this spell before, as he had just reincarnated, the protagonist decided to try. After steadying his breathing, he focused his energy on his fingertips. Pointing his fingers like a weapon, he envisioned filling the entire cave with smoke. He silently pleaded for Han Si-ha's body to respond, as a repayment for fixing his mistakes. The hooded mages were closing in on him when a surge of magic flowed through his arms. From his fingertips, a burst of smoke was released, filling the entire cave and blinding the mages. Relieved that his ability had worked, the protagonist turned to leave, leaving the cursing mages behind. As the little dragon followed him, he ran, but just as he reached the door to exit the hideout, a purple shadow suddenly approached. The shadow formed into a clawed hand that gripped his shoulders. The mage who cast the spell was angry, asking if the protagonist really thought he would escape. Under pressure from the attack, the protagonist couldn't breathe. He collapsed to the ground, trembling and struggling, but it was in vain. At that moment, he wondered if this would be the end. The mage holding him demanded he give up, promising he'd suffer less that way. Faced with this command, the protagonist knew that whether he gave up or not, the outcome would be the same. He couldn't see the mage hidden in the smoke, or figure out how to break free from the dark magic restraining him. In what might be his final moments, he glanced at the little dragon and thought of one last variable. If you really want to get out of here with me, I'm sorry, but with my poor taming skills, I'll have to control you. So please, help me out here. The dragon was moved by his words, and both their eyes glowed with golden light. In the next moment, the dragon opened its wings, walking forward on its tiny paws while growling. It leaped to the cave ceiling and unleashed a sudden attack, a breath of flames that set the entire corridor ablaze where the dark mages were. Thanks to the dragon, the mage released his grip, allowing the protagonist to breathe freely again. The little dragon gave a snort, leaving the mages cursing the heat as it returned confidently to the protagonist. Jumping onto him, the dragon showed affection and received a neck scratch in return, settling comfortably on his shoulder. The protagonist, as promised, assured it they would leave together, just as soon as they got out of that miserable cave. Upon exiting the cave, the protagonist walked across an arid, desert-like land. With the hot sun beating down on him, he felt as though he had been walking for over an hour, seeing no one along the way. Even the little dragon seemed to be melting from the heat, despite its fire abilities. The protagonist hoped he wouldn't be caught by the dark mages in this situation. As he continued walking, he suddenly noticed something up ahead. A carriage was parked in the distance. He ran toward it, approaching the man driving the carriage. With the little dragon in his arms, he asked the man for a ride. Of course, the man wouldn't travel for free and asked if the protagonist had any money. Checking his pockets, the protagonist found a card, asking if the man accepted credits. It was a card for the young student sponsored by Ardell Academy. Although it was technically from abroad, it would probably be accepted there. The protagonist's eyes lit up hopefully, and his face broke into a smile when the man said he could board. As he placed his pet in the carriage before climbing in himself, he heard the man ask where they were headed. The protagonist paused to think. They had just escaped, but the dark mages might come looking for them, not wanting any information to leak. If he were discovered, it would be a tragic end. There was only one option. Although many people wanted him gone, the safest place he could be was the main setting of the novel, Ardell Academy. He shared this destination with the carriage driver, who began heading toward the academy. Not long afterward, a young woman with her hair tied in a ponytail and wearing glasses strolled through Ardell Academy. She, Selin, a second-year assistant teacher, was still impressed by the academy's grandeur, despite having seen it before. The luxurious marble floor, the elegant chandelier, and the students' uniforms all conveyed an air of prestige. However, seeing what was in front of her now, Selin appeared to be at a loss. A wooden carriage was entering the academy, and things only got worse. A young man, completely dirty and smelly, stepped out of the carriage, leaving Selin shocked as she wondered if a student like that could really exist at such a sacred academy. Despite the assistant teacher's thoughts, the little dragon poked its head out of the protagonist's uniform, giving her a cute smile, risking being hugged due to its overwhelming cuteness. The assistant teacher put a hand to her chin, trying to figure out who could already be tarnishing Ardell Academy's dignity on the first day of the semester. Looking closer, she realized it was Han Siha, the boy who couldn't control his innate magic and was on the brink of failure. The little dragon, who had poked its head out of the protagonist's uniform, was pushed back inside, hidden away by the protagonist as it protested. It hadn't been seen by Selin before because she had nearly knocked off her glasses in indignation. The protagonist looked at Selin, trying to figure out who she was, and then asked if he was late. Selin crossed her arms, replying that he was a bit late. She looked him up and down with a scornful gaze, deciding that if he were someone else, she might even escort him inside, but she didn't want to waste time on a potential failure. Besides, Selin remembered the rumors she had heard from a colleague about how strange Han Siha was. There were even whispers that he practiced dark magic with life-sized dolls every night. So to her, nothing good could come from getting involved with him. Selin then gave the protagonist a pat on the shoulder, telling him to hurry inside. Thinking the assistant teacher was being sincere, the protagonist smiled amiably as he thanked her, assuring that he'd be on time from now on. She was surprised by his smile as she watched him run into the academy. Now that he was in his second year, the atmosphere felt slightly different. Various students gave him curious looks as he entered the classroom. Though he pretended not to be affected, he felt their stares and heard the whispers circulating among them. The protagonist cursed Han Siha, wondering if he had really planned on leaving the academy, considering he had already visited the Dark Mage's base on the very first day of school. The students made no effort to hide their comments about Han Siha, speaking loudly enough for him to hear. They wondered how he'd managed to pass the year. Some were even annoyed by it. The protagonist also wondered how Han Siha had pulled off such a feat, speculating that perhaps his family had bribed someone, or maybe a teacher who recognized his overwhelming magic potential had written a recommendation letter. but whatever the reason, he had advanced to the second year. Switching gears, the protagonist began to ponder how he would survive the now ruined storyline of the novel on his own. He decided to draft a survival goal summary, split into 2 parts. The first part of his plan stated that, above all, he needed to survive peacefully. Han Si-ha had been a third-rate villain, both violent and incompetent, and had met a brutal end at the hands of the novel's protagonists. As the story progressed, the cause and the exact perpetrator behind his downfall remained hidden. Since the protagonist didn't know who was responsible, it would be best to live calmly and cautiously. Reincarnating twice due to overwork was far preferable to being buried alive. The second goal in his summary was to graduate from the academy safely. This was crucial since the protagonist still had to live in this world. Although Han Si-ha came from a wealthy family, his troubles had nearly led to his being disowned. Therefore, a diploma from Ardell Academy was an excellent fallback plan. With a diploma, he could conduct business and make a lot of money, as Ardell Academy graduates were highly sought after everywhere. Instead of getting entangled in a battle with the protagonists and sharing the same fate as the original Han Si-ha, he wanted to live the quiet life of a typical student, doing everything possible to avoid red flags. Just as the protagonist resolved this, the classroom door opened, and all the students quickly greeted the professor entering with a cane. The students recognized the professor and wondered if he would be in charge of second-year students. The protagonist recognized him too. It was Professor Grint from the Department of Magic. Seeing that Professor Grint would be teaching them, the students murmured about how his tests were no joke, and even his presence was intimidating. The protagonist knew this well, as the novel's storyline mentioned that even Li Han struggled with this professor's exams. Tapping his cane, Grint commanded everyone to quiet down. This year's second-year students look promising. I can already see a few who stand out. Naturally, the protagonist knew Grint was saying this, because all the main characters of the novel were in the second year. However, if the class level was high, it meant it would be even harder for Han Si-ha to survive the lessons, making his position at the academy even more precarious. At Ardell Academy, students aged 14 to 19 were enrolled. It was a 6-year program known for its rigorous curriculum, covering everything from biological sciences to magic. Due to this, competition among students was intense, making the academy a true battleground. Only 10% of students graduated with outstanding results. The protagonist sighed as he realized the difficulty he was about to face, wondering how he could compete with the main characters. He recalled that, in the original story, Han Si-ha had used dark magic for quick advancement, but since he was committed to living a peaceful life, that method was out of the question. While the protagonist was lost in thought, he heard the professor say, "Of course, there are also many students who fall below the average. From the second year onwards, students without skills won't be able to advance." As he listened, the protagonist felt as if Grint was looking directly at him. The professor then announced that he would be outlining the entry exam schedule. Tapping his cane on the floor, he made images appear in front of each student. The protagonist was impressed to see Grint using illusion magic to project an announcement, realizing the level of magic at Ardell Academy. The announcement detailed that students would have to choose 3 subjects and present them both in written and practical form. What reassured the protagonist somewhat was the fact that students could freely choose the subjects, meaning they could select ones they were good at, making it easier to pass the exam. However, he knew that with Professor Grint, the exam wouldn't be that easy. Just then, the professor began explaining the rules for selecting subjects. Each subject has a limited number of slots, and is filled on a first-come, first-served basis. The order in which each of you will choose will be determined by a random draw. The protagonist felt a jolt of apprehension. Having a lottery system in a magic academy was unusual, to say the least. Grint picked up a box, explaining that he had filled it with balls bearing each student's name. The protagonist sighed, wondering if Grint really intended to leave this up to chance. Knowing almost nothing about magic at the moment, he needed to be chosen as early as possible to secure his preferred subjects. Holding back his frustration, he watched as the professor began the draw. The protagonist grew tense as he heard the first name called. When the professor displayed the name on the ball for everyone to see, it read Han Si-ha. Seeing a student come down to where he was, Grint asked if he was Han Si-ha, to which the protagonist replied, yes. At that moment, an illusion appeared before him, displaying all the subject options. The protagonist decided to exclude the courses focused on practical skills, since he wasn't used to operating mana. He also set aside the subjects that hadn't been mentioned in the original story of the novel he had read. Even after excluding several subjects, the protagonist wondered why the remaining ones still had such difficult titles. He then noticed a subject called Hydrology Studies and Rituals. Although it seemed complicated by name, it was actually quite easy. Furthermore, it was a theoretical course, so if he memorized most of the information, he could do well. Two students nearby who were observing the protagonist choose his courses saw his choice of hydrology but decided to ignore him since he seemed to be setting the groundwork for them. The protagonist heard everything, knowing that such treatment was normal, considering it was the Han-Si-Ha they knew. Ignoring the others, the protagonist knew he should quickly choose the remaining subjects and return to his place. Suddenly, the protagonist spotted another subject that caught his attention for also seeming easy. After selecting the topics he would present, he went to the library to pick up some books. In his previous life, the protagonist had been a veterinary intern. Among the subjects presented by Grint, there were 3 that seemed similar to his specialization in veterinary sciences. The first, Hydrology Studies and Rituals, was written with the unique hydrological principles of the world. However, the protagonist could apply mathematical formulas he knew to this subject. The next 2 subjects, however, were Monster Anatomy and Basic Studies of Domestication and Behavior. Although the protagonist was concerned, since he had brought the little dragon with him in his backpack, he could make good use of it. Hiding the little dragon that wanted to come out, the protagonist knew that it wasn't the right place for it to appear, as there were many people around. If Han-Si-Ha had a baby dragon when he could barely handle mana, it would raise suspicions. The strange looks he already received were enough. More problems would be hard to deal with. Exiting the library, the protagonist took the little dragon to another place where it could run and play, the underground training dungeon of Ardell Academy. The protagonist had learned some theory in the library, so now it was time to synchronize the domestication between him and the little dragon. In the dungeon, the protagonist asked an attendant for a ticket to the beginner practice hall. The attendant stated that she would trust his entry, and while looking at the baby dragon, wondered if it was really right to bring a dragon into the beginner practice room. Ignoring that fact, she asked the protagonist for the names of the 2 entering. The protagonist introduced himself as the second-year Han-Si-Ha, but when it came to the dragon's name, he hesitated and actually asked the dragon what its name was. The little dragon made a goofy face, as if asking the protagonist to give it a name. Feeling pressured to choose a cool name for his pet, the protagonist thought of Yongari as an option, but the little dragon got annoyed. Changing his mind, the protagonist suggested the name of a prehistoric dinosaur, which made the dragon even more irritated. Seeing the little dragon's reaction, the protagonist thought a bit more and for the first time, suggested a pleasant name, Basilisk. The little dragon seemed to shine with happiness at having liked the name. Seeing that the situation was resolved, the attendant stated that she would register the little dragon as Basilisk. She then said that a maximum of 2 people could enter the training room at a time, and currently, there was already 1 person inside. Showing some weapons, the attendant explained that there was no weapon rental system for students, and the options looked more like farming tools. The protagonist realized that all the free weapons were poor quality, but understood that it wasn't the time to be picky. He should be grateful for anything given to him for free. Picking up a few random items, he stated that he was ready. Thus the attendant opened the gate, connecting it to the beginner practice room, sending the protagonist and Basilisk inside. When the protagonist entered the training room, he was impressed. The interior environment was insane, like a miniature forest. As he walked among the trees, exploring the area with the little dragon, they both encountered monsters. Some small square slimes that, although they were low level, seemed indifferent to their situation. The protagonist then showed the slimes to Basil, and stating that they would blow them up, frightened the little dragon. Despite the initial scare, Basilisk's draconic instincts kicked in. The fearsome slimes from before turned into puddles of water in front of the little dragon's cute and sharp fangs. Seeing that Basil was doing well, the protagonist decided to practice too. However, while closing his eyes and grabbing a wand, he heard a sudden noise. A second later, a monster attacked the protagonist, who managed to react in time. By putting the shield in front of his body, he was able to block the incoming attack. Looking ahead, a horde of slimes was approaching, with some quite large among them. Calling Basilisk back, the protagonist asked the little dragon if he was warmed up. In response, the dragon showed a confident expression. The protagonist then stretched out his arm for Basilisk to perch on it, stating that they would do once more what they had done before. Thus, pointing the little dragon upwards, he commanded him to explode all the slimes. Receiving the order, Basilisk gathered fire in his mouth, preparing for the attack. In the next moment, he unleashed a massive fire barrage, causing the slimes to evaporate in front of his attack. The protagonist was shocked by the power of the little dragon's attack, which rested in his hand with a proud look. Bringing Basilisk close to him, the protagonist praised him for a job well done, while planning to continue doing the same thing. A few hours later, both the protagonist and Basilisk were completely exhausted. For the protagonist, alternating between taming Basilisk and practicing magic attacks had caused his fatigue. He looked at the little dragon, who had obeyed him so well, deciding to give him something delicious when they left. Suddenly, the protagonist heard someone shout that something was wrong and stood up, curious. Peeking over a small mound, he saw a student trying to train her animal, which just wanted to play in the mud instead of obeying commands to attack the slimes. He wondered who that girl was. While the student's dog was barking, she shouted at it to be quiet. Watching the scene, the protagonist noticed that the dog was a hellhound, and that girl shouldn't be treating it that way. As the girl became furious, trying to control the dog, it simply turned its back on her and ran away. The girl tried to follow her pet but couldn't find it, wondering where it had gone. She gritted her teeth, silently threatening the dog. Suddenly, the girl heard a male voice. Good boy, sit, stay, lie down, good job." Pushing through some bushes, she discovered a boy sitting on the ground, petting her hellhound. As she tried to approach quietly, the girl realized that the boy was Han Siha from the second year. Without looking at her, the protagonist asked if the hellhound was hers, stating that he had seen her trying to tame it the wrong way before. The girl was puzzled by what the protagonist was talking about, so he explained, "You seem really angry. If the Tamer gets agitated, the hellhound will become even more agitated." Adela was shocked by what was happening. She was actually receiving advice from Han Siha. At Ardell Academy, the most prestigious school in the Empire, Adela, the Earth Mage, had never placed below third place. Even as a commoner, often overlooked despite her natural talent, there were only a few people who could match her abilities. However, due to the lottery system for the entrance exams, she had been stuck with the most basic subject, taming. Adela's taming skills weren't that good, so she had decided to practice. Yet her opponent was Han Siha, who couldn't even tame a slime in his first year. There were rumors that he was obsessed with dark magic, and Adela had seen with her own eyes how he wallowed in self-pity on hard days. Because of all this, at that very moment, Adela was shocked, wondering what was going on, as her hellhound lay on its back, allowing Han Siha to scratch its belly. Adela wanted to know how the protagonist had managed that, but he played dumb, asking what he had done. The protagonist stated that the hellhound had already calmed down, so the girl could take it. She accepted his suggestion, and as she picked up the dog in her arms, she thanked him. However, the protagonist had a question. He wanted to know why the girl had chosen a hellhound among all the animals to tame, as it was quite a challenging animal for a first-year taming course. Adela explained that since it was a difficult monster, she would earn a lot of points because she needed to come in first in the basic taming exam. The protagonist showed astonishment at what Adela said, revealing that he thought she liked to take mud baths or something like that. Hearing this, Adela was shocked, wondering if Han Siha had always been like this. She remembered that the young man was a noble, but now he was casually talking to her, a commoner. Looking at the pet that the protagonist was holding, she wondered what it was, noticing that it was a dragon hatchling. This impressed her, as he was only in the second year and was already training a dragon, taking it around with him. The Han Siha that Adela knew, and the one standing before her were completely different. Adela, who was about to leave, ended up following the protagonist but didn't mind it so much since she could pick up some tips on how to tame the hellhound. The two went to the place where the protagonist had been earlier. Upon arriving, they felt a dark energy as they encountered an army of square slimes. Apparently, the monsters had already regenerated after the cleanup the protagonist had done earlier. Grabbing her sword, Adela stated that they were in a training field and asked the protagonist to look at her, as everything would be over in one attack. The protagonist watched Adela closely as the various square slimes advanced toward her. Adela placed the sword on her shoulder and with a swing struck a slime. The slime was sent flying, causing destruction in its path due to the impact. Amid the cloud of dust raised, the protagonist commented that this was quite a rough approach. As Adela glared at him angrily, he asked if she was trying to bury the slimes alive. Irritated, Adela retorted if the protagonist wanted her to bury him along with the slimes. But before she could finish speaking, she was surprised to see a slime explode in the air. The protagonist had used an attack to hit the slime, commenting that the little monster was trying to attack Adela. To maintain her composure, she stated that she obviously knew that, causing the protagonist to express relief as he called Basilisco to move forward with him. In truth, Adela had no idea there was a monster sneaking up behind her, but the accuracy of the magic arrow she had seen Han Siha use was at a level not typical for a beginner. Looking at the young man, she wondered who he really was. As the two continued walking, they suddenly felt a strange energy affecting them, the energy of a trap. The protagonist questioned Adela if there had always been a trap in the training dungeon, but she had no idea about it. The protagonist tried to stay alert, preparing for anything that might happen, and Basil stayed by his side, doing the same, just like Adela and her dog. In a room outside the training field, someone was watching the protagonist and Adela through a crystal ball. The person began to shout hurriedly, "Director, emergency, it's an emergency, there's a problem in the beginner training dungeon." The director approached, having heard he was being called, and questioned if there was a malfunction in the magic, also asking who was inside the dungeon at that moment. The person in charge of surveillance informed the director that Adela and Han Si-ha were the ones inside the dungeon. In response, the director put his hand on his chin while grinding his teeth, stating that this was bad news. If it were Adela, he believed she would be fine, but Han Si-ha was another story. A boy without talent or anything to offer stood no chance of surviving a malfunction in the dungeon. Inside the beginner training dungeon, Adela and the protagonist encountered something that looked like a giant slime. Observing the situation, the director commented, "If there's an error in the magic formula of the dungeon, the monsters will become abnormally powerful and larger than appropriate for the dungeon level. Han Si-ha's chances of survival are nearly non-existent." Before the assistants in front of him, the director showed a worried expression and instructed them to prepare. Inside the training room, the protagonist and Adela stood back to back, protecting themselves from the slime surrounding them. The girl was already irritated, especially because the goo from the defeated slimes was turning the grass into a burnt sort. Adela's temper seemed to be heating up more and more. "No matter how many times I defeat them, they keep coming. When I get out of here, I never want to see a slime salad in my life again." Hearing what the girl said, the protagonist laughed. She had quite peculiar culinary tastes. Even though the two had been bombarded by the horde of slimes for some time, the protagonist noticed that Adela was surprisingly doing well. Her taming skills were basic, but she had elevated her earth magic to an advanced level. This made the protagonist wonder if Adela's true identity was that of an earth mage destined to become a great witch. However, the great witch Adela he knew wasn't someone who would be rolling around in introductory training fields. Moreover, unlike the original story, the Adela in front of him seemed to be a kind person. Well, she could be a bit demanding, but she didn't openly belittle the notorious loser Han Si-ha. To the protagonist, the two must be different characters. Watching the protagonist who continued to think without moving, Adela began to get irritated, while Basilisco merely looked at him curiously. The protagonist created an excuse to justify his prolonged thinking, stating that he was calculating the time. He said that if they counted the time since they had entered the dungeon, more than 3 hours should have passed, but there was still no news. So he questioned whether those outside knew they were trapped. Adela, however, stated that only 30 minutes had passed outside, so there wasn't much they could do since the internal time in the dungeon was designed to run slower, allowing them to train properly. Hearing this, the protagonist understood the predicament they were facing. Even if people outside had discovered their situation and were coming to rescue them, it meant they would need to defend themselves for a few more hours. Looking at the slimes, the protagonist stated that if they had to continue defending themselves there, it would be practically impossible for them to succeed. Upon hearing his words, Adela gritted her teeth, irritated by him saying such discouraging things, and asked if he was suggesting they should just sit and wait for the slimes to defeat them. Smiling, the protagonist shook his head. He then gave Adela a suggestive look, asking her to buy him some time. Seeing the protagonist run toward the forest, Adela asked what he was going to do, but he merely stated that she would see soon. She just needed to keep the slimes at bay, as he wouldn't take long. Adela was annoyed to realize that Han Si-ha wanted her to deal with the slimes on her own, questioning him about what he was planning, but received no answer. Leaving Adela behind, the protagonist noticed that she really didn't seem like a bad person. There was no way someone kind like her could become the ruthless Adela he knew. Basilisco flew over the protagonist, as if questioning what he was doing, but the protagonist told him not to worry, as he had a plan for everything. After walking for a while, the protagonist came across some bushes, and among them was one with a special glow. The method for dealing with malfunctioning dungeons had also appeared in the original work that the protagonist had read, specifically in the episode that clearly showcased the difference between the abilities of the protagonist Li Han and Han Si-ha. In that scene, Han Si-ha had tried a method but had failed miserably. Currently, the protagonist was rummaging through the grass and bushes searching for what he needed. He asked Basilisco to gather all the vines that looked like the glowing one he held and bring them to him. The method Han Si-ha had attempted to use had caused readers to curse him for the rest of his life, although the protagonist didn't think he deserved that much. While the protagonist collected the vines, Adela felt pressured by the slimes. She had already used a lot of magic, so she was nearing her limit, making her wonder what Han Si-ha was doing for so long. At that moment, the protagonist appeared behind her, stating that he was ready. Surrounding him was a barricade made from the vines he had collected. Seeing that, Adela was surprised. The protagonist smiled, asking her to stop being surprised and to enter the barrier he had created. The method the protagonist had used was simple. He planned to create a barricade and defeat all the monsters outside. The original Han Si-ha had tried this, but had overlooked two crucial points, which led to his failure. Fire and amplification magic were necessary. However, the protagonist could now control both. Stretching his wand forward, he made a flow of mana spiral upward into the sky. The mana took shape above the protagonist, transforming into a bow with several arrows. With the magic formed, the only thing he needed to do now was add magical fire to the created arrows. To add the fire, the protagonist needed Basilisco, so he asked the little dragon to do his part. The protagonist's eyes shone golden as he sent the order to Basilisco, who understood everything he wanted. Thus, flying to the arrows, the small dragon added his magic to them, transforming them into the power the protagonist sought. With the wand in hand, the protagonist finally commanded the arrows to be shot, making them fly through the skies. With the glow of fire appearing above their heads, the slimes became frightened. In the sky, the fire arrows exploded like fireworks, turning into a rain of fire over the forest. Adela felt pressured by the heat she was experiencing, but looking closely, she couldn't believe that this magic was truly created by the hopeless Han Si-ha. At that moment, the protagonist asked Adela if she had buried the slimes around there, leaving their gooey remains scattered on the ground. He then stated that the slime's venom was prone to explode upon contact with magical fire, so in situations like this, it only took a little magic and a spark to resolve everything. Adela was surprised by the entire explanation, asking the protagonist if he had also planned for the fire rain not to fall inside the barricade. The protagonist liked her observation, revealing that the vines he had collected were resistant to fire. Standing inside the flame-proof barricade, the protagonist said they just needed to wait for everything to burn outside, while they could rest until the rescue arrived. Realizing that among all the people, it was Han Si-ha who had saved her, and that the nobles of the Ardell Academy typically didn't care about commoners, Adela wondered what the protagonist's motive was. Seeing Adela's gaze directed at him, the protagonist asked why she was looking at him that way, questioning if she was grateful to him. Showing her tsundere side, Adela stated that she was grateful, but only a little, because after all, he had saved her life. The protagonist then smiled, saying that if she was grateful, she should do him a favor. In response to learning that Han Si-ha wanted to ask for a favor, Adela felt uneasy, but said that if it was something she could do, she would. Otherwise, if it was something excessively repugnant, she wouldn't. However, the favor the protagonist asked for surprised Adela. He only wanted her to keep what happened a secret. I tamed your hellhound, got rid of all the slimes at once, and made a barricade out of vines. Everything that happened today, keep it a secret about how amazing I am. Adela felt the request wasn't bad. It was easy enough to handle, but something seemed off, as it said a lot about what kind of guy Han Si-ha must be. While Adela was busy with her thoughts, the protagonist walked around the field where the slimes had been defeated, collecting the orbs they had left behind. Not long after, the dungeon cleanup was vaguely addressed. The teachers, puzzled by the error that had occurred in the dungeon, said they would give a few items as rewards to the students who had closed the dungeon, even with major injuries, and even called them to the principal's office. The protagonist sat on a luxurious bench while resting, thinking that accumulating some items, like the ones he would receive, would be useful after graduation. However, that wasn't the most important thing at the moment. He called Basilisk, who, when summoned, trotted happily over to him, with a cute smile on his face. As Basilisk approached, the protagonist looked at the small dragon's status window, noticing that his fire breath skill had risen to level 3 from having been used so often the previous day. Additionally, Basilisk had also gained poison resistance, a skill that developed while dealing with the slimes. Although he didn't know what the dark mages were creating at their base, the protagonist was grateful to have found Basilisk, not just because he was a dragon, but because of his excellent talent, even as a hatchling. With an incredible growth rate, delicate control over his breath, and a vast amount of mana, he was becoming a formidable creature in every way. Now that the protagonist had this little one in his care, he promised to raise him properly. With Basilisk sitting beside him, the protagonist scolded him, saying he'd been through a lot of trouble because of him. He then showed him an orb, wondering if the small dragon knew what it was. As the dragon looked intently at the orb, the protagonist explained that it was a slime orb. Even though the short-haired girl he had met in the dungeon had treated such items as trash, they were actually quite powerful. The protagonist planned to offer these orbs for Basilisk to eat. Basilisk made a grimace at the slime orbs being offered to him, but the protagonist insisted they were delicious, trying to convince him to try them, saying that if he didn't eat them, he wouldn't know they tasted good. Although he claimed they were tasty, the protagonist himself would refuse to eat them for the rest of his life. Basilisk looked at the orb suspiciously, and after mustering some courage, took a bite, chewing it. The moment the little dragon began to eat the slime orb, he was horrified. Vomiting it all on the floor, he realized it tasted worse than he had suspected. The protagonist smiled. Despite realizing the orb must taste awful, the little dragon's stats still increased. The dragon, pouting over having received bad food, had his mana and poison resistance stats boosted. Slime orbs condensed the inherent abilities of slimes, raising the consumer's stats. Just one would cause a basic mana stat increase, something that would normally take time to improve. Although he hated the taste, Basilisk noticed the changes in his body, and gathering his resolve, dove into the protagonist's bag, attacking the slime orbs to eat them, as if his instinct to become stronger outweighed his appetite. Quickly, several stat increase notification windows appeared. Each notification made a sound that became music to the protagonist's ears as he sat and waited. Suddenly, he heard a knock on the door, and a second later, the short-haired girl jumped into the room, calling out for Han Si-ha. Noticing the protagonist's presence, Adela felt satisfied to find him. The protagonist was surprised by her presence and wondered if she too had been called to the dean's office to receive rewards. Adela wanted to ask the protagonist if he was okay with her taking credit for solving everything, as once they said she handled the slimes alone, she'd receive more items than him. The protagonist scratched his head, smiling, and asked if that was the only reason she was there. Saying he didn't mind, he also asked her to keep her voice down. For the protagonist, preserving his own life was more important than receiving items. A common student at Ardell Academy had closed a dungeon, and that student was Han Si-ha, who was on the verge of failure. If this news spread, rumors would arise, claiming he used dark magic and cursed tools, something he didn't want to be known for, unlike the original character from the novel. Unaware of the protagonist's thoughts, Adela became annoyed, saying that if he was doing it out of sympathy, he could keep it to himself. The protagonist was surprised by her assumption, and then replied that he didn't even know who she was well enough to feel sympathy for her. Adela was shocked, and quickly moved closer to the protagonist. "You don't know who I am? You don't recognize me? Seriously? Really?" Covering his ears to block out the girl's shouting, the protagonist asked if he was supposed to know who she was, and then asked for her name. The girl stared at him and for the first time introduced herself, revealing her name as Adela Stivia, making the protagonist's world crumble and shocking him to his core. Looking at the girl with arms crossed, the protagonist tried to process the information. Adela was the only great mage from a commoner background who consistently ranked among the top 3 at Ardell Academy, a main character who, in the original story, had cruelly buried Han Si-ha alive. Seeing his reaction, Adela asked if he recognized her now that he knew her name. The protagonist couldn't respond, as he was replaying all the foolish things he had said so far in front of the person who would cover his grave with dirt. His mind was overwhelmed, rethinking all his actions and wondering if they would lead him faster to his tragic fate. Realizing that Han Si-ha really hadn't known who she was, Adela said that as long as it wasn't sympathy he felt, she was fine with it. At that moment, she asked him if he looked in the mirror often. The protagonist didn't understand what she meant, so she dragged him to a mirror in the room, telling him to take a look and pointing out that she couldn't imagine anyone going to the dean's office for rewards looking like that. Looking at himself in the mirror, the protagonist was stunned. He looked utterly filthy and ragged. Seeing his reflection, he realized that anyone who saw him would find him repulsive. It dawned on him that everyone avoided Han Si-ha not because they feared him, but because he looked disgusting. While looking at himself in the mirror, the protagonist decided to fix his hair first. The next day, in the classroom as students began arriving and taking their seats, they noticed someone entering. At first, they didn't recognize the person, though he looked familiar, but noticing his hair color, they quickly suspected it was Han Si-ha. Several whispers echoed from the corner of the room, commenting that the handsome-looking guy couldn't be the filthy Han Si-ha, and that he looked like a completely different person. Ignoring the whispers, the protagonist sat in his seat, still hearing the comments that the original owner of his body seemed like a completely different person. Suddenly, someone approached him, asking if he was really Han Si-ha. A young man with red hair recognized him and asked if he'd used some polymorph magic or something like that, as he wanted to know as well. The protagonist noted the guy's hair color and, after thinking for a moment, recognized him as Creek, a young man from a commoner background. Driven by his inferiority complex about his past and his ambiguous talent, he would often act like a boss around Han Si-ha, trying to satisfy his desire for superiority. Seeing Han Si-ha remain silent, Creek asked if he was too embarrassed to speak, claiming that cutting his hair wouldn't change his pathetic way of expressing himself. The protagonist simply responded by asking if Creek shouldn't just ignore him. Creek was startled by the response, asking if Han Si-ha had lost his mind after cutting his hair. The protagonist replied, asking if there was any reason he should treat Creek kindly. Creek grew irritated at the response, saying, "Are you insane? Do you have any backing? A guy who's been abandoned by his family, living only by his words?" Seeing that Creek wouldn't stop provoking him, the protagonist placed his bag on the desk, opening it while stating that there was something he could rely on. In the next instant, Creek almost fainted as Han Si-ha placed a small dragon with an irritated look on the desk, telling him to repeat what he had just said. Not only was Creek shocked, but all the other students were too. They quickly wondered if that creature was a real dragon, as it even looked like a red dragon. How had an underachieving student managed to get a dragon? Creek decided not to be intimidated. "Ha ha ha, I heard you were kicked out of your family, but you're loaded with cash, huh? Do you really think you can tame a dragon just by throwing money at it?" The protagonist took a deep breath. He planned to live carefully and quietly, but that didn't mean he wanted to live as a nobody, mistreated from all sides. Then, the protagonist smirked and called Creek a stupid commoner, striking at the boy's emotional insecurity. Creek grew angry and asked Han Si-ha what he had just called him. Creek fell easily into the protagonist's provocation, losing his composure at just 2 words. The protagonist began stroking Obelisk's head, stating that no matter how young he was, he wouldn't sit so obediently if he hadn't been properly tamed first. Smiling, he asked if Creek was scared that the little dragon might bite him. Seeing Creek grow even angrier, the protagonist told him not to worry, as he wasn't that dishonest. Being told to calm down only made Creek more frustrated. "This guy is crazy! Doesn't he even know his place?" Interrupting the red-haired youth, the protagonist made a proposal, a challenge. "Hey, if you have a problem, then let's settle it. Using this semester's exam results, let's see who wins, and that'll resolve everything." With a grin, the protagonist suggested the bet to the guy who hated him so much. The sun shone brightly in the clear sky over Ardell Academy. The protagonist still remembered Creek's vow, stating that if he lost, he'd bark like a dog. Since he'd accepted so easily, all the protagonist wanted was to wait for exam day and watch that bastard Creek barking. He recalled his previous life, mastering the art of cleaning up after making a mess. A mad dog in the intern world. That was the protagonist's nickname in his previous life. Whenever he witnessed an injustice, he would attack, never being academically outdone. As the protagonist walked through the academy, a student suddenly called out to him, "Hey Han Si-ha, I heard you made a bet with Creek this time. Just because you got lucky avoiding failure, you think you can beat him in the exams?" Another student beside him also mocked, asking if they should expect to see him barking like a dog. The protagonist was already used to dealing with people like that since his previous life. People who got annoyed when they saw someone becoming successful. Then the protagonist turned around, heading toward the student who had spoken to him, asking his name. The boy tried to ask what Han Si-ha wanted, but the protagonist told him to shut up and say his name already. With an arrogant look, the boy declared himself to be the great Fabian Den Edwin, asking the protagonist if he didn't know who he was. The protagonist thought hard but remembered this character, a detestable royal who used his status to boss around weaker people, the ringleader of those who maliciously bullied the original Han Si-ha. The protagonist reached into his backpack, surprising Basilisk by pulling him out, and ordered the little dragon to bite the boy in front of him. Fabian was shocked to see the little creature he'd glimpsed earlier. Basilisk looked at him with eyes as if he wouldn't harm a fly, but in the next moment, he jumped at Fabian, who, terrified, tried to run, but there was no escaping the little red dragon, and Fabian's screams echoed throughout the academy. A few days later, the protagonist sat exhausted on the floor in front of Adela in a training room. Adela then commented that she'd heard some rumors about him lately and cautioned him that, even if he didn't care, it would be wise not to mess with the royals for his own safety. Understanding what Adela was talking about, the protagonist explained that they had started the fight. He just retaliated. Previously, Adela had thought he was just a brawler picking on commoners because he was a noble, but apparently, he sent his little monster to bite even the nobles who bothered him. In the end, she thought this made him even cooler. Sighing, she asked if Han Si-ha really didn't have any plan. The girl, now with her hair tied back, remarked that all the nobles seemed to lose their sense of fear or something, using Han Si-ha as an example, sending Basilisk to bite people and making a bet with Creek. She wanted to know why he'd be challenging Creek in an exam when he didn't even have refined magic. Extending a hand to help him up, she stated that he was being reckless, asking what he would do if she weren't helping him, accepting her hand to stand. The protagonist recalled that Adela was also learning taming techniques from him in exchange for helping him with magic. Changing the subject, Adela mentioned that this would be their last training, and if he managed to beat her, he'd also be able to beat Creek. The protagonist eagerly gripped his wand, declaring that this time, he wouldn't be pushed around as easily as before. Starting the battle training, Adela cast a stone magic that created a towering mountain reaching the sky, while the protagonist quickly conjured a magical barrier. Their duel escalated quickly, causing large explosions, thus concluding the training. As time passed, the day of the semester's opening exams finally arrived. At the evaluation center, Professor String was holding a clipboard, calling Adela, who entered with her hellhound. She completed her practical presentation for her chosen course in just over 5 minutes, receiving an A grade. Thanking the professor, Adela also praised her hellhound, which wagged its tail happily in response. The protagonist watched the entire presentation of the girl who, not long ago, was struggling with her hellhound, but with a bit of guidance, managed to tame it perfectly. He knew he could do better, thanks to his memory and experience from his past life. But Adela was different. For someone practically new to the art of taming, she had shown great talent. Naturally, that was something a main character would accomplish. Not long after Ha was called, the protagonist stepped onto the stage with Basilisk resting on his head. The taming test for the semester's opening exam was conducted inside a magic cube. The student had to make their tamed monster fight a virtual monster of matching level. The test result was simple. If the student won the fight, they passed. After choosing Cube B, the test began. Entering the cube with Basilisk flying at his side, the protagonist gripped his wand, ready. Soon, the monster they would face appeared. The creature was long, with blue, scaly skin. Its face and protruding tongue were identical to a snake's. Recognizing the creature, the protagonist realized it was an Adeptheon. The Adeptheon was a serpent-type monster the original protagonist, Lee Han, had first encountered in his 3rd year. The unique presence of this monster was intimidating, described in the novel as having a size that made its opponent feel as if they'd be crushed just by colliding with it. The protagonist smiled, telling Basilisk not to be afraid. Noticing the little dragon's surprise, he asked if Basilisk wanted to give it a shot, to test his strength after consuming all the slime orbs. Basilisk was a bit hesitant about fighting such a monster, but seeing his master's confidence, he accepted. The protagonist instructed Basilisk to approach the Adeptheon, knowing that snakes usually had their weak spots in the eyes, and decided to fight based on that. As Basilisk advanced, the protagonist cautioned him to be careful of the giant snake's attacks. He then began casting a spell to distract the snake. Following the protagonist's command, Basilisk moved behind the snake, always waiting for an opportunity to close in. Finally, after a few minutes, he managed to climb up the Adeptheon's body, heading toward its blind spot. Thanks to this, Basilisk got close enough to face the monster head-on. At the protagonist's command, in this moment of opportunity, he used his fire breath, attacking the giant snake's eyes like a laser. With the mighty attack from the little red dragon, the Adeptheon collapsed to the ground. Victorious, Basilisk calmly walked back to the protagonist. Outside the cube, Grint was utterly shocked, his jaw practically dropping. He knew very well that the Adeptheon was a high-level monster, one that even 3rd-year students would struggle to fight one-on-one. Exiting the magic cube, the protagonist held the little dragon happily, pleased that the slime orbs had proven effective. The professor was tense, realizing that the cube's administrators might have accidentally left the Adeptheon in there. He was about to halt the exam for the student's safety, but the result was entirely different. The protagonist looked at the professor, asking if, even though it took some time, he had managed to pass by defeating the monster. The professor thought for a moment, then made the announcement, Han Siha, 12 minutes and 36 seconds, grade S. After the tests ended, Adela walked with the protagonist, impressed that he had achieved an S rank in taming. She remarked that, looking at the scores, he was certainly in 1st place. She seemed quite pleased, asking if it hadn't been worth it to duel her. The protagonist couldn't deny it. However, there was a problem. His actual goal was to be ranked 15th. He wanted to keep some mediocre grades to avoid attracting attention. In the original story, Lee Han had taken 1st place for himself, but now there was a Han Siha doing the same. However, the protagonist didn't think it was his fault, complaining that they had placed such a high-level monster in his test. Adela watched him closely as he murmured darkly to himself. Smiling, she snapped him out of his thoughts by asking how his math test had gone. Besides the taming test, they also had a math test. Remembering the test, the protagonist thought he could keep an average score since the problems were so easy that he could miss almost all of them intentionally, only getting one right. Not wanting to reveal this, he simply replied that it wasn't too hard or too easy. Adela was surprised, revealing that she had missed everything. She sighed, asking if the exam's difficulty hadn't been inhumane. Hearing this, the protagonist realized Adela must be bad at math. The questions on the test were high school level, so they had been a piece of cake for him. Thinking about this, he wondered if he should help Adela with math. At that moment, Adela mentioned that the test covered topics they hadn't even touched on, stating she had answered every question except one. The protagonist was shocked. as no one should worry about leaving one question blank, so he asked Adela if it wasn't okay to skip just one problem. But Adela disagreed, stating that if she lost first place over a single problem, she wouldn't receive a scholarship. Recalling that the question was number 27, a problem about a magic circle, she asked if the protagonist had solved it. The protagonist remembered that this question was about geometry and vectors. Thinking it over, he told Adela that he might have solved it. Hearing this, she was surprised and stopped walking. The protagonist turned to look at her, asking if he'd said something wrong. Adela, a bit embarrassed, replied that it didn't make any sense, asking again if he had answered question 27, the only problem she couldn't solve. Hearing this revelation, the protagonist was stunned. He couldn't believe Adela found that question difficult. Any science student hearing this would laugh at her. But knowing that Adela thought the question was hard, the protagonist pondered what he should do, since he had answered it perfectly. In the math teacher's office, the assistant was commenting that only one student in the entire school had solved problem number 27. The teacher then noted that it wasn't a problem that could be solved by guessing, as he had made it unsolvable for second years to filter out the top students. Saying this, he asked the assistant, Selin, who had answered the question correctly. Holding the test, Selin replied that it was Han Si-ha. In addition to revealing the protagonist's name, she also mentioned something else. When I checked the answers, every question except number 27 was intentionally marked wrong. Out of all the students in the academy, he was probably the only one to answer just the hardest question to showcase his abilities. The teacher then thought of Han Si-ha's name, recalling that he had also stood out in the taming exam. He then told the assistant that they should keep an eye on this student. The next day, the rankings from the second-year opening exams were posted. On a large bulletin board, several sheets displayed the students' names and their placements. In front of the board, the protagonist first looked for Creek's name and found it in 32nd place, a result he expected. After that, he searched for his own name. Around the protagonist, several people murmured, wondering if the rankings were accurate. Upon finding his name, he realized he was in 11th place. Creek, who had also seen the rankings, was trying to slip away unnoticed, but the protagonist spotted him. Creek turned suddenly, noticing Han Si-ha approaching. With a mocking look, the protagonist gestured for Creek to follow him, beckoning him with a finger as if calling a dog. The protagonist and Creek went outside the building, with many people following and commenting that Han Si-ha had won the bet, and that the bastard Creek, who always picked on weaker people, had lost. Creek looked like he had no idea what was about to happen. At that moment, the protagonist asked him a ridiculous question. How much do you think 1 + 1 is? Caught off guard, Creek replied that it was 2, but the protagonist stated he was wrong. 1 + 1 is 11, the number of 11th place. Got it 32nd? Taunted, Creek turned red with rage, clenching his fist tightly. The protagonist wondered if he hadn't improved at all in recent days, as he still fell so easily for provocations. Reflecting on it, the protagonist realized that although he didn't like Creek, the guy had only picked a fight with him, not with Han Si-ha. And unlike others, he wasn't a pervert who wanted to see him bark like a dog. Thus, he decided to make use of Creek in a more practical way. Making a decision, the protagonist flicked Creek's forehead. Surprised, Creek got annoyed, claiming that wasn't part of the bet. The protagonist used this gesture as a way to get back at Creek for constantly bothering him. Creek tried to make excuses, saying he wouldn't have made Han Si-ha act like a dog if he lost, but the protagonist told him to shut up. Turning to leave, the protagonist asked Creek to come to the unused club room in the basement later, saying he'd have an order for him there. Sometime later, Creek arrived at the room the protagonist had mentioned, asking why he was called. With a smug look, the protagonist told Creek to consider it a favor that he wasn't making him bark in front of the entire school, remarking that Creek had odd tastes for actually wanting to do that. Creek, irritated, told him not to be ridiculous. Gritting his teeth, he demanded to know what Han Si-ha wanted from him. Without further explanation, the protagonist asked Creek if he knew who Han Si-ha's father was. Creek was surprised by the question, and replied that of course he knew. He was the founder of the Ardell Empire, the Blood Count who annihilated dark mages in the war, Han Taiso. Annoyed, Creek wondered if Han Si-ha was bringing this up to intimidate him just because he was a noble. The protagonist had asked because he genuinely didn't know much about the original Han Si-ha. As he listened, he recalled that his estate should be near the Kastika area, realizing that Han Si-ha was indeed someone powerful. The protagonist then took a few steps, revealing his intentions. Stating that he knew Creek had good connections, he ordered him to spread some rumors. Creek wanted to know what rumors, and the protagonist whispered a few things into his ear that made him turn pale with shock. Creek wanted to be sure Han Si-ha really wanted him to spread everything he just said. The protagonist confirmed, saying it needed to be done as quickly as possible, and that the more students and people at school who knew, the better. Having finished giving his order, the protagonist bid the stunned Creek goodbye and left. Realizing that Han Si-ha really wanted him to spread what he had said, Creek couldn't think of anything else but that he was crazy. Not long after, some news spread, reaching a grand castle. There, a butler informed his lord that there was news about his son from the Ardell Academy. The lord ordered the butler to enter the room and asked how his son was doing. The lord, with sharp eyes as he wrote at his desk, was none other than the blood count, Han Tai-so. He wanted to know how his pathetic son was faring. The butler then revealed that things were not going well for Han Si-ha. Although the lord had generously paid for his tuition and dorm fees, having cut off all other support, he was apparently living on the verge of starvation. Upon hearing this, Han Tai-so stated that his son would not starve to death, but that he needed to suffer a bit to awaken the sense of life. Breaking the tip of his pen from pressing too hard, Han Tai-so declared that if his son dared to utter the words dark magic in front of him again, he would not spare him, even though he was his own son. The servant continued to report the news, revealing that in fact the lord's son seemed to have changed, as he had achieved unprecedented good results in the entrance exam. Han Tai-so thought it was good that his son had managed to avoid coming last, but the butler clarified that this was not what he meant, as Han Si-ha had ranked 11th. Han Tai-so dropped his pen in surprise, especially when the butler informed him that Han Si-ha's reputation had also changed recently. According to rumors circulating in Ardell, the young master was now described as a good, honorable, and very handsome person. Han Tai-so's mouth was at risk of attracting flies, as it hung open in shock. He asked the butler if his son had threatened someone to spread such ridiculous rumors, but laughing, the butler said that this was impossible. Little did he know Han Tai-so was right. As the butler bowed to Han Tai-so, he affirmed that one thing was certain: Han Si-ha had definitely changed. Han Tai-so frowned. Until now, he had always been strict and severe with his son, trying to make him stop dabbling in dark magic. But if he was truly changing, the situation was also changing. This is good news, since he is the one who will inherit the Kastika estate. Han Tai-so suddenly stood up, leaving the documents he was writing on the desk. With a smile, he told the butler that if his son was assigned to the magic department in the upcoming advancement ceremony, he should inform him that all financial support would be reinstated. In front of a machine, the protagonist was gathering some items. In his hands, there was a document with a receipt for the amount he had received. Although he had thought he would only receive part of the allowance that had been cut due to his recent exam results, the amount he received was enough to last the entire semester without him having to lift a finger. The protagonist thanked Count Han Tai-so for being a man of value and honor. He had certainly been impacted by the rumors spread by Creek. At that moment, someone called for the protagonist. Adela, standing next to him, reminded him that they needed to go to the auditorium because the advancement ceremony was about to begin. With Adela calling out, the protagonist remembered the commitment. At Ardell Academy, second-year students were assigned to departments that matched their aptitudes. In the magic department, students could study a wide range of magical skills, along with many opportunities for hands-on experience. The natural sciences department combined research, experiments, and academic elements with magic. The theology department used magic for spiritual abilities, such as prophecies and divination. Finally, the necromancy department was the only place in the Ardell Empire where dark magic could be legally studied, specializing in combat. In the auditorium, the students were lined up as Dean Wernest welcomed them, stating that the ceremony would now begin. When your name is called, please come to the stage and place your hand on the magical die. The magical die was a tool that detected the students' innate tendencies and aligned their courses with them. The protagonist remembered that, in the original story, Han Si-ha had been assigned to the necromancy department. His desire to destroy the students who had ignored him using dark magic was fulfilled. However, in the end, it led to his miserable defeat. The protagonist wondered if the die would give the same answer again. Although Han Si-ha's statistics had been adjusted to match the protagonist's tendencies, he didn't know what would happen. After all, the things he had done in recent days couldn't be considered purely good. However, he hoped not to end up following the same path as the original story. The dean immediately called the first person. First place in the advanced classes, student Lee Han, aiming for the magic department. The dean had called the original protagonist, who as he walked toward the stage was observed by girls with smiles in their eyes, and young men who were impressed by his having come in first place again. The protagonist, in Han Si-ha's body, gave a proper look at Lee Han, the protagonist of the Skaldami work. A handsome young man with black hair. His appearance was unreal, as if he had been blessed with the main character's buff. As Lee Han placed his hand on the cube, the protagonist thought about how unfair life was. He wished he had reincarnated as Lee Han instead of as Han Si-ha. After Lee Han placed his hand on the cube, it glowed with a red color. The dean then revealed the result, stating that student Lee Han had been assigned to the magic department. The protagonist had already expected this assignment and watched as Lee Han bowed to the dean. The dean then called a girl named Solia Arkanent, a young woman with white hair and purple eyes who had a depressed look. The protagonist knew Solia, the light mage from the original work, a genius among geniuses and the protagonist's closest ally in the story. The result of her assignment was obvious. She was assigned to the magic department. The protagonist smiled, not surprised by the outcome. The following assignments continued in order of ranking. Student Seymour Parker was called and assigned to the necromancy department. Student Yoon Ha-yul was assigned to the theology department. The protagonist heard several familiar names, all of characters who supported the protagonists, as the assignments were being made in order of ranking. Finally, student Han Si-ha was called. The protagonist walked to the stage, climbing the stairs that led up to it. In the protagonist's memories, 3 years from then, the dark mages from the necromancy department would gather to start a rebellion and take over Ardell Academy. However, they would be completely defeated by the protagonist's group in the story. As he climbed the stairs and headed for the cube, all the protagonist wished for was not to be assigned to the necromancy department. As the protagonist placed his hand on the cube, some people commented on how he had changed, just like the rumors, while others wondered if he would go to the necromancy department or not, since there were rumors about him using dark magic. The magic cube spun, rose into the air, and then descended into the protagonist's hand, revealing its red color. The dean gritted his teeth upon seeing the color that appeared, unable to believe what he was witnessing. Nevertheless, he announced the result. Student Han Si-ha assigned to the magic department. Avoiding the necromancy department, the protagonist celebrated. Sometime later, several whispers spread throughout the academy. The protagonist could feel the gazes directed at him from all sides. Half of the students seemed curious as to why someone like him wasn't in the necromancy department, while the other half, those who used to say Han Si-ha was involved with dark magic, stared at him, wondering why he wasn't in the necromancy department. In the end, everyone was thinking the same thing. However, one person had a different thought. Running up to the protagonist, Adela congratulated him, saying that now they would see each other in the magic department from then on. The protagonist joined the girl, who was obviously in the magic department, and asked if she was hoping he'd be assigned there too. Adela smiled, blushing, and said yes. Seeing her reaction, the protagonist was shocked. Adela then asked why Han Si-ha was acting that way, and also blushing, the protagonist asked her to give him a thumbs up next time instead of smiling like that. Not understanding the protagonist's comment, Adela explained that if he went to necromancy, they would always be fighting, and he would lose to her every day, but that she didn't want to beat him because he had helped her. Hearing such an explanation, the protagonist wondered if that was really the case. While the two were talking, someone was watching them. That person then approached Han Si-ha and called him. The protagonist recognized the voice, and as he turned around, he realized it was Lee Han, who came to congratulate him for being assigned to the magic department as well. Seeing Lee Han approach, the protagonist wondered why this guy, of all people, was talking to him. Lee Han was curious to know if Han Si-ha had always been interested in the magic department, revealing that he was surprised. He then extended his hand to the protagonist, saying he was looking forward to working with him. Feeling strange under Lee Han's gaze, the protagonist shook his hand, responding to the greeting. At that moment, Lee Han asked if Han Si-ha was feeling better and moved closer, revealing that he had heard he had been trapped in a dungeon before the practical exam, which startled the protagonist. Pulling away and letting go of the protagonist's hand, Lee Han remarked that it was incredible that, even with Adela there, an ordinary student had survived a dungeon with mistakes, expressing curiosity about what kind of magic he had used. The protagonist gritted his teeth, as the incident should have been kept a secret by the teachers. Lee Han was so meticulous it was hard to read him. He had an attitude that significantly boosted his confidence, typical of a web novel protagonist. In summary, he believed that any evil force should be eradicated. The protagonist realized that Lee Han must have already suspected that he could be a black mage who needed to be eliminated. After Lee Han left, the protagonist went to a bulletin board. From there, he followed the directions to the new dormitory that had been built. Upon arriving at the dormitory, the protagonist was impressed, as the interior was like a 5-star hotel. Entering the dorm room, he looked around, wondering where his room was. Finally, he found room 203 in Building A. The protagonist then went to the room, but when he opened the door, he found someone inside, who was surprised to see Han Si-ha. The young man with orange hair was so shocked that he shouted, asking if the protagonist was really Han Si-ha. With an exhausted look, the protagonist confirmed that was his name. The young man in front of him had an excited look, saying that he was now rooming with the superstar of the promotion ceremony, the famous second-year student who made Creek bow and even made someone from the royal family cry. Hearing such a description, the protagonist wondered if that was really true. After the promotion ceremony, Fabian Den Edwin was complaining about how he, from the royal family, was in necromancy, while the protagonist was in the magic department. At that moment, the protagonist gave him a small shock, stating that he knew something interesting. You keep talking about being from the royal family, trying to get everything easily, but the truth is you're not even related to the royal family, are you? Upon hearing the protagonist's words, Edwin was shocked, only to see Han Si-ha scratching his neck and stating that if he was embarrassed to be exposed, maybe he should live quietly instead of making a fuss. Because of these words, Fabian fell into a state of depression, wondering if something was wrong with him for not being able to enter the magic department. Although it wasn't the protagonist's intention, he ended up making the young man cry. This led to even more rumors about him spreading, as he had made someone from the royal family cry with just words. As a result, the protagonist's plan to become a model student and graduate safely from the academy was compromised. In his room, the protagonist wondered if everything was okay. At that moment, the young man in front of him remembered that he still hadn't introduced himself. With a bright smile typical of an extrovert, he said his name was Juan, the newest student assigned to the magic department. Greeting the protagonist, he said it was a pleasure to meet him and added that, unlike Han Si-ha, his name was relatively unknown. However, Juan was mistaken. He was a name the protagonist knew well. Juan was the most capable ally of Li Han, the protagonist. Despite his cheerful demeanor, he was a clever and versatile character. Above all, he was an informant well-connected with an extensive network of information. Seeing Han Si-ha stunned, Juan became confused. The protagonist looked like this because everyone around him were now main characters who had caused Han Si-ha's downfall in the original story. The protagonist sighed and turned his back on Juan, saying there was nothing wrong with him. Hearing the protagonist's deep sigh, Juan didn't believe it. Seeing the protagonist putting his things down, he then asked if he wanted to go to the dormitory with him. Juan picked up a blue book, a guide map for the dormitory, and said it would be more fun to explore together than alone. The protagonist ended up agreeing to go with Juan, as it wouldn't hurt to get to know the place. The first place they went to was a gigantic cafeteria, which had dozens of seating areas. However, Juan commented that he had been told it was better to eat outside than in that place. The protagonist was curious to know why, and then Juan revealed that apparently the cafeteria's nutritionist liked to experiment, so you never knew what would appear each day, like the dinner that night, which would be a salad made from the front leg of a fire boar. After leaving the cafeteria, the two headed to the outdoor magic practice area. Juan explained that this was a place where Han Si-ha could practice magic freely, but if he wasn't careful, he could get hit and have to be carried out, something that happened every semester. Upon hearing this, the protagonist remarked that it was quite irresponsible, asking why they didn't set up a magical barrier. Hearing the solution proposed by the protagonist, Juan agreed it was a good idea and asked if the rumor about Han Si-ha being very clever was true. Seeing that Juan was interested in learning more about him, the protagonist ended the conversation, leaving behind the cheerful guy. Despite Juan always talking nonsense, the protagonist was grateful for the useful information he shared, showing himself to be quite helpful. After visiting the various places, they decided to return to the protagonist's room, back to the dormitory. As they were walking inside, Juan noticed the sky was suddenly getting cloudy, as if it were about to rain. Upon hearing this, the protagonist looked up at the sky and realized that Juan was wrong. This wasn't an ordinary cloud. The rain started to fall quickly, forcing the protagonist and Juan to seek cover. Juan was puzzled that it started raining suddenly, saying it would be better to run to the main building and report to a professor. However, when Juan tried to run, the protagonist grabbed his arm and pulled him back, stating that it was dangerous. Juan was curious as to why Han Si-ha had said that. The protagonist remembered the scene well, the mysterious atmosphere, the grass soaked and muddied by the black rain. This wasn't an ordinary rain. It was poisonous rain. Suddenly, several screams began to echo through the dormitory. Some people were warning everyone to go inside the dormitories and take shelter. Looking around, the protagonist remembered that the real problem wasn't the rain, as it was just a distraction. The real trouble was about to come. At that moment, someone started shouting, saying that some students had disappeared. Upon hearing the shout, another person asked her to calm down and tell them who had disappeared. After calming down, the first person revealed that the missing students were Adela and Solia Arcanant from the magic department. Both had disappeared without a trace. The protagonist then remembered the original story. This incident had been the second major event of the story, which was just beginning. As soon as he recalled this, a tab appeared in front of him, like a mission. He needed to find the missing students. The deadline for the mission, the reward, and the consequences of failure were all unknown. The second main episode, the dormitory kidnapping incident, had begun. The second main episode was about a mission to find the missing students. Within a dense forest among the trees, the two girls who had been kidnapped were tied to a giant tree. Adela was furious because she couldn't break free. Solia, however, maintained a calm expression and told Adela not to struggle, as the vines binding them wouldn't loosen easily with mere force, which only made Adela angrier for not being warned sooner. Solia looked around, stating that she was searching for weaknesses, but hadn't found any solutions yet. Adela sighed, realizing there wasn't much they could do. She still wondered what the person in the black cloak wanted by imprisoning them inside a giant tree and then simply leaving. She believed she hadn't done anything noteworthy to attract attention and become a target for rescue. Unlike Solia, who seemed to hold a privileged position, Adela was just a commoner, without a prestigious family or connections. Being trapped again reminded Adela of when she had been stuck in the dungeon due to a mistake. She wondered what Han Si-ha would say if he were in her situation. As she smiled, Adela realized her own thoughts and became quite annoyed, trying to convince herself that Han Si-ha was probably asleep in the dormitory at that moment, unaware of the situation she was in. Seeing Adela's frustration, Solia wondered why she kept trying to break free, even after her warning. Solia then called out to Adela, saying she had a theory. Looking around, she observed that the tree they were tied to seemed weak against light. Adela looked up and, through the opening in the tree trunk, saw a dark mist covering the sky. It was the same mist she had seen before being kidnapped. Without explanation, Solia continued explaining her theory. This seems to be a place to test our patience. Even the vines of the tree binding us, if there's a special reason everything was done intentionally, this place is not normal. Adela revealed that she had been pondering why they were in such an isolated place, and seemed impressed that Solia had noticed the tree's vulnerability to light. Having figured out what was going on, Solia stated that she would take care of the situation, as both the magic that bound them and the acid rain created by the students were definitely dark magic. The most effective magic against dark magic was light magic, and Solia mentioned an ability she had, the purification of the earth. Adela had heard that Solia's earth purification ability was only at a second-class level, but perhaps in a confined space like where they were, the ability would work. She then decided to trust Solia to free them both. Hearing Adela allow her to take charge, Solia let out a sigh before beginning to recite the magic incantation. For the peace of the earth, for the well-being and blessing of the land, I command you. As Solia chanted the incantation, a golden light glowed around her body, illuminating the entire inside of the tree. Adela was amazed by Solia's magic, wondering if it would work. However, before Solia's magic could be fully activated, a dark energy surged into the tree. The one who had created that energy mocked Solia, telling her not to bother with foolishness, and attacked. The dark magic energy pressed against the light surrounding Solia, causing her to cry out in pain. The light around Solia faded due to the exhaustion she felt while trying to protect herself. Streams of malevolent energy flowed around her as its creator taunted, asking if she really thought her magic would work. No matter how much potential you seem to have, in the end you're just a couple of second-year students. The dark energy inside the tree quickly made it difficult for Solia to breathe. The black mist invaded her mind as if her thoughts were being corroded. Suddenly, a small tree with a grin appeared inside the giant tree, offering Solia a proposal. The creature claimed it could help her restore the fallen Arcanant family. Solia was frightened upon hearing the offer. The owner of the grin on the tree continued to attack Solia mentally while demotivating her. You've struggled hard, lost everything suddenly, and then entered the academy, didn't you? You fought tooth and nail, but now you're reaching your limit, right? I have the power to easily revive your family. Isn't this an offer you can't refuse? With her mind completely dominated, Solia's eyes became empty as she thought about her family. At that moment, Adela shouted at the young girl, "Are you crazy? Get a grip! Do you think you're the only one who's had a hard life?" Adela glared at the grin and asked why it had targeted Solia first. She confronted the wooden creature, saying she had noticed its mental manipulation. Adela showed that she was aware that the one controlling the tree was using mental magic, and that the fact she could keep her mind clear within the black mist proved she was indeed a talented student. When confronted, the grin on the tree decided to make the same offer to Adela. At that moment, the young girl got what she wanted. If the enemy shifted its magic to attack her, Solia would be able to regain her senses. Looking at Solia, Adela understood that this magic exploited the target's desires and corrupted them. Therefore, she was confident that if she managed to resist with sheer willpower, they could overcome the situation. Looking at Adela, the smiling tree tried to figure out her desire. Adela attempted to provoke the tree so that it would focus on her instead of Solia, stating that she wouldn't make any deals with a rotten tree. She begged Solia to wake up quickly as she was buying time for her friend to prepare her magic. Staring at the tree, Adela continued to provoke it. By the way, there must be a true form behind this tree. Why do you keep hiding? Stop barking from behind this tree and show yourself already, or are you afraid to reveal yourself in front of a few students? Hearing Adela's words, the tree couldn't believe her. Generating a strong, dark energy, it attacked the young girl, stating that facing such power was all she deserved. Adela closed her eyes in the face of the attack directed at her. She knew she couldn't dodge it as she was tied up. She silently pleaded for someone to save her. At that moment, a light magic was invoked, and a beam of light fell from the sky, shattering the vines that bound Adela and the attack that was aimed at her. Seeing the light magic, Adela wondered if it had been Solia's doing. However, the girl was still under mental control. Looking to the side, Adela noticed that the boy with caramel-colored hair was helping Solia stay upright. At that moment, someone approached Adela and thanked her. Thanks for the hint about his weakness, it worked perfectly. Looking up, Adela saw Han Si-ha with his small dragon perched on his head. Adela was surprised to see the protagonist, curious to know how he had found where they were being held, and how he had cast such powerful light magic. Helping Adela to her feet, the protagonist joked, saying that she talked a lot for someone who had been kidnapped. At that moment, the boy with caramel-colored hair, who was with the protagonist, explained to Adela that they had used basic light magic and amplified it with a magic magnifying glass he possessed. Seeing Adela stand up, the protagonist asked if she was okay. Not wanting to appear weak, she replied that she was perfectly fine. Seeing her response, the protagonist drew a sword and handed it to Adela, telling her to go ahead and fight. With the sword being handed to her, Adela was surprised at how things were unfolding. Adela looked at the sword in her hands, realizing it was the practice sword she used to train with. The protagonist stated that, knowing her temperament, he was sure she would want to land a few good hits on their captor. The protagonist then recalled the trouble Adela used to cause when wielding a sword, asking if she still didn't mind being buried alive while swinging the blade. Adela sighed, trying not to set high expectations for what to expect from Han Si-ha. Gripping the sword, she affirmed that was exactly what she wanted, and since the opponent was a dark magic user, she had even less reason to hold back. As Adela drew her sword, a man in a dark cloak began to appear, laughing. His laughter soon turned into a furious glare as he faced the protagonist and the others. The protagonist asked why the man was looking at them like that, wondering if he should burn his other eye as well. Calling the group of students pathetic brats, the dark mage summoned several vines with his dark magic. He used these vines to block the path at the top of the tree. Seeing this, the protagonist realized that the mage was trying to create a terrain completely favorable to him. A large amount of dark energy returned to the mage, being absorbed by him. With all his power restored, he attacked the protagonist. A wave of evil mist surged at the protagonist, trying to affect his mind in the same way it had with Solia, and attempted to do with Adela. Man seemed to know who Han Si-ha was. A useless insect, abandoned even by your own family, a complete failure who couldn't graduate. Despite trying to resist, you're even more compatible with dark magic, aren't you? The protagonist felt the mage's whispers gnawing at his mind. It made him wonder if this was what they called mind control magic, given how unpleasant it was. However, what the protagonist did next surprised the dark mage. He broke free from the spell. The mage had been using fragments of Han Si-ha's memories to speak to him, but that kind of magic didn't affect him. The protagonist sighed as he fanned himself, dissipating all the dark mist around him. The dark mage was desperate, questioning how his mind control magic hadn't worked, since the conditions were perfect. The protagonist smirked wickedly at the man, explaining the reason. That's because you're weak and I'm not. Being belittled, the mage gritted his teeth as he cursed. The mage had already fused with the tree, as if it had become a part of him. According to the protagonist's memories of the story, the grotesquely massive baobab was actually a hybrid created by dark mages by modifying a healthy sapling. It enhanced mental magic, making it a perfect match for the mind control spells of dark mages. However, dealing with such a situation wasn't too difficult. Like most psychic monsters, they had low durability despite their abilities. Looking at Adela, who was handling the vines and dark energy, the protagonist wanted to confirm with her if the tree was indeed weak to light. With Adela's confirmation, he reminded her that trees were also weak to fire. Adela didn't understand what Han Si-ha meant, but at that moment, the protagonist summoned Basilisk, his small dragon. The dark mage anticipated what was about to happen and tried to cast a dark spell to protect himself, but the little dragon in the protagonist's arms unleashed a blast of fire. The fire clashed with the dark magic-infused vines created by the mage, causing a massive explosion. The explosion threw the protagonist backward, slamming his back against the wall of the giant baobab while he protected Basil. The protagonist was instantly worried about the small dragon, but saw that holding it close to him had reduced the impact, which was a relief. Taking advantage of the protagonist's distraction, the dark mage attacked. The protagonist was surprised to see several vines and branches lunging at him, but now he was no longer fighting alone. A sword slash defended the protagonist, cutting through the vines. Looking up, still seated, the protagonist saw a girl telling him to get up. Adela looked back, stating that Han Si-ha now owed her a favor. Both the protagonist and Basil sighed, relieved after the shock of the sudden attack. At that moment, Adela called his attention again. She announced that she would do her best to cut the tree's vines, while Han Si-ha and Basil should attack the mage with a strong blow to end the fight. Adela saw that Solia was recovering, but everyone there was still a student who needed to graduate, while their opponent was a powerful dark mage, making the situation utterly insane. However, looking at the protagonist, Adela said she felt confident that he knew how to end the mess. Smiling, she asked him if she was right. Not long after, it started to rain. The dark mage wondered why it was raining, and whether this was the students' doing, finding it strange that they would make it rain right after attacking him with fire. He assumed it must have been a spell that had gone wrong. After all, he was fighting children. The dark mage attacked the protagonist's group again, grateful for the clouds that would darken the environment, hindering light and favoring him once more. The mage's vines quickly wrapped around the protagonist's feet, making him believe this would secure his victory. But the protagonist smiled, not believing the mage had fallen into the trap. The mage didn't understand what the protagonist meant, but in the next moment, he saw him draw something from his back. The protagonist pulled out a staff and pressed it against the vines, casting a lightning spell. The electricity quickly conducted through the vines, which were connected to the mage who had merged with the tree. Thanks to the rain, the electrical power amplified far beyond expectations, electrocuting the dark mage completely. The protagonist shielded himself momentarily from the bright lightning before looking back toward the mage. The mage was still alive, though the entire tree was charred and his power was waning. He couldn't believe such a simple spell could have caused so much damage to him. The mage didn't understand why his mind control spell hadn't worked, and thus placed all the blame on the protagonist. Hearing the mage start to speak, the protagonist realized what was happening. The cliché of the villain's speech after losing a battle was about to begin. The dark mage murmured some words that caught the protagonist's attention. He mentioned that he needed to find the cube as soon as possible. The protagonist tried to question the mage about what he meant by the cube, but only saw him slowly dissipate into the air like smoke. The protagonist was certain he had heard about the cube before, something that had been mentioned in the original story. At that moment, Solia, who had managed to recover, walked up to the protagonist and called out to him. She tucked her hair behind her ear as she praised the command strategies Han Si-ha had just demonstrated, asking for some time to talk. At the girl's request to talk, the protagonist revealed that he had heard a lot about her and thanked her. Solia quickly dismissed the protagonist's thanks, stating that she should be the one expressing gratitude. She gave all the credit to Han Si-ha, as he was the one who suggested enhancing a simple lightning spell by using the moisture in the environment, and he had made it rain to extinguish the fire inside the tree, reducing the risks. However, the protagonist redirected the credit to her, noting that if she hadn't used her light barrier magic, he would have ended up as fried as the mage. But Solia returned the credit to Han Si-ha, stating that he was the one who had given the order for the defensive spell. Solia knew that creating such a plan in so little time, with the level of judgment and execution of such a daring spell, and showing that he already knew how she used her light magic, was an incredible feat. This made Han Si-ha gain a new perspective in her eyes. At that moment, the protagonist questioned the two girls if they had any idea why the dark mage had kidnapped them. Adela thought for a moment, and stated that, from how the conversation had gone, it seemed he wanted to brainwash them and use them as pawns. Considering this possibility, the protagonist knew that kidnapping two high-level students from Ardal Academy and brainwashing them to use as puppets deserved some credit. Realizing that the dark mages were skilled enough to capture Solia with such mind control magic, the protagonist concluded that he was not strong enough to defeat them alone with just his basic magical power. Looking down, the protagonist saw the one who always helped him, Basilisk, who was looking at him with a worried expression. The protagonist calmed the small dragon, who was visibly distressed by the situation. The little dragon seemed downcast, and the protagonist asked why he felt that way when he had injured his back trying to protect him. Seeing the protagonist's obliviousness, Adela crossed her arms and stated that Basil was worried about him. One, on the other hand, waved his hands and said that despite Han Si-ha being an S-class tamer, he was still oblivious to some things. Listening to the two of them, the protagonist finally understood what was going on. A realization dawned on him, and he grasped the feeling in his chest, the feeling of being bonded with someone. The protagonist had never felt the sense of camaraderie in his previous life, but now, with all the people around him, whether it was Adela, asking to be praised for handling the vines, or 1 for having protected Solia. He was experiencing it for the first time. Stopping to think, the protagonist remembered that one more thing had happened during the kidnapping episode, something present in the original story, and decided to go check it out. Walking outside the great tree, the protagonist moved through a muddy area, like a small swamp. 1 followed him, though he complained, as Han Siha had only said he was going to take a look around. Adela and Solia had decided to rest inside the tree to recover a bit. Although the defeat of the monster tree had removed the toxins, the wild swamp was still not a comfortable place for humans to walk. Even so, there was a reason for the protagonist being there. Ignoring Juan's complaints, the protagonist quickly found the spot he was looking for. It was a hidden place within the academy. In front of him stood a giant stone wall with an opening in the middle, as if it could be opened, concealed by leaves. This place was known as the Hidden Door. Approaching the stone wall, the protagonist placed his hand on the rock. Without much effort, the door opened before his eyes, making 1 extremely excited. Originally, this door hid relics and treasures meant to be found by Ihan, who would come to rescue the exhausted Solia with light magic. However, this time he was 1 step behind. In front of the mountain of treasures, with chests of gold, jewels, and relics, the protagonist declared that now all of it was his, and he could do whatever he wanted with those riches. Walking among the treasures, he muttered to himself that even minor villains needed to survive, and he didn't know when he would find such a fortune again. Unlike the protagonist, who was overtaken by greed, 1 was more concerned about whether those treasures had an owner. The protagonist eased Juan's worries, saying that if there were an owner, they would have long since departed, as the stone relic at the entrance dated back 3 centuries. 1 was excited because this news meant they had gotten lucky. However, he wanted to know how Han Siha knew all this. The protagonist gave a classic excuse, claiming he had learned in history classes that tribes worshipping Cerberus often built statues in those areas. Besides the protagonist, Basilisk also enjoyed the riches, walking slowly over the gold, excited. The protagonist looked at his little dragon and asked what he was doing. Seeing the dragon grab a gold bar, he realized that even the creature knew the value of wealth. Thinking back, the protagonist remembered that Basilisk liked cheese, so perhaps he had a fondness for yellow things. Turning away from 1 and feeling generous, the protagonist told the student to take whatever he wanted, making 1 even more excited. 1 asked 3 more times if he could really take anything, seeking final confirmation. The protagonist didn't mind much, as his goal was something hidden. The protagonist then picked up a small hidden chest, remembering what he had read in the original work. In the grim survival story, where staying alive was more important than merely surviving, power was essential. Therefore, before gold and jewels, it made more sense to seek items that would increase one's power. The chest the protagonist picked up was the same one that should have gone to Ihan after defeating the Dark Wizard in the original story. 1 grew curious about the chest the protagonist had taken and approached to take a look. The protagonist revealed that inside the chest was a magic book. Young 1 was extremely startled when he saw the book's name, as it was a beginner's spellbook of dark magic. 1 immediately asked Han Siha to drop the book, claiming it might be cursed. And when he didn't, 1 questioned whether he still hadn't overcome his fascination with dark magic. The protagonist sighed as he flipped through the book, stating that 1 was wrong in his assumptions. Suddenly, the book glowed with an intense light and floated in the air. The protagonist received a notification that the magic book was synchronizing with his disposition. After the book's adaptation, the protagonist took it again and told 1 to read the title once more. 1 approached, curious, and saw that the book's name had changed. Now the title read, Beginner's Magic Book. The protagonist explained that the book changed according to the user's disposition. In the original story, the Dark Wizards were supposed to have kept this book, which turned out to be an extremely useful find. Even if it only contained basic spells, it was still worth reading. The protagonist smiled, feeling he had hit the jackpot. This was a high-level magic book that recommended necessary spells based on the user's disposition and allowed them to learn the spells instantly, as if it were a scroll. Simply put, it was an opportunity to learn the basic spells that Ardell Academy students had sweated and bled for years to master. Holding the book, the protagonist gave a menacing smile, making 1 uneasy, while thinking that studying always depended on having the right tools. After taking what he wanted, the protagonist called 1 to leave, but the young man made a brief stop to grab 1 more bracelet before they departed. The protagonist also called Basil, who was bathing in gold, to come along, as the others were probably bored from waiting. As he walked toward the exit, the protagonist heard a voice calling out, "Hey, outsider!" He turned to look back into the cave, surprised. The same voice called out again, and glancing around, the protagonist wondered if he was the only one hearing the voice calling him. Suddenly, the book in the protagonist's hand began to glow again. Being called outsider was strange enough to not be mere coincidence, but the change occurring in the book made it even more suspicious. After catching the protagonist's attention, the voice continued speaking to him. "Greetings to the outsider who has crossed worlds. All your actions will change the course of the world." The protagonist was startled by the voice's comment about changing the course force of the world, but he quickly realized what it meant. His thoughtless actions were indeed altering the original storyline. Originally, he wasn't supposed to be there that day. He was meant to be cut from the story. He was a character destined not to survive. There was a book capable of seeing through all legends and sayings. This book was the book of prophecy, the Carmen. The Carmen is an absolute prophetic book. No matter how much someone tries to deny it, everything the book says will inevitably happen. In light of what the book had told him, the protagonist wondered if he should step back now. As an outsider, he should have been isolated, distant from the original events. He questioned whether his own greed had led him to the heart of the academy just to live comfortably. At that moment, the book, glowing with an intense golden light, began overflowing with pages as it spoke to the protagonist. Strange outsider, if this is the destiny given to you, you must not deny it. Accept it. Thus, the trajectory of this world may be changed through you. If you do nothing, the world will walk toward destruction. Faced with this, the protagonist felt dizzy, suddenly powerless. Realizing that the lack of strength was the price of hearing the prophecy, he fainted. Back at the academy, the protagonist woke up and saw Won by his side, complaining about how worried he had been when Han Si-ha suddenly passed out. The protagonist apologized, easing some of Won's discontent. Showing that he was fine, he asked to be left to rest alone. Won agreed and left, saying he would visit a few stores or something like that. The protagonist smiled in thanks, but his smile quickly turned into a complicated expression, reflecting his thoughts. He knew that the actions he had taken up until now had caused a small butterfly effect. The protagonist of the original story might end up failing, or the Dark Mages might win the war, which would eventually lead to the fall of the Ardell Empire. In a destroyed world, the protagonist knew he wouldn't survive. This was also the worst possible scenario for him. He sighed, lamenting that he had initially thought he could live peacefully on the sidelines of the story. Now he was about to mess up his own fate, just as he had in his past life. Getting involved in matters he shouldn't have in his past life had caused the protagonist to gain numerous unnecessary enemies, being betrayed, humiliated, and thrown into the gutter. He didn't want to live like that again, and he had wished with all his desperation that it wouldn't be the case. If the world truly were to end because of him, even though he tried to pretend he didn't know, the protagonist still felt a pain in his heart. Sitting on the bed in the infirmary, the protagonist continued to think, gazing out the window. He sighed and wondered why he was sitting there, knowing that he would face these same thoughts when a similar situation arose. He then concluded that he was the only one who knew about the main story that would unfold in the Worksil Academy, because he was the possessed one, the outsider. But soon he abandoned that thought. He was neither. He was just himself, with his own nature. When it was revealed at the academy that the mentor behind the kidnapping was a dark mage, the academy made sure to keep the incident a secret. The academy praised both the protagonist and Won for bravely rescuing Solia and Adela, even though they had left the academy without permission. In the end, the protagonist ended up drawing attention once again. Moreover, something else happened. The day after leaving the infirmary, news bombarded the protagonist. The students of his class were required to do a group project. A group project could always be summed up as a bus driver and his free passengers. There was always that one person who didn't want to do their part for some reason, leaving all the research, preparation, and presentation to what was known as the group's driver. In addition to the troublemakers, the protagonist remembered partnering up with those who didn't care about the work, didn't put in any effort, and just copied whatever information they could. In the end, he had experienced several disappointments with these partnerships. Recalling the story of Sil Academy, the protagonist remembered how the work showed that group projects were harder than any monster hunting, as most of the story focused on group practical magic tasks. Thinking about the first test in the story, the protagonist knew that the group's goal was to return with an item from each dungeon. The higher the level of the explored dungeon, the more bonuses would be obtained. But since the test period was very short, failure meant one thing: failure. Professor Grint explained that he was excited to see everyone demonstrate excellent teamwork and stated that the formation of the groups would be left to the students themselves. When the students realized they would have to form their own groups, they became desperate. Professor Grint then gave them 10 minutes to quickly organize themselves into groups. The protagonist yawned, facing something so boring. He hoped a group of responsible members would roll over to him. Suddenly, someone pulled the protagonist out of his precious yawn by calling his name. The protagonist of the original story was asking Han Si-ha if he would like to be in the same group as him. Not only the protagonist, but also other students who witnessed the scene were surprised, wondering if Ian was inviting Han Si-ha to his group because he had received a good grade in taming. The protagonist asked Ihan just to confirm if he was really inviting him to the group project. Ihan smiled, confirming his request, but the protagonist's response shattered his reality. Stating that it would be too problematic, he rejected the offer. Having his invitation turned down wounded Ihan's pride, as if an arrow had struck his chest. Sometime later, after class, the protagonist gathered with Won and Adela in his room. Won was crying, asking how Han Si-ha could reject someone so easily, while Adela called him heartless. Won expressed his surprise, stating that Han Si-ha hadn't just rejected someone who wanted him in his group, but rather a genius who desired his presence. He asked why he would reject it, especially since having Ihan by his side would guarantee a victory. The protagonist used the same excuse as before, saying it would be too troublesome. He mentioned that the three of them, Won, Adela, and Solia, could feel comfortable because they had already worked with Ihan before. Internally, the protagonist knew that wasn't the real reason. He was actually scared because he didn't know what would happen if he got involved with the main character of the story. Desperately trying to change the subject, the protagonist commented on everyone wearing the new uniforms, avoiding talking about Ihan. Won was quickly drawn to the new topic, commenting on the uniforms. He explained that the ties and robes were different for each department starting in the second year. Natural sciences wore red, the magic department wore blue, necromancy wore green, and theology wore purple. He arranged his tie elegantly, while the two girls commented on how wearing matching clothes made it seem like they were really on the same team. The protagonist sighed. No matter how smart the main characters of this story were, they were still children, as they seemed so happy about something so trivial. The protagonist interrupted the conversation, stating that they needed to decide which dungeon to conquer. He then suggested a B-level dungeon called the Haunted Forest. He was then asked if it wouldn't be worth aiming for a high score by choosing a more difficult dungeon, like an A-ranked dungeon. The protagonist replied that it made sense, but there was another factor. He asked if they remembered that the score was determined by the item they brought back, and said that, in fact, there was an S-level item hidden in the Haunted Forest dungeon. This sudden information surprised the whole group. They quickly realized how incredible this was, because if they managed to obtain such an item, they could defeat all the other groups, as seeking additional rewards could be exactly what Professor Grint was trying to encourage them to do. One was curious about how the protagonist found so much useful information that he himself didn't know, and the protagonist replied that he could call it reading between the lines. With that, everyone agreed to go to the dungeon suggested by the protagonist. Of course, the hidden reward in this dungeon had originally been found by Ihan in the third year, in the original story. But since the protagonist was no longer just an observer but the driver of this world's destiny, he wanted to make some preparations. The group decided to prepare and meet in 2 days. Deep within the Ardell Academy, passing through dark corridors, a group of students, more resembling troublemakers, had gathered. One of the students commented to their leader that they had obtained the information that the dungeon chosen by the students they were watching was the B-level dungeon, the Haunted Forest. The group leader placed his hand on his chin, thought for a moment, and said that the situation couldn't be more perfect. Removing his hood and giving a sinister smile, he said that it might be a good idea to establish some groundwork in that very place ahead of time. The day to enter the dungeon quickly arrived. While most dungeon entrances were located in the outer areas of the academy, the Haunted Forest dungeon had to be accessed through the Ardell Academy library. As they walked through the dark corridors of the library, the protagonist mentioned that there was a rumor about ghosts escaping from the dungeon and wandering around the library at night when the barrier was weak. Alarmed, Adela tried to brush off the idea but still glanced around nervously. The protagonist reaffirmed that he was telling the truth. At that moment, Adela jumped, noticing a person in one of the library corners, making her scream, thinking it was a ghost. The young man in the corner of the library had a vacant expression, but stated that he was just a normal person, though ghosts did indeed exist, as they were a type of monster. While Solia tried to calm Adela, the protagonist questioned the student about who he was. Noticing the color of the student's tie, the protagonist realized that he wasn't a student of magic and asked why he was there. The young man introduced himself with a calm smile, claiming to be a first-year student named Usher Barton. He said he was there to enter the dungeon with the group. The protagonist was surprised, and hearing the young man's name, he felt it was familiar. After thinking for a moment, he recalled that Usher Barton was a prodigy with extraordinary talent in divination magic, a student admired by the second-year theology department. Usher asked to join the protagonist group in the dungeon, swearing that he wouldn't be a burden. The protagonist tried to imagine what would happen if someone like him insisted on joining the magical class's dungeon attack. He studied Usher closely and asked if the young man had seen something. Usher looked startled by the question, surprised. Seeing Usher's reaction, the protagonist realized he was right. He then asked the young man if his assumption was correct, meaning that he had a specific goal and would need to follow the group to achieve it. At that moment, a girl approached the protagonist's group. "Oh, you shouldn't be so quick to distrust people. If you're going into the haunted forest after that dusty shelf, he'll be quite helpful, right? Since he can see ghosts." At the girl's sudden appearance, Adela got scared a second time that night. Seeing that she had startled someone, the girl apologized. She then introduced herself, making a victory sign with her fingers, saying she was Yoon Ha-yul, a second-year theology student, and Usher's guardian. Yoon Ha-yul then revealed that just as Han Si-ha had suspected, during a divination magic practice session, Usher had seen something, and ever since, he had insisted on following Han Si-ha. It was the first time a normally quiet child had reacted so strongly, so Ha-yul, who personally taught Usher, got permission from a professor to accompany him. The protagonist gave Ha-yul a dark look, stating that he didn't care, but questioning if she was going to interfere with his business, like a spy from another team trying to sabotage their mission. Ha-yul reassured the protagonist, saying that the real reason she became Usher's guardian was because of him. The protagonist was curious about the reason behind Ha-yul's comment, but she soon told him. With a bright look in her eyes, the girl revealed the most unlikely thing possible. Han Si-ha! You're totally my type! The protagonist was stunned to hear such a thing. Ha-yul seemed delighted as she spoke about her feelings. The moment you were assigned to the magic department, our eyes met, and I just knew. Your slightly upturned eyes, your slightly messy brown hair, and that sly smile. That's totally the type of guy I think is handsome. I always welcome opportunities to get closer to handsome guys like that. The protagonist felt as though his soul had left his body upon hearing Ha-yul's declaration. One, standing behind the protagonist, explained that Yoon Ha-yul was famous not only for being from the theology department, but also for being a collector of handsome guys. One stated that since the haunted forest dungeon they were heading to was a place filled with dark energy, having theology students with them didn't seem like a bad idea. Solia also agreed with one, which made the protagonist frustrated. Seeing that everyone was agreeing with her, Ha-yul became excited, urging everyone to enter the dungeon. To access the haunted forest dungeon, it was necessary to pull a specific book from one of the bookshelves. As soon as this was done, a light shone from the empty spot where the book had been. The light spilled through the bookshelf opening, forming a large portal in front of them. The portal to the haunted forest. Basil's eyes widened in fear as he watched the portal being formed, as the only dungeon he had experienced so far was the slime dungeon. The protagonist picked up the little dragon to avoid any initial confusion. Holding Basil in his arms, the protagonist confidently led the group toward the dungeon. Inside the dungeon, explosions were happening all around due to the magic the group used to attack the monsters. The protagonist commanded Adela and the others to move in coordination, advancing with more efficiency. The protagonist sighed as he observed the battle. He wasn't surprised that Grint placed so much emphasis on teamwork and group activities. The group received 2 special items upon entering the dungeon, 2 blindfolds. Without these items, they wouldn't be able to see the ghost monsters inside the dungeon at all. Therefore, if anyone in the group was too ambitious for individual points or didn't cooperate well, the group could be defeated before even encountering a monster. Because of this, the protagonist had already decided in advance who would wear the blindfolds before entering the dungeon. The group entrusted their sight to Adela and one, who had high mobility. Meanwhile, Solia, who was stronger against dark monsters, and Basil, who had high firepower, took on the responsibility of quickly eliminating the smaller monsters. The protagonist also used his magic to create arrows and destroy small ghosts. This was a perfect plan. Ha-yul, who was watching the battle alongside Usher, commented on how amazing the protagonist's group was, handling the monsters without even the help of the theology students. Usher, however, said that what was most impressive was Han Si-ha, because even without any theology lessons or special items, he could effortlessly track the movement of the ghosts. It was like a warrior advancing into battle with his eyes blindfolded. Seeing all of this made Usher certain that the revelation he had heard the other day was not wrong. He had seen that the outcast from the magic department would be the one to save the world. Suddenly, Usher noticed something and shouted to warn the protagonist, "Sunbae Han Si-ha! A powerful energy is coming from the right side." The protagonist quickly turned to see what was happening. From the side where Usher had warned, a strong amount of evil energy was overflowing, flooding the haunted forest. The protagonist felt a sense of disgust coming from the mist, a tension that made him feel as if he was facing a horde of monsters. The protagonist then realized what was happening. The dungeon's boss monster had appeared early for some reason. It was a monster that resembled death itself, a hooded skeleton carrying a scythe of death. The boss of the haunted forest had the ability to read the memories of its opponents and inflict mental damage. Furthermore, it had been Solia and the protagonist who had decided to attack the boss. Seeing the monster appear, Adela asked the protagonist and Solia if they were ready. Although it hadn't been intentional, the protagonist had already overcome the same attack from the dungeon boss before. The monster imbued its scythe with dark energy, launching an attack at those in front of it. The speed of the attack was so fast that it reached the protagonist before he could react. The protagonist tried to calm himself. He knew that the attack he had suffered wasn't physical, so there was no need to be afraid. He just needed to ignore the voices in his head and prevent his mind from falling asleep. Trying to stay alert, the protagonist found himself in an unfamiliar place. not knowing where he was. In this place, he felt a strange sensation, as if he couldn't feel anything. It was a space filled with darkness, an emptiness where nothing existed. The protagonist walked through the empty space, not knowing where to go. He wondered if the mental attack he had suffered was similar to the final ability of a high-level ghost monster, an attack called Empty Chamber. As he walked through the chamber, the protagonist wondered where the others were, and suddenly a voice answered him. "You sentenced them, you bastard!" The protagonist turned to see where the voice was coming from, startled by what he saw. A person apologizing while the voice continued, "If you couldn't do this, you should have just backed down. Why did you have to act so rigidly?" Looking in the direction of that person, the protagonist realized that it was himself, in a memory from his past life. Looking back, the protagonist realized that the person standing before him was himself, a memory from his past. Observing his own figure, he smiled, seeing that after so much time, he remained the same. The voice echoing in the empty chamber was directed at the protagonist's memory, who was dressed in hospital clothes, calling him pathetic. During his time as an intern, the protagonist went through a difficult phase, during which many people spoke ill of him. Some accused him of betraying a senior, while others avoided him, calling him crazy. The protagonist never regretted what he did, as he believed that, at the time, it was the only possible action. The person he had reported was a psychopath disguised as a doctor, involved in nearly abusive medical practices that harmed many innocent lives. Because of this, the protagonist exposed his crimes to the professors, undergraduate students, and university hospitals. However, due to the powerful connections and superior status of his target, what happened next was inevitable. The medical field was small, and no matter which hospital the protagonist went to for his internship, everyone avoided him, calling him a snitch. Even though he was recognized as a genius, all he received were criticisms and insults for ruining the career of a senior who was revered by many. That was how the incident happened. On a day when he needed to perform several surgeries, the protagonist was late despite the nurse's urgent calls. He couldn't continue because his hands were shaking uncontrollably. Even when he tried to calm down, the tremors wouldn't stop. The hospital directors were outraged to see that a veterinarian couldn't operate due to the tremors and decided to bar him from entering any operating room again. After evaluations, it was discovered that the tremors were caused by repressed emotions. In a meeting with the hospital director, he explained that the doctors had said the issue couldn't be resolved immediately and that the protagonist would need to be monitored. He fell into a state of depression, questioning how he had reached this point as just an intern. From then on, rumors and criticism began to spread throughout the hospitals. Even as one of the best students, he came to be seen as pathetic in the eyes of others. While continuing to be diminished under the stares and comments of others, with each passing day, the protagonist felt as if his sanity was being drained. Thus, he left the hospital of his own accord. Surprisingly weak and incompetent, that was how Han Si-ha was known, the intern doctor with the same name as Han Si-ha from Academy. Faced with these memories, the protagonist belittled himself. He thought he had done better this time, but it still didn't seem to be enough. Suddenly, in the empty chamber, a light shone from an opening in the ceiling. The protagonist was surprised when a small, cute red dragon appeared through this opening, calling for him. The protagonist was shocked. This was an artificial space created by the mental attack magic of the dungeon monster. This made him wonder how Basilisk had managed to find this mental space of someone. The little dragon jumped into the protagonist's arms. A mental connection was established between them as the dragon confidently conveyed a message. The protagonist finally understood the situation. There was a magical connection between the hearts of wizards and tamed monsters. He could vaguely sense that the little creature had also been able to feel his negative emotions and past anxieties and had come to rescue him. The protagonist embraced Basilisk, asking how such a tiny creature could be so emotional. Feeling the protagonist's affection, Basil hugged him back, very happy. At that moment, Han Si-ha understood the reason for his past actions. He had not made the report because he disliked the arrogant senior or wanted to start a childish rebellion. He couldn't betray his own sense of justice, which wanted to save injured animals because he wanted to protect them. Lifting the little dragon up, the protagonist thanked him for rescuing him and clearing his mind. Basil suddenly started trying to point in a direction, as if telling the protagonist there was something over there. The little dragon began waving his arms, agitated to show the protagonist what he wanted. Looking where Basil had pointed, the protagonist was incredulous. Looking in that direction, the protagonist found the hidden item he had come to seek in the haunted forest dungeon, a lantern inside a giant heart. The protagonist approached the lantern while carrying Basil in his arms. He remembered that the name of this hidden item inside the dungeon monster was the Phantom Lantern. Amazingly, such an item was actually the monster's core, its heart. The protagonist then realized that to defeat the monster and leave that chamber, all he needed to do was destroy it. The protagonist asked Basil to help him again. The small dragon enveloped itself in flames, preparing its attack. The protagonist also got ready, conjuring several arrows. The two then combined their attacks. The protagonist cast the triple arrow spell while the little dragon unleashed its breath of fire. The attack quickly hit the target, destroying the monster's heart. The phantom lantern floated toward the protagonist, who grabbed it without hesitation. Confident, he cursed the monster, calling it a bastard, thus ending the film of his past. The protagonist smiled as he looked at the lantern. He knew that, despite everything, he hadn't changed his convictions, neither in the past nor now. When the protagonist left the chamber, Adela looked worried. She mentioned that Solia had left a long time ago, and both were restless since he had been inside the boss monster for so long. One was also excited, asking the protagonist if he had really defeated the boss monster. The protagonist confirmed, showing something. Above his hand, an illusory window appeared, informing them that they had successfully conquered the haunted forest. Upon seeing this, one became even more excited. Solia looked at the item in the protagonist's hand and asked if that was the secret item. One also examined the lantern, revealing that at first he thought Han Si-ha was just bluffing, since normally the chance of finding a hidden item in a dungeon was extremely low. Solia then brought her hand to her chin, commenting that something was strange. She noted that they had thought they could withstand the boss's mental attack, but in reality they couldn't. Han Si-ha was there to confirm it, as he had seen the void chamber. Hearing this, one was surprised, as this didn't seem like a typical ability of a grade B dungeon boss. One placed his hand close to the lantern and stated that many things were strange now that he started to think about it. He revealed that he felt much more magical power coming from the lantern than a hidden item would normally have. One's words aligned with the protagonist's thoughts. At that moment, he remembered something and asked the others where Yoon Ha-yul and Usher Barton were. Solia realized that she had forgotten about them too, while Juan was alarmed since the two had been with them just a moment ago. At that moment, some voices echoed behind the protagonist's group, saying that the two they were looking for were there with them. The group turned and came face to face with a hooded group. Ha-yul and Usher had been captured and were trapped in giant vines. The leader of the group of kidnappers was irritated, stating that if the annoying theology duo hadn't interfered to save them, they would have only knocked the two out. But their actions had enraged him. A hooded person beside the leader asked a question, wondering if this didn't actually mean that there would be more sacrifices. The protagonist became alert upon hearing the word sacrifices, and then understood what was happening. Around this time, the group necromancy project should also be starting. The demonic necromancy project. The leader of the group in front of them was Seymour Parker, the head of the second-year necromancy students. The young man removed his hood, revealing his face, and stated that he had originally planned to capture the protagonist's group after they had been drained by the boss monster, but seeing how things were unfolding, he would have to deal with them personally. Before doing anything, Seymour called out to Han Si-ha. Pointing to a few people, he said, "You were quite close to them in the first year, weren't you? Even though you're now enjoying yourself with the magic students, we all know the truth in your heart. So, I'll give you the chance to prove your true feelings. Hand over the group behind you." The group from the magic department working alongside the protagonist was scared, while Seymour Parker was confident that the protagonist would hand them over and come to him. Faced with such a situation, the protagonist smiled defiantly, internally calling the man crazy and thinking that if this was how he wanted to do things, he was ready to handle it. Seymour wanted the protagonist to join him, as this would practically guarantee the success of their project. He revealed that most of the preparations had already been completed, and they only needed to meet the remaining conditions. The protagonist grew curious and asked what Seymour was planning. Seymour then revealed that he needed his help, as the necromancy department had been lacking people since Han Si-ha had transferred to the magic department. The protagonist made a guess that shocked the magic department group. He asked if Seymour's project was related to demon summoning. Adela was the most surprised to hear about demon summoning. Preparing such dark magic within the academy was going too far, even for necromancy students. While watching the protagonist talk to Seymour, Adela recalled that up until their first year, Han Si-ha had been in the same group as Seymour Parker. Adela felt as though her stomach had been punched. She didn't want to believe that Han Si-ha was still associating with necromancers, even after joining the magic department, and wondered if the time Han Si-ha defeated the dark mage within the baobab tree was just to make them let their guard down. Adela desperately hoped Han Si-ha would prove her thoughts wrong. However, Adela clearly heard Han Si-ha's words. Summoning magic, huh? The conditions would be quite restrictive, but it's not impossible. So, should I help? Seymour was thrilled to hear the protagonist's words, as he had always believed Han Si-ha was on their side. The protagonist then listed some ingredients: pig's blood, a bundle of straw, ogre scales, the root of a demonic tree, and we need a suitable suitable vessel. Hearing the recipe, Seymour revealed that he had already prepared everything and was only there to get the vessel. Adela was terrified by how naturally the conversation flowed between the two. She then questioned them about what they meant by the vessel. Seymour looked at Adela with disdain, stating that a low-level mage should at least know what they were talking about. He gave a wicked smile and revealed that for a demon summoning, the possession ability of a demon was absolutely necessary. Seymour asked if Adela really thought they had set up the dungeon just to capture them. Contrary to Adela's expectations, he stated that the stronger the mage, the better they would be as a vessel for a summoning. Seymour then looked towards Solia, saying it would be even better if the vessel had a sacred lineage. Han Si-ha praised Seymour for his choice, as his group possessed the perfect vessel. Seymour smiled at the compliment, commenting that he had already expected to communicate well with Han Si-ha. He then extended his hand to shake the protagonists, stating that they should work together again. However, the moment Han Si-ha shook Seymour's hand, he cast a spell, Electrify. Lightning surged from the protagonist's hand, striking Seymour and electrocuting him. Seymour fell to the ground on his backside, startled. His body was still trembling from the shock he had received, and he asked Han Si-ha what the hell he was doing. The protagonist gave Seymour a dark look. "Did you really think I would work with you? Because of you, I almost got caught before. Your plan was good, but you forgot a few things. First, you trusted me too much. Second, you underestimated yourself too much." As he spoke, the protagonist gave Seymour a look of disdain and drew his wand. Seymour slowly got up, asking the protagonist if he dared to betray him. Dark magic began to flow from Seymour, who asked Han Si-ha if he was now going against them because he had been assigned to the magic department. Seymour was furious with the protagonist and attacked him with black magic. He now wanted to turn Han Si-ha into a sacrifice. Seymour's attack exploded swiftly at the protagonist, who hastily defended himself from the magic that reached him so quickly, but still sent him flying. Adela ran towards the protagonist, asking if he was okay. Seeing that Han Si-ha was unharmed, she felt relieved. The protagonist was touched by Adela, who, despite having trained with him for such a short time, immediately ran to check if he was all right. The protagonist smiled and asked why she was worried. Adela didn't want to admit that she was concerned about him, and replied that she was only worried he was truly thinking of deviating towards dark magic again. Adela gave an ironic smile and stated that if Han Si-ha really was joining dark magic, she would strike him down on the spot. The protagonist smiled, relieved that Adela wasn't against him. Beside the protagonist, Adela commented that the Electrify spell hadn't made Seymour faint, which meant he must be quite strong. The protagonist agreed with her, as he knew that people usually fainted after being hit by the Electrify spell. But this also showed why Seymour Parker was the main villain. Seymour Parker was a character who had grown to rival the protagonist of the original story, which is why Han Si-ha knew he had to give his best. The protagonist then asked Adela for her help. He wanted her and Solia to take care of the other necromancers who were with Seymour, as it was clear that Seymour was now targeting him. Adela hurriedly ran to join Solia, accepting the protagonist's command. Seymour quickly used another dark magic spell to attack the protagonist, who defended himself by creating a small shield to block the blow. However, Seymour's attack was powerful enough to create cracks in the protagonist's shield. Han Si-ha cursed Seymour, wondering why he was so strong even without having reached his full potential, realizing the difference between the two. Seymour, a villain, and himself, merely a supporting character. Seeing that the protagonist was distracted, Seymour seized the opportunity to attack again. Using another spell, Seymour knocked the protagonist's wand from his hand. Seymour approached Han Si-ha, gripping his neck. "You better think carefully about your position, Han Si-ha. You're becoming quite famous, and you already know a lot about our plan. Wouldn't it be better if we took you out of the picture now?" The protagonist clenched his teeth at the threat. It seemed it wouldn't be easy to go against the flow of the original story, especially since he knew from the start that Seymour was an opponent he couldn't defeat. However, Han Si-ha knew there could be a variable in this fight, like a small fire dragon that suddenly appeared, breathing fire at Seymour's back. Seymour looked behind him as he felt the heat approaching, but he wasn't quick enough to prevent his clothes from catching fire. Freed thanks to Basil, the protagonist thanked him for saving him once again, while Seymour cursed the small dragon. The protagonist looked in Basil's direction, seeing a notification above his head. The small dragon had evolved to level 10 and unlocked a new ability. Basilisk had unlocked the Fire Spike ability, which summoned a pillar of fire to strike targets and creatures around him, sparing allies. The protagonist was impressed to see Basilisk evolve at such an opportune moment. The protagonist's eyes lit up with joy at the perfect timing. He approached the small dragon, their eyes showing the mental connection between them. Understanding what the protagonist wanted, the small basilisk used his new ability. A pillar of flames shot up into the sky, startling one, who called Han Si-ha crazy for using fire and lightning in the middle of a forest. Solia quickly raised a light shield as the protagonist had requested, to prevent their group from being turned into toast. At that moment, Han Si-ha fell to his knees. He hadn't expected the spell he cast to drain him so much. Moreover, Basilisk seemed to be out of control, causing Han Si-ha to struggle with the amount of power his pet was expending. Amidst the flames, Seymour stood up, surprised to realize that Han Si-ha was a tamer. However, he declared that others might fall for that trick, but he would not. The protagonist was incredulous to see that Seymour was unharmed, comparing him to a cockroach that survived any adversity. Seymour pointed his wand at the protagonist, making a vow. "Even if I fall in this forest today, I will make sure to take you down with me, you traitorous bastard." The tip of Seymour's wand began to release an immense amount of dark energy. At this, the protagonist's eyes widened. However, before Seymour could cast his spell, a thud was heard, and then he fell. In the spot where Seymour had previously stood, a girl was now standing. The protagonist wondered what was happening, as the girl who had knocked Seymour down was also wearing a necromancy student's cloak. The girl was holding an enchanted shovel, and her cheeks were flushed. She said she was glad she wasn't too late and happy to have her personal defense shovel that her father had made. The girl pulled back her hood, revealing her golden hair tied in 2 braids, and asked if Han Si-ha was okay. Looking at the blonde-haired girl, the protagonist recognized her and wondered how she had ended up there as well. After being saved by the blonde-haired girl, the protagonist fainted from exhaustion. When he woke up, the situation was quickly resolved. The Black Magic and Necromancy Club was temporarily suspended. Yoon Ha-yul, Usher, and the members of the protagonist group were given some time to rest and recover. As for the protagonist group project, nothing unexpected happened. On the day the grades were revealed, Professor Grint gave them the highest score. They became the only group to earn a perfect score in Professor Grint's class. That night, Adela was the most excited, even bothering the protagonist with her outburst of happiness. Many students were surprised to learn that the protagonist group had found a secret item and began associating this with Han Si-ha, someone who had become famous for rejecting Li Han. After going through such busy days, the protagonist headed to the Academy's underground prison. The prisoner the protagonist was visiting revealed that he had been curious to know who was visiting him. Upon seeing that it was actually Han Si-ha, Seymour gave a tired smile. Seymour Parker was irritated, asking the protagonist if he had come to see him cry in prison. However, the protagonist asked Seymour to calm down, assuring him that he would leave the prison intact. Seymour gritted his teeth, asking what Han Si-ha was talking about. The protagonist then commented that he knew Seymour was a noble, and that his family would not just sit idly by and allow their precious and noble heir to remain imprisoned. Han Si-ha raised the possibility that in fact Seymour's family might let him stay there, since he had dishonored the family with his actions. Seymour became even more enraged, grabbing the prison bars and trying to rip them out, furious at what Han Si-ha had said. Seymour seemed on the verge of losing his mind. He wanted to know why Han Si-ha had visited him and demanded that the protagonist get to the point. The protagonist then smiled and handed Seymour something. He passed a piece of paper to the prisoner, who looked at the paper with curiosity while the protagonist walked away. The protagonist revealed that soon Seymour's father would be there to rescue him, as he couldn't simply let his only son tarnish the family name. The protagonist asked Seymour if it wasn't true that his family was known for coldly expelling anyone who stained their honor, questioning what would happen to Seymour now. Provoked by the very name of his family, Seymour gritted his teeth. The protagonist smiled, pleased to have reached his goal. Seymour was truly just a child. He wasn't afraid to be involved with dark magic, but he was terrified of being disowned by his family. Seymour then began reading the paper handed to him by the protagonist, surprised. Seeing the surprise in his eyes, the protagonist commented that this was the favor he would grant Seymour. If the situation worsened, he should use the letter in his hands. Seymour began to tremble as he read the letter. The protagonist remarked that it was a letter stating that Seymour had been blackmailed by the Dark Mage Group. Obviously, the letter was fake, but the Dark Mage symbols had been correctly drawn, so it should appear real enough. Seymour smiled in disbelief, as the letter in his hands was perfectly convincing. The protagonist turned his back on Seymour, stating that with the letter, his sad story as a necromancy student who was forced to summon demons would be complete, and thus his family would have a way to clean up the mess he had made. Seymour grew suspicious, asking why the protagonist was giving him such a letter. However, he changed the subject, asking where the symbol on the letter came from. The protagonist smiled faintly, leaving Seymour's last question hanging in the air without an answer, simply stating that no one at the academy would do Seymour such a favor. After leaving the underground prison, the protagonist met with the director and the golden-haired girl for tea. The director asked the protagonist if he had handed the letter properly. Smiling as he held his cup, The protagonist fully credited the director's help. After Han Si-ha woke up, director Ernest called him separately, offering him an unprecedented reward. The director stated he would give him anything he wanted. The protagonist, however, asked for leniency for Seymour Parker. In response, the director expressed surprise, although he had already stated he would grant anything to Han Si-ha. Ernest pointed out that Seymour was the leader of the Black Magic Club and the mastermind behind the incident, and that such an act deserved more than just a simple punishment. He then questioned whether Han Si-ha had seen something in Seymour. The protagonist stated that Seymour Parker was the type of person who became stronger when driven by revenge. Therefore, if they expelled him from the academy after this incident, he would harbor resentment and fall even further down the wrong path, wasting his talents. However, if the director showed some mercy and granted him some leniency, the Black Magic Club would naturally be disbanded, and Seymour's exceptional talents would be directed toward the right path. The protagonist was, in fact, afraid that Seymour might pursue revenge against him, so this was an attempt to secure some safety for himself. The director smiled, falling for the protagonist's persuasion, and remarked that apparently Han Si-ha had some qualities of an educator. The girl who was also present in the meeting agreed with the director as she stood up. The golden-haired girl with braids at the meeting was named Natalie. In the original story, she was portrayed as a brilliant and lovable student, adored by everyone, which surprised the protagonist when he suddenly saw her among the necromancy students before he passed out. The protagonist then looked at the girl and asked what her true identity was. Natalie gave a silly smile, realizing she had never properly explained herself. She then revealed that she was an observer planted by the director in the Black Magic Club, essentially an undercover spy. The protagonist was surprised by the explanation, stating that the Black Magic Research Group must have been blind not to look within their own ranks. The director smiled proudly, though he admitted that this time he had been quite scared. After all, having a legalized black magic research space should have prevented students from causing trouble by practicing black magic out of pure curiosity. The director was especially worried because the demon summoning plan was ultra secret, shared only among a few students around Seymour Parker. That was why he only found out about the situation when it was already unfolding in the dungeon. Natalie gave a bright smile, saying that if Han Si-ha hadn't been able to help her in the dungeon, she wouldn't have been able to fulfill her role, and the students from the magic department wouldn't have survived either. She then thanked the protagonist once again. The protagonist scratched the back of his neck, feeling embarrassed, and said that he had just done everything to save himself. At that moment, the director seized on the opening given by Natalie to make a proposal to the protagonist. The protagonist had a bad feeling when he heard that the director wanted to make him an offer. With a smile, the director stated that he wanted Han Si-ha to represent Ardell Academy in the International Magical Research Society. Upon hearing the proposal, the protagonist's fears were confirmed. Frightened, the protagonist tried to dodge, claiming that it would be impossible for him, and suggesting that it would be more appropriate to send one of the top-performing students in his place. The director began to laugh, saying that he had thought the same thing at first, but had changed his mind. This was because there were reports that Han Si-ha had made significant contributions recently in practical magic classes, which was why Professor Grint had rewarded him with additional points. Thus, the director shocked the protagonist by stating that currently, he was ranked among the top 3 students in the academy, just behind Lee Han and Adela. The protagonist was so surprised that his jaw dropped, to the point where an apple could have been placed in his mouth. With this same expression, he left the meeting with the director and headed toward his dormitory, leaving everyone he passed by curious about what was going on, including Juan and Basil. In the end, when he arrived at the dormitory, Han Si-ha let out a nervous scream. The protagonist was banging his hands against the wall, wanting to bang his own head as well. Juan watched the protagonist, alongside Basil, commenting to the small dragon that his master had finally gone crazy. The reason for the protagonist's desperation was his rise in the rankings, which had placed him in the spotlight. He blamed the damn second-year students for not studying. After calming down, and almost knocking down the wall, the protagonist explained the situation to Juan. The young man sighed upon learning that all the commotion made by Han Si-ha was just because he had been placed in the competition this time. The protagonist revealed that he wasn't expecting to be in 3rd place, frustrated by all the things happening. Juan ironically commented on how unlucky Han Si-ha was, saying that Solia, who had held 3rd place for so long, would be envious to hear this. Juan decided not to tell Solia about it, and advised Han Si-ha to cheer up and open the personal reward for clearing the dungeon. The protagonist finally remembered the reward. He had been so busy running around after they returned that he hadn't had time to open it. The chest he was holding was an individual reward item for clearing the dungeon, something separate from the hidden item. Han Si-ha felt relieved to at least enjoy the excitement of a gacha in such a dark world. He remembered how the others had received decent artifacts and wondered what he would get. After so much suffering, he hoped to receive at least a high-level item. Opening the small chest, a light shone inside. The protagonist mentally begged for it to be a good item behind the light. One and Basilisk approached, eager to see what reward the protagonist would receive. After the light faded, a white egg with blue spots appeared. The protagonist received a notification. He had received a Terra egg, grade A. Terra was a legendary creature, and the egg had a 100% chance of success for its hatching. The protagonist wondered what a Terra was, then discovered that, like Basilisk, it was another reptilian monster. One started laughing, especially upon hearing that the Terra monster was being called a legendary creature, teasing the protagonist by calling him a Tamer blessed by the heavens. Being mocked by one, the protagonist shouted at him to shut up, a scream that echoed throughout the dormitory. The magical research conference would be hosted in the Seinen Empire. It was a big event where lectures from the Magician Society and various exhibitions took place over 3 days. It was a place of intellectual unity, where talented magicians from different countries gathered to share their knowledge. There were also inter-school competitions, where the pride of national battle strength in schools was at stake. Just thinking about this meeting, the protagonist already felt exhausted, feeling completely drained. Adela, who was with the protagonist, commented that the topic for the second-year students this time would be herbology, and asked if he knew anything about the subject. The protagonist responded to Adela with another question, asking her if she truly thought he knew anything about it. Hearing the protagonist's response, Adela commented on how bad that was. She then remembered what the director had said that morning. He had mentioned that, since it was their first year at the conference, it would be a good experience. However, with a heavy expression, the director had added that it would be better if they brought back a prize, but they shouldn't feel pressured to do so. Li Han, who was also with them, stated that if they familiarized themselves with the subject, they'd be fine. He then grabbed a herbology book, reminding them that they had had classes on the subject in their first year. With a bright smile, he invited the others to study the content of the book before they reached the event venue. The protagonist was surprised by the situation, and by how much Li Han wanted to be the model student. He asked how long Li Han had been holding on to that book. Meanwhile, Adela tried to escape, using the excuse that she was going to grab some drinks. The protagonist grabbed the book from Li Han, irritated that Adela had run off and left him alone there with Li Han. At that moment, Li Han called the protagonist, commenting on something that had happened. He said that, on another day, he and one had gone to visit him and ended up seeing a map. The map Li Han was referring to was actually part of some things the protagonist had taken from the necromancer they had defeated inside the baobab tree. Li Han asked if the protagonist still had the map with him, and the protagonist confirmed that he did, as it could be dangerous to leave it behind in the dorm. At the time Li Han saw the map, his face went pale. The reason was the same why Han Si-ha was participating in this bothersome event, even though he preferred to avoid it. The map was connected to the cube. Although the Ardell Empire was overwhelmingly dominated by white mages, there were some reasons why the necromancers of the Slacademy caused so many incidents. This was because they were gathering ancient artifacts called cubes, which were scattered around the world, and using them to turn the situation in their favor. The cube was a massive magical amplifier, created by the condensation of dark energy. It was a dangerous object that could turn even a mediocre mage into a powerful sorcerer. This explained why the cube was the central element of the original work the protagonist transmigrated into. In the story, the necromancers had secretly built a massive tower, successfully gathering all the cubes, and used the tower as an amplifier to cast limitless magic with the cubes across the world. However, fortunately, the main characters managed to destroy the tower and steal the cubes before such a thing could happen. However, Han Si-ha remembered how many secondary and even main characters had perished in the process throughout the story. For this reason, such a work was notorious for being brutal and hopeless. The reason the protagonist was going to the event was precisely because the place where the cube first appeared was in the Seinen Empire. As soon as the three arrived in the Seinen Empire, they headed straight to the conference hall. There, they would attend herbology classes and other subjects as well. There would also be various activities, some of which would spark rivalries, and their time would be occupied in a hectic manner. 2 days later, the protagonist was heading to bed, anticipating the competition that would take place the following day. Lying down with Basilisco by his side, the protagonist remembered how the director had said it would be good to win a reward. But to be honest, the protagonist was terrible at herbology. Still, he decided to let things happen as they should, choosing to rest for now. However, before the protagonist could fall asleep, he felt as if someone were watching him. He looked to the side and, in the dark, realized it was a man. Lee Han smiled from the other side of the window, impressed that Han Si-ha had noticed him. The protagonist stood up angrily, asking how he couldn't notice Lee Han like that after all the noise he had made. The protagonist opened the window for Lee Han to enter, asking why he was sneaking through the window when there was a door available for him. Lee Han apologized, explaining that he had intended to contact Han Si-ha silently, but there was someone in the hallway. The protagonist was curious about why someone was in the hallway so late. Lee Han explained that someone named Casper was in the hallway. The protagonist was surprised, as he recognized the name mentioned by Lee Han. Casper was a reconnaissance mage who had been using an invisibility cloak. The protagonist questioned why someone like Casper would be there, as that wasn't something a regular conference participant would do. Lee Han denied knowing any details, but said that this wasn't the main reason for visiting Han Si-ha's room. He revealed that in fact he had a favor to ask. Lee Han wanted Han Si-ha to hand over the map the protagonist had. Before Lee Han could explain further, the protagonist asked if it was about the cube. Lee Han was surprised that Han Si-ha knew about the cube, but the protagonist decided to pretend he didn't know, claiming that the map actually mentioned something about a cube. With the protagonist's response, Lee Han fell silent. Han Si-ha knew that Lee Han had known about the cube from the start. This was because long ago, Lee Han's parents had managed to seal the power of a cube. However, they had died because the necromancers tried to stop them. As soon as Lee Han had seen the map, he had probably realized that the necromancers were moving again, and had calculated the impact of the immense power the cube would have on the world. Thus, the protagonist of the original story, Lee Han, had finally made his decision to follow in his parents' footsteps, find the cubes, and protect the world on his own. Lee Han commented that the next day would be the last day of the convention, and that the map indicated that the cube would emerge somewhere nearby. Lee Han wanted to find the cube before leaving, so he asked Han Si-ha to give him the map. However, the protagonist refused. Lee Han was surprised by Han Si-ha's response. He tried to convince him, stating that he wasn't planning to do anything evil with the map. The protagonist crossed his arms. He said he understood Lee Han's reason, but still couldn't hand over the map. There was a reason for the protagonist's refusal. The first cube was destined to be stolen by the necromancers. Han Si-ha still vividly remembered, even through the text he had read, how Lee Han had deeply regretted and wept in agony. Therefore, if they lost the cube there, the difficulty of the story would increase exponentially. This time, Han Si-ha wanted the protagonist of the story to do things his way. Han Si-ha smiled, stating that he couldn't hand over the map to Lee Han, but he could accompany him. Looking at Lee Han, the protagonist challenged him, telling him to follow him. Lee Han refused to explain the details, only stating that the cube was a dangerous object and that he didn't want to drag Han Si-ha into this carelessly. The protagonist understood Lee Han's reason, but asked when he had chosen an easy and safe path to follow. He said that, although he didn't know what the cube Lee Han was searching for was, it wouldn't be an obstacle for him. With no other choice, Lee Han finally agreed, which made Han Si-ha excited. However, Lee Han's next words shocked the protagonist, as he revealed that he wanted to win the competition the next day. Lee Han kept a neutral expression and stated that, before they left, there was something they needed to do. The next day, the protagonist and the other two went to the room as usual. He quietly observed Lee Han's expression, which seemed a bit depressed. The night before, Lee Han had mentioned something they absolutely needed to do. Lee Han wanted, after winning the tournament, to break into the Department of Magic and steal the cube. The protagonist was surprised that Lee Han mentioned the Department of Magic. Lee Han then explained that the map showed the cube was located on the 3rd underground floor of the Department of Magic. Apparently, infiltrating the place wouldn't be easy, as the security was tight and access was strictly controlled. Hearing Lee Han's explanation, the protagonist commented that it would be quite difficult, but Lee Han said there was a way. He explained that they needed to win the tournament. He had heard that the winner would not only receive a cash prize, but also the chance to tour the Department of Magic. However, the underground floor of the Department of Magic would not be shown, as it was restricted to staff only. The protagonist understood what Lee Han wanted to do: take advantage of the opportunity to sneak into the department's underground floor. Then the protagonist had an idea, and made a suggestion to Lee Han. He proposed taking Adela with them. Objectively speaking, if we're going to sneak in to get the cube, just the two of us won't be enough, but with 3 of us, we'll have a chance. Since the tournament is team-based and the tour of the Department of Magic is for 3 people, it wouldn't be hard to keep this from Adela, right? Lee Han agreed with the protagonist, but thought it would be dangerous, and wondered if Adela would agree to go with them. The protagonist reassured him, saying that when it came to Adela, she would be more than happy to go after some dark mages. As time passed, the day of the tournament finally arrived, and the protagonist began to face the reality of the situation. He had counted on bringing Adela with him, but there was a problem. He knew nothing about herbalism. However, there was nothing he could do but try. In the competition room, many students were talking about the professor, some of whom never imagined they would see him in person, as he was the absolute authority in herbalism, Professor Bruce Miller. The professor, who wore a monocle, greeted everyone upon arrival, introducing himself and introducing the subject. Not all magic is harmful to others. There is also magic that can save people. This is the essence of herbalism. Leaving the dull topic aside, the professor began to speak about the tournament the students were eager to participate in. The tournament is very simple. From now on, based on your knowledge, you need to create something that has never existed before. A new potion. If you can get a perfect score from all the judges, you win. The rules are simple. As soon as Professor Bruce revealed the rules, a buzz spread among the students. The reason? All the judges were extremely skilled mages, and the students wondered how they could possibly create a potion that would impress them. For the past 2 days, during every free moment, the protagonist had been instructed to gather new ingredients for a potion. He had expected something like this to happen, but the task was much broader than he had imagined. However, Han Si-ha knew that winning the tournament was the only way to get closer to the cube. He stretched in his chair, realizing that there was no choice. He would have to think carefully. Although he tried to convince Adela, she was surprised to discover that the protagonist had dropped out of herbalism classes. The protagonist barely knew the content of the book Li Han had shown him on the train. She wanted to know how he and Li Han planned to get a perfect score from the demanding professors. The protagonist gave a crooked smile, avoiding the question, but he already had an answer. The professors who tasted the potion made by the Ardell Academy team were extremely impressed. Bruce Miller felt a mythical sensation and a strong creative urgency growing within him. Another professor called the potion incredible, describing it as a buff potion that made her feel an irresistible urge to create something in that moment. Another professor felt slightly drunk, but also experienced a very pleasant sensation, as if his inner child had come to life. As the mood improved, the professors' ideas flowed freely. They felt that their primary magic was being activated more powerfully. The name of the potion created by the Ardell Academy team was Potion of Art. In fact, the protagonist had added a little alcohol to the potion. Of course, it wasn't real alcohol, but a small amount of herbs used in the Seinen Empire to give it a special aroma. The potion was impractical, yet unique, transforming the elemental magic of anyone who drank it into something artistic. The protagonist explained that the potion had been elevated into a grand spectacle, full of creativity. A battle potion transformed into something else, a rebellious act in a way. The professors were excited, impressed by the protagonist's words. As a result, the group gained access to the Department of Magic after winning the herbalism tournament. Professor Bruce, who had been guiding the group, stated that it had been a long time since he had been so impressed by potions created by students. He said it was a pleasure to witness the sparkling ingenuity of the young. With the grand prize of a one-day visit to the Department of Magic, the Ardell Academy group would be able to expand their knowledge even further. The three of them then followed Professor Bruce, who continued with the tour of the building. He showed them the Civil Affairs office, where professors helped with academic admissions and the registration of certificates for mages. The places Bruce was showing were so boring that even Li Han, usually composed, and the always cheerful Adela were visibly disheartened. The protagonist quickly asked them to show a bit more enthusiasm, even though the tour was tedious. The professor didn't notice the group's frustration and guided them to the break room and the training room. Realizing they couldn't waste any more time there, the protagonist caught the professor's attention. With an awkward smile, he tried to compliment the tour, but asked for a break as they were tired. Professor Bruce, understanding that it made sense for the students to be tired since the department building was enormous, agreed. Conveniently, a teacher called for him asking for help. When he saw the teacher calling him, Bruce asked the group to rest for a bit while waiting. The three exchanged glances as they were left alone, and in the next instant, they ran in the direction they needed to go. Adela asked the others if they had located the door to the underground, and Li Han confirmed they had. Moving ahead, Li Han urged them to hurry, as they didn't know when the guards might appear. They only had one chance. Whether they were caught or not, they needed to find the cube and take it away. Moving quickly, they reached the third underground level. The protagonist sighed, surprised they had made it to the underground without being caught. Li Han, ahead of them, called for them to come closer. Li Han then handed a teleportation scroll to Adela and Han Si-ha. He explained that most of the guards were concentrated on the fourth underground level, where the main vault was located. Adela, seeing there were only 2 scrolls, asked about Li Han. He then explained that getting 2 scrolls was the best he could do. He had tried to get more, but they were extremely rare and expensive. Since Han Si-ha was there because of him, and Adela was there despite not knowing much about the cube, just to stop the dark mages. Li Han thought it was right to give the teleportation scrolls to the two of them. He knew they wouldn't have any problems if they weren't caught. So, seeing something shining ahead, he followed toward it. Adela hurried to catch up with him, while the protagonist wondered when Li Han had managed to get those scrolls. The three of them then moved down a corridor toward a glowing area. Adela asked if what was ahead of them was the vault, and Li Han called them to come closer and take a better look. However, suddenly, without realizing it, Li Han stepped on a wire. The wire was the trigger for an alarm. Red lights began to flash in the corridor, and a loud siren sound echoed. Li Han couldn't believe there was an alarm so close to the vault. Adela became worried, wondering if they should leave quickly since they didn't know if the cube was really in the vault ahead. However, the protagonist was confident the cube was there. Adela asked him how he could be so sure there was a cube. In response, the protagonist smiled and said it was impossible for him not to know. The reason for his confidence was that he was now looking at a screen in front of him, a screen that announced the beginning of the second main episode, the episode of the first cube. He would need to recover the first sealed cube from the underground vault within 24 hours, or it would be the end for him. The second main episode was active, and Han Si-ha received the mission to obtain the cube. Red lights began flashing, and sirens blared, warning of intruders and announcing that an explosion spell would be executed around the vault for security reasons. The protagonist was alarmed upon hearing about the explosions and quickly ordered everyone to run as the blast started. After managing to escape, Han Si-ha wiped the sweat from his face, gritting his teeth over nearly being caught in the explosion. At that moment, he heard the sound of footsteps. Looking toward the noise, he was shocked to see Professor Divert Grunui, the mathematics professor at Arden Academy. Han Si-ha wondered what on earth the professor was doing there. Han Si-ha tried to explain, saying they had gotten lost, but the professor interrupted, stating there was no need for excuses. Instead, the professor laughed, contrary to what the protagonist expected. "Thanks to you, we were able to locate the cube." Hearing this, Han Si-ha was stunned, questioning if a professor from Arden Academy could really be a dark mage. Looking at the three students, the professor remarked how weak the vault's security was compared to the grand plan of recovering the cube. He also mentioned how they had been moving blindly after losing their map, but were now delighted since some students had accidentally located the cube for them. With a malicious look, the professor asked whether they would step aside or stay there forever. It didn't take long for a battle to break out. Using dark magic, Professor Divert Grunui overwhelmed Han Si-ha's group, asking why they kept struggling when it was clear they had reached their limits. Under pressure, Adele used a mana shield to block one of the attacks but collapsed soon after. Li Han rushed to help her up. While the protagonist reflected that the professor was right, they could barely defend themselves since their skills weren't up to par. However, despite being pressured in the battle, Han Si-ha was satisfied that he had secured the cube earlier. But escaping past the professor with the cube seemed impossible at that moment. Han Si-ha then saw a way to get out of the situation. Calling out to Li Han, he threw the cube to him, wrapped in the teleportation scroll he had given him earlier. Han Si-ha handed over the cube, urging Li Han to take it and leave first. Adele, worried, asked what Han Si-ha would do, but the protagonist shouted at her to leave. Grinding her teeth, Adele reluctantly agreed to go with Li Han. Before leaving, she left a message for Han Si-ha. He'd better return safely, or she'd come back to kick his butt. Seeing Han Si-ha's actions, the professor confronted him. "Stealing the cube right in front of me, as expected of someone as interesting as you, Han Si-ha. Sacrificing yourself to let your friends escape is touching, but I won't let you go anywhere after this." The professor drew his wand, which glowed with a dark purple hue. In the next instant, several magical chains appeared around the protagonist. Professor Divert Grunui then remarked that, despite losing the cube, he had heard that Han Si-ha possessed the map containing the locations of the other cubes. The professor pressured Han Si-ha to hand over the map's location. However, the protagonist claimed he unfortunately didn't have the map at the moment, sarcastically asking if the professor was sure he wasn't barking up the wrong tree. Seeing Han Si-ha trying to mock him, the professor asked if he had gone mad or lost his fear and what had given him the confidence to say such things. The protagonist smirked at the mention of confidence. "Confidence? That's simple. I have absolute trust in my partner." At that moment, the basilisk appeared behind the professor, and under the protagonist's command, flames began to form in its mouth, preparing a breath attack. A massive torrent of flames was unleashed toward Professor Divert Grunui, forcing him to release the protagonist. Hit by the flames, the professor was furious at the dragon. With the professor kneeling on the ground, Han Si-ha realized the opening the basilisk had created. This was his chance to eliminate the professor right then and there. But faced with the possibility, Han Si-ha froze, questioning whether he could actually do it. Gritting his teeth, he tried to convince himself that he couldn't leave this man alive, battling his own conscience. After escaping the vault with the basilisk, the protagonist arrived in a forest. 3 people were chasing him from behind, while 2 more closed in from the left. The dark mages launched spells at the protagonist, who defended himself with shields. They were determined not to let him reach the gate. As he fled, the protagonist knew that if he continued only defending and deflecting attacks, he would reach his limit soon. That limit came sooner than expected. Han Si-ha had already pushed his magic to the very edge of his body. He collapsed to his knees. The damage from the professor's earlier attack had been far greater than he anticipated. At this rate, he would soon be in grave danger. Seeing their target collapse, the dark mages conjured magical bows and arrows, sensing the perfect opportunity to strike. An arrow flew toward the protagonist, who couldn't move in time, but another being could. The basilisk stepped in front of the arrow in a desperate act. The protagonist's eyes went blank as red stained his vision. Even injured, the basilisk didn't falter. It unleashed a fiery breath, attempting to ignite the area. The mages panicked in the face of the dragon's unexpected attack. Flames quickly engulfed that part of the forest. Holding the basilisk in his arms, the protagonist began running again, gritting his teeth as he saw the small dragon endangered because of him. Suddenly, a voice called out to the protagonist. Looking to the side, Han Si-ha noticed Adele's presence behind a bush. At last, the protagonist rejoined the other 2 who had accompanied him to the vault. Thinking they had finally shaken off the mages, Adele tried to ease the protagonist's worry, saying they were safe now. She sighed, reflecting on how the worst could have happened earlier, and pleaded with Han Si-ha not to act that way again. Placing the basilisk on the ground, the protagonist apologized to her, explaining that it was the only thing he could think of at the time. He then changed the subject to something more pressing. The basilisk was in critical condition, having taken an arrow meant for him. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist realized he should have given the small dragon first aid as soon as it was struck, but his focus on escaping had caused him to miss the critical moment. He knew that regardless of whether the basilisk was a dragon, any creature would perish if its heart were pierced. In this moment of desperation, with no hope in sight, fragments of unwanted memories echoed in Han Si-ha's mind. Don't think it's impossible. Just do it. You're insane. His fate is sealed anyway. The only thing you'll accomplish if you try to operate is ruining your reputation. Ththese days, when guardians are in trouble, things get complicated. But if there's no hope, you must think of yourself first, boy. Remembering those words and how the basilisk had become so special to him, Han Si-ha resolved to try everything, no matter the cost. The protagonist asked Adele if she had any art elixirs left, requesting one from her. The girl hesitated, questioning what Han Si-ha planned to do, as even Professor Bruce wouldn't be able to save someone so gravely injured. Taking the elixir, Han Si-ha responded confidently that he could. The art elixir explosively enhanced creativity. Drinking it allowed the user to temporarily create something from nothing. The protagonist drank the elixir, hoping that the small possibility he needed would be realized. No matter what happened, he was determined to save the basilisk. Using magic, he conjured a lab coat and a scalpel, announcing that the operation would now begin. The protagonist knelt on the ground, aided by magic to perform the operation. Watching from the side, Adele couldn't comprehend what was happening. She knew red dragons were rare, but that there were plenty of other monsters to tame. She also recognized that this was a situation where Han Si-ha was barely holding himself together, yet he was pushing his magic to its limits to try to save a monster with little chance of survival. Adele wanted to stop Han Si-ha, knowing that if something went wrong, she might lose him too. However, looking into the protagonist's focused eyes, she found herself unable to intervene. At that moment, Han Si-ha announced that he had successfully removed the arrowhead. Adele watched anxiously as he prepared to suture the wound, the final step of the surgery. With the last knots tied, the protagonist sighed in relief. In his previous life, no matter how many times he had done this, dozens or hundreds, just standing in front of an operating room had made his hands tremble, causing him to flee countless times until he could no longer hold a scalpel. But now, the hands that had once trembled moved with confidence. Han Si-ha felt a sense of relief. It seemed like he might actually be able to save the dragon. Placing a towel over the basilisk's belly, the protagonist declared that the operation was complete. Li Han, amazed, remarked that watching Han Si-ha disassemble and reassemble the dragon to bring it back to life was unbelievable. Curious, he asked if the method Han Si-ha used was some kind of magic he had never seen before. Hearing this, the protagonist smiled, denying that it was magic. Adele approached and noted that, even though no healing magic had been used, the basilisk's breathing had normalized, and there was no longer any bleeding. Listening to his classmates' comments, the protagonist realized that treating a monster through surgery must be quite unusual in this world, but he understood their astonishment. A minute ago, the basilisk's condition had been critical. He sighed, acknowledging that without the use of magic and medicine, the operation might have failed. At least he was relieved not to be criticized for the lack of hygiene during the surgery, as would likely have been the case in Korea. Han Si-ha repeated his last words to himself, reminding himself that he wasn't in Korea anymore, that the basilisk wasn't a dog dog but a dragon, and that he was no longer the same Han Si-ha of the past. All these factors had come together to create a miracle. A notification appeared before the protagonist, stating that the light of healing had been successfully applied, activating the effects of the conditions. A faint light shone over the basilisk's body, aiding in the recovery of the poor dragon, which gave Han Si-ha some relief. Looking at the small dragon, the protagonist pleaded for it to survive. Then he collapsed, leaving everyone deeply worried. After losing consciousness, when Han Si-ha opened his eyes, he found himself staring at a familiar ceiling. He had been unconscious for several days and was now resting in the infirmary of Ardell Academy. Adele, who was sitting nearby with a concerned expression, told him that the school had assessed the situation and managed the aftermath. However, it was impossible to stop rumors from spreading. News that the top students of Ardell Academy had been attacked had begun circulating, with speculation that the incident might be connected to the recent unrest caused by dark mages. Sitting up in bed, the protagonist speculated that the adults were likely having a hard time cleaning up the mess. However, he thought to himself that it wasn't his concern anymore. After all, he wasn't an adult anymore. Soon after, Li Han visited him and showed him the cube, explaining that many organizations were now searching for it. The Department of Magic, several academies, and, though he wasn't entirely sure, dark mages were likely after it as well. Adele was adamant about not returning the cube, given the hardships they had endured to obtain it. Li Han agreed with her but mentioned that a hearing would soon take place, despite the incident involving the Department of Magic. Hearing this news, the protagonist was surprised. He sighed, knowing that now that the cube was in his hands, he had no intention of letting anyone take it away. A week later, at the hearing held by the Department of Magic, a loud voice echoed so strongly that it could be heard from outside. The man was shouting for severe punishment for the group of students, demanding to know how mere students had dared to infiltrate the Department of Magic's base and steal an item in their possession. The man in question was Lewis Maxwell, a professor in the Department of Magic. Beside him, Professor Bruce was trying to calm him down, asserting that the group of students wasn't the type to commit such an act, and suggesting there must be some misunderstanding. The younger professor frowned and questioned Bruce, asking if shattering vaults into pieces could really be called a misunderstanding. Bruce attempted to explain again that the incident had been caused by a lack of caution, and that the students were very young, so a warning should suffice to ensure they didn't repeat their mistakes. Louis turned to face the three young students once more, demanding to know what they had stolen. The protagonist maintained a calm expression. Since all the items stored in the Department of Magic were confidential, no one except the vault's owner would know its contents. In other words, the Department of Magic itself had no knowledge of what had been lost from the vault. Furthermore, Han Si-ha's strategy for the hearing was crystal clear. Without evidence, they would deny everything. "We didn't steal anything. The vault broke accidentally." The professor was outraged by such nonsensical statements. The protagonist stuck to the same strategy. "We got lost. While casting a detection spell to find our way, we accidentally hit the vault." The professor grew agitated, demanding to know where the protagonist had come up with such blatant lies, and revealed to the judge that the vault had been emptied. He continued his argument, pointing out the property damage and the incidents of missing items on the third underground floor, emphasizing that the only outsiders to access the area were the students. He asked everyone present if they really needed more evidence. Amidst the confusion, the judge stated that they would need to wait for the vault's owner to arrive, as his presence had been requested as a witness, and he was expected shortly. Just as the judge spoke, the door opened. Many people were stunned by the identity of the person who entered the courtroom, unable to believe it. None other than Headmaster Ernest himself. As he stepped inside, the headmaster commented that it seemed his students had caused some trouble. Seeing the headmaster, the professor from the Department of Magic demanded to know why he was there, insisting that if his purpose was to defend the students, there was no need, as the matter fell under the Department of Magic's jurisdiction. However, the headmaster went in a completely unexpected direction, declaring that he absolutely needed to be there, because he was the owner of the vault. Han Si-ha remembered reading that Headmaster Ernest was the one who began collecting and sealing the cubes at the Soul Academy. However, he had no idea that the headmaster had stored the cubes in the vault of the Department of Magic. To the surprise of everyone present, the headmaster explained that the students had only gone down to the vault because he had instructed them to. "I had them follow proper procedures to recover the cubes, but it seems they got lost. When they stumbled upon the vault by chance, they rushed to retrieve them. As they are merely children, it's the sort of mistake they often make, Your Honor." Ernest then asked the judge to check the missing items and verify proof of his ownership. The judge reviewed a list, and to Professor Lewis's shock, the headmaster's claims were true. The judge then delivered his conclusion. Since both the evidence and the ownership of the missing items had been clarified, there was no reason to continue the trial. The judge issued his sentence. Han Si-ha, Adele, and Lee Han would face the 7th level penalty of the Department of Magic. They were required to write an apology letter and complete 30 hours of community service. The judge turned to Professor Lewis, who was grinding his teeth in frustration, and asked if he had any objections. If not, the judge would declare the verdict final. Later that day, Han Si-ha met with the headmaster. Ernest said he wouldn't ask any questions, but would instead give them something. The protagonist took the paper the headmaster handed him. Even though he knew what it was, the cube, it seemed Ernest wasn't going to ask them anything. This made Han Si-ha wonder how much the headmaster knew, and how aware he was of the cube's true nature. Han Si-ha unfolded the paper to read it while Ernest provided an explanation. The Ardell Academy's professor of mathematical studies, Divert Grunui, had suddenly disappeared from campus after attending a conference and had not returned since. As Han Si-ha read the paper, the headmaster mentioned that the professor had left that note behind. Ernest looked at the protagonist and, noticing his surprise, asked if he knew anything about the note. The headmaster stated that the academy bore responsibility for failing to uncover Professor Divert's true nature earlier. Thus, he only wanted to ask Han Si-ha one thing, whether the young man had been the one to deal with the professor. The headmaster wanted to know how Han Si-ha had survived. His opponent was a professor, so surely a mere second-year student couldn't have faced him alone and lived to tell the tale. Protagonist smiled and replied that as a tamer, if he had survived, it was thanks to someone else. Han Si-ha expressed deep gratitude to his partner Basil, and for being so fortunate. Ernest dismissed the notion of luck, attributing the protagonist's success to his talent. The protagonist thanked him for the compliment, but the headmaster clarified that it wasn't just casual praise, it was heartfelt. The headmaster remarked that they would soon see whether he was overestimating Han Si-ha or not, once he deciphered the note. The protagonist looked at the paper in the headmaster's hand, noting to himself that it didn't seem like a code. It was filled with mathematical formulas. Ernest explained that he had found the note on Professor Grunoi's bookshelf. As expected from the professor, the writings were in arithmetic codes, which made no sense to him. The headmaster expressed his belief that Han Si-ha might be able to solve it. The protagonist felt the weight of the headmaster's expectations, but speculated that, if the code had been left by a dark mage disguised as a professor, it might reveal the location of another cube. Holding the paper, Han Si-ha requested time to analyze it. The headmaster smiled, thinking to himself that this was precisely the attitude Han Si-ha should have. He observed the young man's composed demeanor, facing an immense challenge with calm determination, as if saying he would do his best even if the outcome amounted to nothing. Han Si-ha's resolve made Ernest believe the young man could inspire doubt in anyone who underestimated him. In another room, a young woman asked Lee Han how his project with Han Si-ha was progressing, especially after all the unexpected events. Lee Han looked down, admitting that he still didn't trust Han Si-ha. He said the protagonist still seemed suspicious to him. The young woman, her face veiled, placed one hand on a crystal ball while holding a piece of food with the other. She asked Lee Han to consider how many times he had come to her asking about Han Si-ha since the beginning of the semester. Smiling, she teased him, asking if he hadn't already revealed all his cards to Han Si-ha. Startled by her remark, Lee Han asked who had told her that. The young woman gazed at the crystal ball and replied that it had been her, Beolnam. In the end, Lee Han admitted to himself that he had received good advice about the cube's location, so revealing all his cards hadn't been entirely wrong. However, Lee Han told the young woman that the way Han Si-ha had behaved in their first year was extremely suspicious, so much so that it wouldn't have surprised him if Han Si-ha had turned into a dark mage at any moment. Yet Han Si-ha had changed completely in their second year. Lee Han mentioned that spending more time with Han Si-ha made him think he couldn't be all that bad, though it would be a different story if they were talking about possible betrayal. Listening to Lee Han's story, the young woman finished chewing her bread. She smiled as she pulled back her hood, revealing herself to be Yoon Ha-yul. She asked Lee Han if he wanted her to check whether the prophecy about Han Si-ha remained the same as before. Smiling, she joked that Lee Han could have helped her by giving her bread, but that she wouldn't refuse to assist such a handsome guy. After some time, Yoon Ha-yul shared the information Lee Han wanted, and concluded by advising him to pay attention to events that would soon unfold on campus. Smiling affectionately, she added that this was her service for him bringing her fresh bread every day. With a mischievous smile, she revealed something Beolnam had told her. Something very strange was going to happen soon. Elsewhere, Adele sighed. Holding a broom in her hand, she commented on how 30 hours of community cleaning service was no joke. Beside her, Han Si-ha was cleaning an egg and asked if this was really the task. Irritated by the protagonist's response, Adele snapped that he should be cleaning too, instead of scrubbing an egg all day. However, the protagonist insisted on cleaning the the egg because he'd heard that if you cleaned an egg all day, it would grow strong and healthy. Suddenly, someone burst into the room, calling for Adele and Han Si-ha. One came running, claiming he had big news. The young man said he had rushed over because he wanted to share the latest hot incident that would turn the academy upside down. The rumor about the monster in the specimen room was back. Adele was startled, asking if it was true. One confirmed that it was definitely true this time because even Lilil had heard about it and reported it to the teachers. Hearing the news, the protagonist recalled some memories from the story. The monster in the specimen room in the basement started with some screams about monsters appearing in the specimen room, like a typical school ghost story. This excited the young students who continued spreading the story. In the end, since there was no evidence to support the tale, it was debunked as a rumor. Lil, who had confronted the teachers to tell the story, ended up feeling embarrassed. However, at that moment, the protagonist received the notification for the main episode number 3, The Draco in the Specimen Room. Although the rumors had been suppressed as false stories, Han Si-ha knew the monster was real. The primary ability of a Draco is stealth. If it decided to hide seriously, even the teachers would not be able to find it. Since only some students could see it while others could not, it made sense that the Draco was using this ability. One then stated that Lilil, going to the teacher's room, caused a huge uproar, to the point where some students started doing ridiculous things. Adele was curious about what ridiculous things one was referring to. The young man then said that there was a rumor that the monster was a Draco, which was a ridiculous story. However, if they could capture the monster, its skin and blood could be sold for a large amount of money, and that was why students were forming hunting groups. Holding his egg, the protagonist tried to ridicule these actions, saying it was just a rumor, asking who would be the idiot to believe in such a thing and participate in this theater. Upon entering the classroom, the protagonist became irritated. Apparently, there were more idiots in the school than he had thought. A young man tried to convince them, saying that if they captured the Draco, they would earn extra credits and might even advance directly to the 3rd year. He was excited, asking if it wouldn't be worth it, questioning if there really was a monster that at least 10 students couldn't defeat. The protagonist put his hand on his chin, mentally calling these students idiots, since a Draco wasn't an easy opponent. At that moment, Solia entered the room. Instantly, the boy named Derek approached her, asking if she wanted to join their hunting group. The protagonist sighed, seeing through Derek's intentions. He didn't believe Solia would do something like join a group hunting invisible monsters because she didn't need money or to improve her grades. However, the girl was honestly thinking about the proposal, furrowing her brow. After a moment of courage, she agreed to participate, which unsettled Han Si-ha. Another student approached Derek, asking him to stop the joke since Solia seemed very confused. He questioned Derek why a child who had grown up so well would want to join a hunting group. However, the girl stated that she was serious, asking them to let her join the group. The protagonist wondered if Solia was crazy, and if this was really happening. The Draco hunting group had also appeared in the original story. Derek and his friends had gathered a bunch of clueless students for a risky adventure. However, back then, Solia hadn't been part of the group. This made Han Si-ha wonder how this episode would end, since, in the original story, the group had never returned. Not even a single person. He wondered if Solia, on her own, could change that fate. In a room illuminated by the sunset light coming through the window, Solia was writing on some papers. Her focused gaze seemed to have a touch of melancholy. Stopping her notes, she sighed. She remembered her father's words. Purification magic came from a pure heart. She had never forgotten such words. A noble-born powerful, and a pure mage who built the family with magic. She still remembered what he always said. My daughter, the way to become a noble mage is to remain unshakable in any situation, not to show weakness to your enemies, and to approach magic without greed. However, at that moment, Solia secretly apologized to her father. She didn't know if she could follow his words. Now that the family had lost its prestige, the family he had been so proud of, the family she was born into, the only way to restore the Arcanant family would be if she became a mage. Still, for the first time, Solia lost the top ranking she had always held firmly to that boy, Han Si-ha. She remembered how she had barely survived in Ardell thanks to her tireless efforts and research in magic. However, now, everything she had done until then no longer seemed enough. She didn't feel confident that she could defeat Han Si-ha in the final assessments to come. However, Solia knew that if she joined the Draco subjugation team and earned extra points, she might have a small chance of winning. Dracos were cautious monsters, but weak to light and fire. Since they performed better in the dark, they would likely roam the specimen room in the underground. From what Solia had observed, there were no great talents among the kids on the subjugation team. When the Draco actually appeared, it would be a miracle if they didn't get in the way, let alone help. Thus, Solia saw this situation as a chance to cement her position as the Mage of Light once again, as she had the best compatibility when it came to fighting Dracos. The girl desperately wanted to seize this opportunity with her own hands. However, it seemed impossible. At least for Yoon Ha-yul, it was impossible for Solia to capture the Draco alone. That's what she was telling telling the protagonist, who asked again to confirm. Ha-yul said that her predictions were costly, so a piece of bread wouldn't be enough for another question. So Han Si-ha handed her a bag of bread. Yoon Ha-yul became curious as to why the protagonist suddenly wanted a prediction about Solia. She suddenly jumped up, asking if the protagonist liked her. Han Si-ha quickly denied, saying it was not what she was thinking. In fact, Solia had been his favorite character when Han Si-ha was reading the work, but that was only when he was a reader. Now he just wanted to prevent one of the main characters from being eliminated so early in the story. Recalling Ha-yul's words, the protagonist gazed thoughtfully at the sunset. After thinking for a moment, he made a decision. That night, amidst the darkness, Solia was using light magic to create a barrier. The wings of the Draco struck violently against the girl's light barrier, with a powerful impact. Solia's barrier cracked, creating a hole. She realized that if she hadn't created the barrier in time, she couldn't imagine the damage she would have suffered. Seeing what was happening, someone said they should stop. Solia looked back and saw a girl saying that they had already lost 2 people in the subjugation team, and that no one had known the specimen room would be so dark, which made the Draco stronger. The young girl pleaded for them to leave. Derek, however, refused to leave. He hurriedly argued that they had already set traps all over the specimen room and they couldn't leave now. If they could make the Draco step on at least one of them, that would be the end of it. However, someone confronted Derek, saying that since earlier, the Draco had been attacking them while avoiding the traps, as if it knew what they were. Derek thought this made no sense, as he believed Dracos didn't have high intelligence. Quickly, the group began to argue, destabilizing their mental state and preparation. At that moment, the Draco took advantage of the group's distraction, running between them and attacking. Derek fell to the ground, unable to believe what was happening. To him, it made no sense unless someone was controlling the Draco. And just as Derek suspected, in the middle of the darkness, there was a student, Hughes Stancer, the 5th-year Tamer. The professors had always neglected the specimen room, and the irresponsible students entered it on their own. Hughes believed that the mages of Ardell Academy were all fools, and that no one in that school would figure out that the Draco was actually being controlled by a Tamer. Hughes blamed Ardell Academy for crushing the Dark Mages group in the magical war that had happened 15 years earlier. Now, he was seeking revenge for the father he had lost in that war. The 5th-year Tamer wanted to see the faces of despair on each of the Academy members as they faced him. Kneeling and trembling, Solia realized she was the only student still able to move. At first, she had thought she could fight alone, but now she wondered what she could do, how she could win. Raising her wand to create light, she strained. Even if she couldn't win, she didn't want to perish in that place, even if she had to use all of her remaining magical power. With her wand, the young girl focused all her magical power to create a light spell and try to call for help. At that moment, a voice came from behind her. "Hey, aren't you pushing yourself too hard?" The voice's owner quickly grabbed Solia, who could no longer stand. Looking up, the young girl realized it was the boy she had been trying to surpass, Han Si-ha. Holding Solia, the protagonist instructed her to save her magical power, as everyone else had already fallen, and she was the only one with the light attribute capable of fighting. He asked her to be ready to use her magic at any moment. Ignoring the instructions, the young girl questioned the protagonist about when he had arrived there. The protagonist observed the movements of the Draco. They matched perfectly, as if someone were controlling it from behind. No matter how skillfully they tried to hide the signs of domination, monsters of the same type could always recognize each other. The protagonist smiled excitedly. Now he wanted to compete. He wanted to find out who among the 2 Tamers was superior. Suddenly, the protagonist threw something toward the Draco, telling it to eat. The Draco was surprised, but quickly grabbed whatever Han Si-ha had thrown at it. Hughes didn't understand what had happened. He wondered why the Draco wasn't following his control. The protagonist was laughing, as he knew the basics of taming, understanding and using the habits of monsters. The habit of a Draco was to bite anything that moved quickly. However, one thing they didn't do was be cautious when eating something offered by others. Seeing the bitter expression on the Draco's face, the protagonist wondered what it thought of the taste of the dizziness-inducing orb. He celebrated as he realized the Draco was suffering a reaction that made it dizzy. With that, the perfect moment arrived to use Solia. The protagonist quickly called to the girl, instructing her to aim for the Draco's heart. Solia drew her wand, and holding it with both hands, began infusing her magical power into it, causing a light to appear at its tip. In the next instant, Solia attacked the Draco with a light spell. A lightning bolt struck the confused Draco, hitting it squarely. Seeing his pet being struck, hatred grew within Hughes. He placed his hand on his face, wondering how this had happened. The connection between him and the Draco had been severed at that moment, which would cause the Draco to enter a berserk state. Hughes became fearful, as at this level, even he would be in danger. Seeing no other option, Hughes decided to act. Originally, he hadn't wanted to do this as it would overburden his body, but now he was using the power of dark magic to forcefully tame the monster. The energy surrounded the Draco, whose eyes had turned red. Quickly, Solia noticed that something was wrong with the Draco. It was in an even worse state. The protagonist quickly realized the presence of dark magic around the monster. This led him to deduce that the tamer must be a dark mage. He clicked his tongue, feeling that everything had been under control up until that point, but he never expected this variable. At that moment, a notification appeared for Han Si-ha. The message stated that he had awakened a new ability and asked if he wanted to use the new ability, the Tamer's touch. Receiving a skill suddenly, Han Si-ha was surprised. A stream of data energy appeared around him, enhancing his forced affinity several times over. He received another notification, stating that the Draco in the specimen room had an owner but could be taken. The protagonist was surprised to learn that he could tame someone else's pet. A question appeared in the form of a window, asking if he would like to temporarily tame the Draco from the specimen room. 2 buttons, accept and decline, appeared for him to click. The protagonist smiled, seeing no reason to refuse. Clicking the yes button, he wondered if it would really work. An energy passed through him, causing his eye to turn gold, just like the Draco's, creating a bond between them. A large seal appeared, lighting up the room as Han Si-ha extended his hand toward the enormous Draco, several times larger than him. With that, Han Si-ha successfully tamed the Draco. The great creature lowered its head toward the protagonist, accepting his affection. Solia watched the scene in surprise, wondering why the Draco had become so obedient all of a sudden. She then realized what had happened and asked Han Si-ha if he had tamed the beast. The protagonist sighed, revealing that she had guessed correctly. He looked in the direction of the light mage and made a comment. Seems like I get along really well with reptiles, don't I? Seeing his Draco being tamed by someone else, Hughes couldn't believe it. He had put so much effort into taming such a creature. Furious, he released dark magic with his hand, shouting, "That Draco is mine!" Suddenly, the Draco raised its head, making Han Si-ha panic and wonder if his control had failed. The Draco moved toward Hughes, much to his delight. The timer was already celebrating, declaring himself the master of the beast. However, in the next moment, the Draco bit Hughes, to the surprise of both Han Si-ha and Solia. The Draco didn't swallow him, but slobbered all over Hughes in the process. Solia screamed in disgust at the sight, and the protagonist quickly ordered the Draco to spit the disgusting man out of its mouth. After the Draco subdued the exhausted veteran Hughes, worn out from overusing dark magic, the situation was quickly resolved. The director, who arrived after the report, appeared shocked to learn that another dark mage was active at the academy. He approached the protagonist, commenting that apparently the dark mages hiding in the school wouldn't stop their actions. The director thanked the protagonist for the hard work he had done. Those who had participated in the Draco subjugation were punished, while Han Si-ha received gratitude for saving the students' lives. He also received a reward from his parents. The protagonist received a hefty sack of money, which was expected from a wealthy family. Anyway, while in his room, the protagonist decided to analyze the new skill he had obtained. This was a skill he had never seen in the story, which left him somewhat confused. The Tamer's touch temporarily allowed him to tame a monster during a battle, rapidly increasing the affinity. However, he could only tame one monster at a time, and there was a 3-hour cooldown for the skill, plus it only worked on monsters up to 10 levels below his own. Han Si-ha thought it was strange to receive this skill, instead of Basilisk getting it. He thought it would have been interesting to have tested this skill a bit more on the Draco he had tamed, but in any case, it was a limited time ability. And above all, Basilisk hated the Draco. Therefore, Han Si-ha had to hand it over to the professors. With Basilisk fighting with him, the protagonist had to pet him to assure him that he wasn't betraying him. However, Han Si-ha gained something extra besides the skill after this battle. He received a reward for completing the 3rd main episode. He got a random reward box, ranging from grade D to grade A. He was quite excited to open the box. The small chest appeared before him. He closed his eyes as he prepared to open it. Despite his anxiety, he wasn't asking for much, but hoped that, even if it wasn't a grade A prize, it would at least be a grade B1. With the chest glowing, Han Si-ha opened it to check the reward. The protagonist received a subspace bag, a grade A item, from the random box. He grabbed the bag excitedly, as it was even better than he had expected. Although it wasn't useful in combat, it would be extremely helpful in his daily life. Han Si-ha knew that if he were to buy such a bag, it wouldn't cost just a few gold coins. A notification appeared before the protagonist, informing him of an additional reward. It was a bonus for minimizing casualties. The notification asked him to look inside the bag to receive the reward. The protagonist was surprised to be receiving an extra reward, but understood what was happening. In the original subjugation team, no one had returned alive. However, this time, even the severely injured students were quickly treated and survived. Han Si-ha opened the bag and turned it upside upside down to let his extra reward fall onto the table. When he looked, he realized that his extra reward was a folded red card. He picked up the card, wondering if it was a note. Upon reading it more closely, he realized it contained mathematical writings. The protagonist quickly realized that this was the material for the lesson on the equation that Professor Divert always included in the exam. Looking closely at the paper, the protagonist felt a sense of familiarity with the formula written on it. Suddenly, he realized where that sense of familiarity was coming from. He gasped in surprise, waking Basilisk in the process and interrupting the little dragon's recovery rest. The protagonist quickly placed the red paper alongside another piece of paper on the table, wondering why he hadn't noticed before. The formula on the red paper resembled the code on the note that Director Ernest had given him. Han Si-ha had practically deciphered almost all of the code, but he had gotten stuck on the last part a few days ago. Until now, he had wondered whether he needed to figure out the meaning of the symbols, or if he had to solve an equation, but nothing he tried worked, and he blamed the crazy math teacher. With the new paper, he realized that he didn't need to understand the meaning of the symbols, but rather calculate the numbers they represented. Han Si-ha had already lost many sleepless nights trying to solve this problem, but now he was about to find the solution. Jotting down calculations on the paper, Han Si-ha finally arrived at an answer. The protagonist obtained two numbers, 205 and also 14. No matter how he looked at these numbers, they seemed to represent a location. Room 205 was a classroom exclusively for necromancers. Going to this room when no one was around, the protagonist opened the door and encountered complete darkness. He walked through the room until he reached cabinet number 14, which coincidentally was not locked. After discreetly checking the student list at the Academy's office, Han Si-ha discovered that the student number 14 had left the Academy a long time ago, leaving no trace of their existence. Opening cabinet 14, the protagonist's suspicions were confirmed. He found what he had been looking for. A glow was coming from inside the cabinet, and surprisingly, it was another cube. It was clear that Professor Divert had received the cube from other dark mages and hidden it. The protagonist decided to store the cube safely in his subspace bag to avoid losing it. After securing the cube, Han Si-ha felt a bit stressed about hiding the cube on his own. He felt that for the next few days, he should stay quiet and avoid being noticed. However, things didn't go as planned. Inside the academy, a girl was lovingly searching for him. The protagonist was already irritated because Yoon Ha-yul constantly followed him. The girl was about to pout because he kept rejecting her request for a date, which led the protagonist to state that he wasn't interested in her. However, the girl raised another hypothesis, asking Han Si-ha if he truly wasn't interested in her, or if, in fact, he was interested in Solia. The protagonist was shocked, asking where Yoon Ha-yul had gotten that idea from. The girl changed the subject, clasping her hands and asking for a date with the protagonist. Han Si-ha got annoyed, stating that she could call it a date if she wanted, but she was just pressuring him to participate in the astrology contest hosted by the theology department. The girl coughed a few times, believing that the protagonist now wanted to take the easier route. Excitedly, she explained what the astrology contest was. The contest would cover only basic astrology, and the winner would receive a prize, along with 3 theology credits, which would help improve grades. The protagonist felt a bit tempted. 3 credits from another department meant he could have 1 less class next semester, which meant he could avoid the dreadful class with Professor Grint. To try to convince the protagonist, Yoon Ha-yul made a cute face, asking if he didn't know her skills, being the best in the theology department. She was offering him a free ride in that subject, questioning if he really dared to refuse something so good. The protagonist started sweating, unsure whether to accept or not. However, the offer was too good to refuse. Plus, he would get a great reward. Han Si-ha sighed, giving in, and asked her to tell him what would be on the exam. Yoon Ha-yul cheered, happy to finally go on a date with a handsome guy. Han Si-ha ended up studying theology, something he never imagined he would do. Yoon Ha-yul was always by his side, and so time passed quickly, and the day of the astrology contest arrived. The protagonist stretched, feeling strange and stiff, perhaps from sleeping in a bad position, or maybe it was the ominous feeling he had overheard the theology students talking about. As they walked, Yoon Ha-yul told the protagonist to look at a spot quickly. The protagonist wondered what was happening suddenly, and as he looked at the jury, his jaw dropped. Yoon Ha-yul was pointing at someone who looked very much like him, except for the hair color. Even their slightly gloomy expression was similar. Hearing that one of the judges somehow resembled him, Han Si-ha clearly understood the reason behind it. That grim-looking man was, in fact, Han Si-ha's older brother, Han Si-hyuk. If the protagonist had known that Han Si-hyuk would be one of the judges, he wouldn't have entered this competition. His brother was impeccably dressed from head to toe in a black suit, with a somber face and a voice that was strangely intimidating yet charming. Among the external judges, the one who stood out the most was indeed Han Si-hyuk from the Department of Magic. Having started studying astrology at the age of 12 and becoming the greatest prophet of the Shurdel Empire, he was a genius prophet who had been on an elite path from the beginning. Such was the older brother of Han Si-ha. The only problem was that Han Si-ha was the legitimate son of Count Han Tae-so, while Han Si-hyuk was an illegitimate son who grew up facing discrimination. For this reason, Han Si-hyuk harbored feelings of inferiority and hatred toward his younger brother, Han Si-ha. But that was to be expected, as the original Han Si-ha often tried to humiliate his brother. "You're a vulgar person. Do you really think you can act like an older brother? You're not even a legitimate member of the family, yet you try to secure a position. That's pathetic." The protagonist knew that Han Si-ha used to say things like this at the beginning of the light novel when he was still the antagonist. Even now, as he faced Han Si-hyuk, the protagonist wondered if those were the eyes of someone who would truly look at his younger brother. But they weren't. Han Si-hyuk was a genius prophet, free from the shadows of the family and his illegitimate status. At this moment, he had no reason to be happy to see Han Si-ha. The protagonist sighed, hoping that his brother wouldn't act petty and give him a low score. Han Si-ha wouldn't have cared if that happened, were he alone. But Yoon Ha-yul was on his team, and it would be unfair to penalize her. The girl was excited, encouraging Han Si-ha to do his best. And the protagonist knew that was all he could do. All the groups went to their designated tables and answered the questionnaire. Then, Han Si-ha and Yoon Ha-yul performed their demonstrations, using the crystal ball and also performing levitation spells. Time passed quickly. At a certain point, Han Si-hyuk questioned an organizer about why the type of magic was so advanced, asking if there was any chance the questionnaire answers had been leaked. She explained that since the questions were created by an external contractor from the Department of Magic, a leak would be nearly impossible. She wanted to know what his concerns were, understanding the worry about the high score, but she stated that the student Yoon Ha-yul was the best second-year theology student. Therefore, the magic student partnered with her could also benefit from that. She asked Han Si-hyuk to put his suspicions aside and proceed with the awards. Despite Han Si-hyuk's suspicion, the organizer stepped onto the stage to announce the winners. The team in first place in the astrology contest is Yoon Ha-yul from the Department of Theology and Han Si-ha from the Department of Magic. Hearing the announcement, the duo celebrated excitedly. Yoon Ha-yul grabbed the protagonist's arm, shaking it as she exclaimed that she had told him they would win. Yoon Ha-yul thanked the protagonist for being amazing. He had identified an object inside a box, including its shape and color, something truly impressive. The protagonist expressed his gratitude that everything had gone well. He realized that astrology wasn't just about interpreting the stars like a pseudoscience, it also involved analyzing the positions of planets and constellations using mathematical calculations to determine their energies. Once he began exploring the mathematical aspects of the field, studying astrology became much easier for him. As they walked up to the stage, Yoon Ha-yul commented that he must be a genius and asked if he would like to join the Department of Theology. The protagonist thanked her for the suggestion, but said he had worked hard to get into the Department of Magic. After stepping onto the stage, the organizer prepared to hand them their certificates and trophies. She also took the opportunity to inform Han Si-ha that Han Si-hyuk wanted to speak with him privately. The protagonist made his way to a room after the awards ceremony. While sipping tea, he wondered if Han Si-hyuk originally appeared in this episode. Since Han Si-ha was originally a supporting character, his brother didn't receive much focus in the original story. Thus, the protagonist had no idea what was going to happen, especially since his brother wasn't someone who would do anything good for him. At that moment, Han Si-hyuk entered the room and noticed that Han Si-ha had already arrived. The protagonist looked at him and asked what he wanted by calling him there. Han Si-hyuk sat down and revealed that he wanted to give him some advice. The protagonist was surprised. If his brother had said he wanted to insult him, he would have believed it, but advice was entirely unexpected. Han Si-hyuk looked at his brother with disdain as he spoke. "I don't know what kind of tricks a disgrace like you used to achieve these results, but you're no longer young enough for your actions to be overlooked, so don't get arrogant." The protagonist was irritated, knowing this was exactly how things would go. He wondered how old Han Si-hyuk thought he was to act so self-important. He was exactly the arrogant bastard the protagonist had read about. His personality matched his face perfectly. Annoyed, the protagonist told Han Si-hyuk to get straight to the point. Seeing how impatient Han Si-ha was, Han Si-hyuk cut to the chase, instructing him to stay informed about the state of the Kastika family during the summer vacation. The protagonist was surprised and asked why this was coming up so suddenly. Han Si-hyuk refused to explain, simply stating that he should obey and follow his order if he was grateful for having won the competition. Hearing the man speak as if he had handed him the prize, rather than the protagonist earning it together with Ha-yul through their own efforts, the protagonist grew irritated. Han Si-hyuk didn't want to drag the conversation out and told the protagonist to leave. The protagonist stood up, realizing that the bastard was already kicking him out as soon as he finished speaking, typical of him. As he left the room, the protagonist wondered what was wrong with that guy. After Han Si-hyuk left, a few days passed, and the final exams of the first semester ended, with the vacation just a few days away. Holding a book on magical practices, the protagonist tossed it aside, wanting to forget about it. He had earned enough credits with the astrology competition, so he'd be skipping Professor Grint's classes in the second semester. At that moment, someone entered the protagonist's room, asking how the exams went. Adela greeted him with a cheerful smile, waving at him. The protagonist replied that he did well and asked about her. Adela said that, of course, she had done well. Adela approached the protagonist and asked about the suitcases by his side. Han Si-ha then revealed that he was planning to go home for the holidays. Hearing this, Adela became curious and asked if he was on good terms with his family again. She thought it was great that the situation seemed to have improved. The protagonist didn't want to tell her that they weren't exactly on good terms or happy to see each other. He only remembered that he was going home because of his older brother. Since Han Si-hyuk had insisted, Han Si-ha decided to listen to him this time. The protagonist then asked Adela if she was also going home. She said they wouldn't be too thrilled if she went back, so she'd be staying in the dormitory. Despite her words, Han Si-ha felt the situation was probably a bit different. Adela's family background had never been mentioned in the original story, and she had always lived alone. Therefore, since she didn't show much emotion, it was hard to tell what was really on her mind. The protagonist sighed and bid farewell to Adela, saying they'd see each other after the holidays in a month. To return home, Han Si-ha took a train. The trip was smooth, allowing him to arrive quickly. Standing before the large white building, Han Si-ha was left speechless. He was impressed to see the place in person, realizing that the original Han Si-ha was practically a magnate. Entering the property, he wondered why the original Han Si-ha wasted time studying dark magic. If it were him, he would prefer to live a peaceful life until graduation. Upon meeting the butler, Han Si-ha gave a slight bow and greeting, informing him that he had returned. The butler, however, misunderstood and asked Han Si-ha to wait a moment, as there was an order from the count, "Do not enter yet, not until I give permission." Hearing the butler reveal his father's order, Han Si-ha's jaw nearly dropped as he questioned whether he was truly going to be treated this way. He couldn't believe that his father was treating a son who had returned after a year and a half in such a manner. The afternoon passed quickly, and sunset arrived. As Han Si-ha sat on one of the entrance steps, a few maids whispered among themselves, surprised that he was still waiting there. One remarked on how persistent he was, saying that if it were her, she would have already found somewhere else to stay. Han Si-ha blushed. He could hear them perfectly. At that moment, the door behind Han Si-ha opened. The protagonist turned around, wondering if the person approaching him was Count Han Tae-so, Han Si-ha's father. The man looked at Han Si-ha and welcomed him, inviting him inside. The protagonist was surprised, wondering if he was really being allowed in so suddenly. Once inside the enormous mansion, Han Si-ha noticed the polished floors and sat at a table as large as his dorm room at the academy. While they ate, Han Tae-so revealed that he had heard the Minister of Magic was involved in a scandal that led to a trial, demanding Han Si-ha report the details. The protagonist now understood why he had been left outside. He had thought his father might have changed his attitude after hearing about his improved grades, but it seemed Han Tae-so suspected he was involved in another incident and was punishing him. Still, it was a reasonable assumption, as expected of Count Han Tae-so. Calmly cutting his piece of meat, Han Si-ha replied, "You're quick to catch strange news, but slow with other matters. I can guess the source of the information." Han Si-ha then glanced at a servant who flinched in fear. Seeing this reaction, the protagonist realized the news about him had been distorted. Faced with Han Tae-so's surprise at the way Han Si-ha spoke, the protagonist added with a slight provocation, "Besides, what kind of father wouldn't be curious why his son visited the Ministry of Magic?" Hearing Han Si-ha's remark, Han Tae-so shot him a sharp glare, asking if he dared lecture him. The protagonist shuddered slightly, realizing how intimidating that glare was. It wasn't surprising that people called Han Tae-so the bloodthirsty count. Deciding not to provoke his father further, he apologized for disappointing him, but explained that he had attended an event at the Ministry of Magic. Han Tae-so grew curious about what Han Si-ha had done there, and the protagonist revealed he had participated in an event representing his school. He then asked a servant to hand a piece of paper to his father. Upon reading the paper, Han Tae-so suspected it was a lie. He trembled as he held the report card. First place in taming studies, first place in magic practice studies, and third place overall in the rankings. He questioned Han Si-ha, asking if this was really his report card or a forgery. The protagonist stated that he hadn't cheated and that it was incredibly difficult to cheat in practical exams. Furthermore, he mentioned that this was just the midterm report card and that he had performed even better in the finals. Han Tae-so began trembling, crumpling the paper in his hands. You actually did it. Si-ha, you've finally proven yourself? In front of Han Si-ha, Han Tae-so began to cry. The protagonist was shocked, wondering if this reaction was purely due to his improved grades. Han Tae-so continued to cry while a servant placed a blanket over his shoulders. It was about time you truly grew up. I'm so proud. Faced with this situation, Han Si-ha was stunned. He questioned whether this type of reaction was the tragic collapse of a character. After seeing the report card, Han Tae-so's attitude completely shifted. Not only his, but also the servants, who had previously ignored Han Si-ha. Now, they looked at him cautiously. He would no longer have to hear that he was a child abandoned by the family. Han Tae-so's support would lay a strong foundation for his future. 2 days later, Han Si-ha had to admit that Han Si-hyuk had been right this time. He needed to return to the family estate for this vacation. While sitting for tea with his father in the garden, Han Tae-so asked if there was anything he wanted to learn. The protagonist thought for a moment and suggested learning about taming. Instantly, Han Tae-so ordered a servant to prepare 10 horses. Then, he asked if Han Si-ha needed anything else. The protagonist was surprised, but then replied that he would need some high-quality gemstones, crushed as finely as possible. Han Si-ha realized it was time for Tara to hatch, so he needed to prepare its food. Adjusting the temperature with precision, Han Si-ha humbly completed the preparations perfectly. With everything ready, the hatching process wouldn't be difficult. He spent time with the egg, reflecting on why it was rated as grade A. A patera had weak combat abilities but was excellent for transportation, and once tamed, it became incredibly loyal. However, Teras were harder to tame than dragons, which showed there was much more to consider than Han Si-ha had imagined. The protagonist had read that a newly hatched Tera would take 1 or 2 weeks to tame, a fairly long time. The book also warned that an untrained Tera could be destructive. As Han Si-ha read, the egg began trembling, catching his attention. Noticing the shaking, Han Si-ha approached, concerned that it might be hatching. The tremors grew stronger, increasing Han Si-ha's worry. In the next moment, the egg began to crack. With the first fractures, an explosion occurred, engulfing the entire room in smoke. Han Si-ha coughed, waving away the smoke while gripping his wand. The protagonist wondered how he had managed to receive a Class A monster. At that moment, he saw a baby Tera crying while hovering in the air. Han Si-ha had cast a golden spell that surrounded the baby monster to prevent it from escaping. The Tera demonstrated its nature as a monster, showing an instinct to flee as soon as it hatched. Restrained by the magic, the baby Tera cried even louder than Han Tae-so had upon seeing his son's grades. Exhausted, the protagonist sat on the floor. The strength of a newborn monster, only an hour old, was extraordinary. Even bound by magic, if the Tera managed to break free by force, it would be a disaster. Han Si-ha was grateful for his magical affinity, which allowed him to tame most monsters easily. However, the Tera seemed unresponsive to him from the moment it was born. Han Si-ha decided to approach the situation differently. He chose to soothe the monster, which was unsettled by its unfamiliar surroundings. Instead of using a sleep spell, he opted for a hypnosis spell. Pointing his wand at the Tera, the protagonist cast the spell. Once hit, the little creature began to calm down. The protagonist was relieved that his plan had worked. As the Tera lay on the ground, calmer, Han Si-ha decided it was time to place his mark on it. He held the Tera close to try to form a contract with it. The key to convincing the Tera to accept the contract was making it believe he wouldn't harm it. Han Si-ha drew from his past life experiences. He gently stroked the creature, helping it relax further. He knew he couldn't tame the Tera in a single attempt, so he resolved to stick to his plan for another week. Spending a week taming the Tera didn't seem like a problem. It was summer vacation, and Han Si-ha had plenty of free time. Besides, the chaotic room he was in was still his own. After dedicating all his time to taming the Tera and finally succeeding, everyone was astonished by the news. The protagonist's roommate asked if he realized how incredible this was. Even the most experienced tamers could manage a maximum of 3 monsters. It was astounding that he, a second-year student, had already tamed 2, one of them being a Tera, a creature notorious for being impossible to tame as a baby. The protagonist asked his roommate to calm down, reminding him they had come together for a different reason. Standing before a large sphere, the roommate recalled their purpose for being there. They were about to enroll in their courses. Even though they were there to register for their courses, one was too excited to keep the news to himself. He asked Han Si-ha if he could share it with others. Han Si-ha expected no less from an informant and gave Wan permission. In return, the young man handed something to the protagonist. Han Si-ha was surprised because what he received was a timetable. It was a carefully crafted arrangement, accounting for free periods and including only classes from highly rated professors. Curious about how Wan had managed to create such a masterpiece, Han Si-ha gave him a thumbs up. thanking him for the schedule. One returned the gesture with a wink, wishing them success. Coincidentally, there was quite a crowd at the location, even so early in the morning. This suggested that registering for courses wasn't an easy process. At Ardell Academy, course registration takes place on a specific date and time. Students must gather at a place called the Magic Center. The process involves finding a registered location with its own unique magical circle, drawing their own magical circle to complete authentication and log in, and then proceeding with registration. The problem was that the location of the Magic Center varied. The day before registration, Han Si-ha received a voice message. Hello? Hey, you know tomorrow is registration day, right? Not all magic centers are the same. Some have strong magical flows and others don't. Fortunately, I heard from a senior about an amazing spot with a great flow. Let's meet there. This race to find the best magical flow could be compared to looking for a spot with strong Wi-Fi in modern times. When Han Si-ha arrived at the location, he realized the magical flow was indeed quite strong. The reason for all the fuss around course registration this semester was simple. Nobody wanted to end up with Professor Grint. Standing beside Han Si-ha, one warned him that only 10 seconds remained until the Magic Center opened. A countdown began, and as it was about to end, Han Si-ha, along with all the other students, received a notification. The Magic Center for course registration was now active. All the students began clicking to access the registration page and frantically searched for their desired classes. The protagonist scoffed internally, watching how frustrated the students were with the slow pace of course selection. On the other hand, Han Si-ha, who had been studying the academy for 6 years, knew better than anyone which classes to choose, making his selections faster than the rest. In the midst of the chaos, Han Si-ha demonstrated remarkable precision and speed. He selected the classes he needed and abandoned the ones he didn't want. After some time, Han Si-ha had already finalized his schedule. Beside him, one showed visible frustration, admitting that he had panicked at the last moment and ended up stuck with classes taught by Professor Grint. After sharing his struggles, one asked how Han Si-ha had fared. Han Si-ha smiled and revealed that he had managed to secure all the best courses. One was impressed, saying he had never seen such a beautifully crafted and perfect schedule before. Curious, he asked how Han Si-ha had been able to select all the right classes and whether he had trained for it. The protagonist smirked, dismissing the idea. Then with a melancholic expression he replied, if you spend your years in a gaming cafe living only for that, you'll be able to do this. One grew concerned at Han Si-ha's response, baffled by his cryptic words, and asked what he meant. Even after the intense course registration event, the novel's relentless timeline didn't grant Han Si-ha any peace. As soon as he returned to the academy, the protagonist received a notification about the start of the 4th main episode. This episode revolved around the necromancy dormitory. The time limit wouldn't end until it was defeated, and the reward for completion was the staff of Ardell. However, failure was not an option. Han Si-ha recalled that the necromancy dormitory incident involved students from the necromancy department falling under the influence of dark mages and summoning skeletons on the academy campus. Originally, this episode wasn't supposed to occur for at least another 2 years, but apparently frustrated by their previous failures, the dark mages were accelerating their plans. In the original story, this incident was marked by heavy casualties, which had left Han Si-ha incredibly tense when he first read about it. However, fortunately, learning divine magic while studying theology came in handy. Moreover, Han Si-ha now had heroes with strong savior complexes on his side. They would help him resolve the situation with ease. Thanks to this combination, Han Si-ha was able to secure a decent reward as well. The 4th main episode concluded quickly, and Han Si-ha received the staff of Ardell, a staff emitting a strange aura. The staff was quite durable and could help the caster use more than 2 spells simultaneously. However, it is at the moment when people let their guard down that they become blind. The protagonist, while looking at the information for one of his classes, was surprised. He was incredulous upon seeing the name of the professor for the basic flight skills class. The professor's name was Grint Butler. Han Si-ha held his head in his hands, wondering why this was happening. He had worked hard to avoid that professor, yet suddenly he was assigned to one of his classes. This caused Han Si-ha to shout in frustration. One, observing the protagonist's reaction, commented with Basil that he seemed lost again. No matter how the main episode unfolded, or how Han Si-ha's temperament fluctuated, time passed quickly. Thus, trains transported the students to the camp. This was a traditional event held at the Academy Ardell for second-year students. It was a program where they traveled outside the Ardell Empire with seniors. Simply put, it was like a school trip, and its usual theme was survival. The location for this year's camp was the Keisha Plains, a place dominated by greenery. Han Si-ha sighed upon seeing that they had been thrown into a mountainous area where they were supposed to survive. He felt like he was part of a YouTube survival program. As he carried his luggage, the protagonist heard someone announce that once they had disembarked from the train, they needed to gather. The professors likely created this system so that the two classes could interact and grow together, but in reality, this rarely happened. Second-year students had to complete certain missions given to them, while older students would evaluate their progress. Points would be added to their grades, with a significant bonus, so they couldn't ignore this program. This meant that this was the perfect setting for seniors to mistreat juniors. Straight away, a senior ordered everyone to stand, warning that if they didn't want their grades to drop, they needed to move quickly. The senior introduced himself as Kasan, a third-year student. He looked down on the second-year students as he spoke, saying, "I heard rumors that second years were incompetent, but I didn't expect them to be this bad. Traditionally, when we arrive at camp, juniors should prepare blankets for seniors and offer survival food kits." Hearing this, Adela questioned Kasan, pointing out that they needed to survive on the food kits for several days, asking what they would eat if they gave the food to the seniors. Kasan stepped forward towards Adela, telling her to be quiet, stating that in his time, things were done that way. He questioned how she dared to challenge a senior, and said that such behavior was completely unacceptable. Kasan then pointed at the students in front of the group, ordering them to hand over all their food and any useful items in their backpacks. The students were frightened and went to their bags, complying. Kasan smiled upon seeing their obedience and commanded everyone to move quickly, saying they should have acted this way from the start, or else their grades would be lowered or they would be sent home. Hearing this, Han Si-ha began to get irritated, and Kasan noticed that Han Si-ha wasn't following his orders, standing calmly the entire time, and questioned him. "You refuse to do what I said? Do you think third years are a joke?" Hearing such a question, the protagonist smiled. "Yes, I do." Kasan was surprised, not expecting such a response. The protagonist looked at him with a mocking expression, correcting his words. "I didn't exactly mean that, it's just that the way the senior acts is a bit comical." Han Si-ha knew that the third-year student wasn't truly a bad person, nor did he have any reason to bully his juniors. However, this year, the second years were extraordinary. Clearly, all the main characters of the novel were in their second year. The strangeness of facing those exceptional children likely irritated Senior Kasan. The third year gritted his teeth, questioning if he had heard wrong, asking how Han Si-ha dared to be so arrogant. Recognizing who the protagonist was, he commented that the academy had been talking a lot about him lately, the guy who crawled on the ground during his first year and barely passed, now acting as if he were grand and powerful. Kasan began to laugh, asking what Han Si-ha was doing, if it was because of his family, and if, after being abandoned and returning home, his father was treating him well. The protagonist seized that phrase and responded that his father was treating him so well that he wouldn't forgive Kasan for speaking that way. Kasan grew enraged at hearing this, but Han Si-ha continued. "Now that you've mentioned it, before the camping trip, the director called me separately. He said teamwork was the most important thing during the trip, but the actions you're taking now threaten teamwork. This is a vague situation that I don't know how to judge. When I return, and clearly when we all return, the dean will call me again. What should I do when that happens?" Faced with Han Si-ha's veiled threat, Kasan's anger peaked. Calling him a bastard, the senior advanced toward the protagonist, hand open, attempting to grab him. However, at that moment, something moved quickly. The small red dragon leapt forward, biting Kasan's hand, causing him to scream. Han Si-ha grabbed the furious Basil, who glared angrily at the bastard who attacked his master. Seeing Kasan's wounded hand, they immediately sent him to the medical department. Kasan turned away, leaving, but not before issuing a warning. If he ended up with a scar on his hand, he would seek revenge. The protagonist petted Basil's head, internally mocking Kasan. The other second-year students approached the protagonist, asking if they should pack up their things. Han Si-ha took charge, instructing everyone to retrieve their supplies and return to the tents. In the third year's tent, Kasan vented threats against the protagonist. Nearby, a student asked if he had gotten into a fight with Han Si-ha, stating that being rude was one thing, but going too far could be dangerous, as he had heard that Han Si-ha was quite skilled. He then urged Kasan to stop sulking and help him, as, despite being the supervisor, distributing supplies to the second years was quite irritating. Kasan originally didn't want to simply let Han Si-ha succeed, but as he looked at the backpacks that Leveni was organizing, he asked if they were from Han Si-ha's group. Leveni confirmed they were, asking what Kasan was planning. The young man gave a malicious smile as he picked up one of the backpacks, stating that Han Si-ha needed a lesson for being arrogant and couldn't be allowed to disrespect the seniors. He then asked if, since Han Si-ha was so incredible, he wouldn't be able to survive without food and water. Seeing Kasan removing supplies from the backpacks, Leveni became concerned, asking how 5 people could survive with just 1 bottle of water, wondering if Kasan had lost his mind. In response, Kasan questioned if he was siding with the second years. Leveni expressed his continued concern for the lack of supplies, but Kasan dismissed it, stating that this was his opinion and that arrogant people should taste the bitterness of hardship. After sabotaging Han Si-ha's group's supplies, Kasan wished for them to face difficult times. The next day arrived, and from then on, the students needed to survive for 6 days without any incidents to pass the mission successfully. If they sustained serious injuries or gave up and returned to base, they would fail. Entering the forest, Han Si-ha's group paused after some time. One asked the group if their supply backpack didn't seem a bit light. Opening the backpack, they found only a water bottle, a rope, a photo stone, and an absorption stone. Seeing this, Han Si-ha grew irritated, asking how they were supposed to survive for 6 days with just that. He smiled wryly, realizing that this had happened because of him. Beside him, Adela commented that every time she got involved with him, they ended up facing difficulties to the point where it didn't feel like a coincidence anymore. Hearing this, the protagonist asked her not to speak like that, reminding her that she had already benefited greatly from him. With the group, Natalie changed the subject, trying to motivate them, asserting that they should give it their best. One also tried to stay positive, saying at least they already knew each other well. The group continued forward, coming across 2 paths. There they wondered which one they should take. Han Si-ha wanted to go left, which made one question why he was being indecisive, asserting they should be careful as they didn't know the terrain. However, Han Si-ha claimed that, in fact, he knew the place. The protagonist kept the secret that Professor Wernest had called him and explained a few things. Thus, he mentioned that he had read a book about the place because he was interested in the region. Natalie cheered at hearing the protagonist, while Wu praised him for always being well informed about random topics. Han Si-ha thought everything would go smoothly, but after advancing almost until sunset, someone asked the others if they were also feeling dizzy, as they began to feel like they were walking in circles. Another member of the group stated that they weren't sure, but both the grass and trees seemed oddly similar. Han Si-ha found this a bit strange. He had heard that going left was the fastest path, and thought Professor Wernest wouldn't lie to a student like that. This made him wonder what was happening. Back at the tent, someone was deeply concerned. Leveni questioned Kasan if he had removed the monitoring stone from Han Si-ha's group's backpack. Seeing the stone in Kasan's hand, he tried to claim he hadn't done it intentionally. He clenched his teeth, realizing he had done so while removing the group's food. He began to sweat, saying he didn't want the group to get lost. Leveni was worried, asserting that the monitoring stone was the bare minimum safety device, and it was the reason students could survive at the camp. Without the stone, they couldn't be located for help if needed. Leveni wanted to know what they would do. Kasan became irritated, asking what Leveni expected him to do. He started trembling, trying to argue that the group was strong enough to manage returning on their own. He couldn't risk going there and revealing they had messed up, as that would be extremely embarrassing. Kasan decided to wait for 3 days, telling Leveni not to do anything during that time. He hoped things would work out, as otherwise he and Leveni would be penalized. For them, the best-case scenario was for nothing to happen, and the group could leave safely. He simply wished that nothing would occur during those 3 days. However, the next night, Ronan received the notification for the 5th main episode, The Secret of Survival. He had the mission to uncover unknown secrets of the campsite within 7 days. Han Si-ha sighed but felt excited. Something definitely was about to happen, as what had been triggered was not a secondary episode, but a main one. Despite this, Han Si-ha was concerned. The children with him hadn't eaten properly since the start of the mission, and they had also been walking all day, draining their energies. Furthermore, they realized they were walking in circles in the same spot due to an illusion magic cast over the terrain. Han Si-ha began to suspect. Magical illusions didn't occur naturally like a mirage, and there was no reason for the Academy Ardell to go so far to make students suffer like this on a camping trip. Trying to find a reason made Han Si-ha sigh. He had made so many enemies that he didn't know who he had angered now. While the other children were enjoying a pleasant field trip, eating their supplies and lighting campfires, his group had to focus on mere survival. In the midst of the protagonist's thoughts, Juan drew the group's attention, pointing to a cave. Adela was surprised to see the cave in that place, and asked if they had finally escaped the illusion magic. One celebrated the situation, as now they could seek shelter from the wind and rain and light a fire. However, at that moment, a sound of a pig was heard, causing Han Si-ha to become alert. A giant boar emerged from the cave, with blood-red, ferocious eyes. One and the rest of the group were stunned. In front of the massive boar, Juan commented, Guys, it seems this cave already has an owner, doesn't it? The boar, who seemingly lived in the cave, glared at the group. It snorted and slammed its hooves into the ground, giving a clear warning to the group. Behind Adela, the protagonist remarked that it seemed the boar was truly enraged. He then opened his backpack, revealing Basil, and stated that in the end, the beast was just a big pig. He asked if they couldn't simply take it down. Following the protagonist's command, Basil charged to attack the boar. Although still a young dragon, Basil was a legendary creature, capable of overpowering most mages. Han Si-ha didn't believe he would lose to a mere boar, but suddenly, Basil was thrown back. Han Si-ha wiped his proud expression away, wondering what had happened. He rushed to Basil's side, urging the little dragon to recover. Basil had a confused expression and a bruise on his forehead. His expression showed his surprise at being knocked out by a boar, despite his proud nature as a dragon. Han Si-ha quickly encouraged Basil to get back on his feet. Adela looked at the duo with a curious gaze, and then turned to face the boar, drawing her sword. Basil wouldn't be able to handle this, so I'll intervene. Leaping forward, Adela aimed to attack the boar from above. Her sword reflected the moonlight as she aimed directly for the monster's heart. Adela swung her sword, but when it struck the boar's hide, it didn't penetrate. She felt the boar's toughness and quickly pulled back, noting something was off with the beast and revealing what happened with her sword, likely a magically enhanced beast. Hearing Adela, one became terrified, asking how a magically enhanced creature could exist deep in the forest. That was what Han Si-ha also wanted to know. Seeing things becoming increasingly difficult, he realized there was no other choice. Turning to Basil, Han Si-ha asked if he had recovered. He invited Basil to try again. The little dragon was curious as to why they would attempt again after failing, and Han Si-ha concluded that they shouldn't repeat the same approach. He suggested using a technique they had been practicing recently. Hearing about the new technique, Basil became excited. Previously, Basil had used his breath as an area attack, but they had recently been training a technique that focused all of Basil's power into a single point. Normally, concentrated attacks on a single target were more powerful than area-based ones. Han Si-ha hadn't expected to test this attack so soon, but he would seize the opportunity. He then instructed Basil to demonstrate what they had been training. The little dragon focused, closing his eyes. Suddenly, he opened them, completing the channeling of his new attack. Flames mixed with lightning were launched at the boar. The attack, called Fire Sparks, engulfed the giant pig, attempting to reduce it to ashes. After the powerful attack subsided, the boar fell to the ground, roasted. Natalie was the first to approach the boar, followed closely by Juan. The young informant revealed he had never seen such an incredible attack before, asking if a newly hatched monster could really have such a strong strike. Natalie praised Basil, complimenting him for not being an ordinary baby dragon, which made the little dragon quite happy. In addition to defeating the threatening monster, something else happened. Before the boar on the ground, the protagonist asked if the group could smell it. He began drooling as he spoke. Everyone, tonight's dinner will be roasted pork. Ultimately, despite hunting the boar, Han Si-ha was tasked with being the butcher to carve the meat for the group to eat. Though grumbling, Han Si-ha knew that among the group he was the only one who had studied anatomy properly. He became somewhat disheartened as he cut the pork, lamenting how all his studies led him to become a pig butcher. After some time, Han Si-ha joined the small campfire the group had made, asking if the preparation was ready. Natalie responded that Basil had helped light the fire. Several skewers of roasted pork were prepared and placed over the fire to cook. After some time, the roasted pork glowed on the skewers. Holding a skewer, Han Si-ha asked if they could start eating, and everyone happily responded affirmatively. One was the first to take a bite of the meat. He chewed thoroughly, and along with the others, almost melted with how delicious the pork was, far better than they had anticipated. One shed a tear, revealing he had thought they would be stuck, but now he felt like he was truly surviving. The protagonist knew they had spent the entire day without proper food or water, so one must have been very exhausted. After eating, the protagonist advised everyone to rest. He volunteered to scout the area a bit, while the others could arrange their sleeping bags near the fire. Afterward, Han Si-ha walked into the cave. He was contemplating what they should do the next day. He knew it would take some time before the academy would be alerted to the situation. Assuming the third years noticed something was off and informed the teachers, it would likely take at least a week before they came looking for them. He was worried that in the meantime, they might fall into more illusionary traps or encounter other strange things, like magically enhanced monsters like the wild boar. Han Si-ha sighed, feeling the need to take action, but unsure of what path to follow. At that moment, someone called out to Han Si-ha, Adela approached the protagonist, asking what he was thinking so deeply about. Seeing the young woman, the protagonist inquired why she had followed him, and she responded that she couldn't sleep. The protagonist pondered for a moment, and in the meantime, Adela pointed upwards, asking if they should look at the sky. Above their heads there was a large hole in the cave, where the starry sky could be seen, with even shooting stars falling. The young woman revealed that the shooting stars reminded her of something. She asked if he had ever heard that magic reflected a person's inner self. She mentioned that sometimes she wondered if, as a mage of the earth and a commoner, the ground was closer to her than the sky. She then asked Han Siha about his decision, why he had chosen to be a tamer, a job so unpopular. Faced with the question, the protagonist knew the right answer would be that he was a veterinarian in his past life and had woken up inside the novel that way, but that wasn't the answer he could give. Giving a flimsy excuse, Han Siha claimed it was so he could relax more easily and let others handle things for him. Adela playfully teased him, saying that was why he always had Basil do things in his place. After the joke, Adela looked at the protagonist with a meaningful gaze. Magic always sought those who desired it. It was an immutable law in this world. This made Han Siha wonder why Adela possessed such a powerful ability, one only slightly weaker compared to the protagonist of the novel. At that moment, Adela began to share her story. Han Siha, actually, I know why I became a mage. When I was young, before even learning about magic, my entire village was buried by the earth. Everything was buried, nothing was left behind. And then, everyone around started speculating, saying there was a black mage hidden in the village, or that the entire village was cursed. But none of that mattered to me. All that mattered was that the villagers, who had done nothing wrong, were gone without reason, in a single day leaving only me behind. Now, Han Siha felt that the pieces of the puzzle were finally falling into place. Why Adela had never mentioned her family in the original story, why someone like her had no home to return to during academy breaks, why she devoted herself to training alone, and why she had no other choice, but it seemed she was far too impatient to reach her goals. The protagonist was about to offer his support to the young woman, when suddenly he heard a cracking sound. He looked down and noticed a crack forming beneath his feet. The fractures began spreading rapidly under him and Adela, while bright lights shimmered, covering nearly the entire cave floor. The ground beneath the pair gave way, causing both to fall. Han Siha got to his feet, still a bit dizzy. In front of him, Adela, who had already stood up, commented on the lights they had seen before falling. The protagonist found them oddly familiar and quickly remembered where he had seen them before. He asked Adela if she remembered the strange note Li Han had found in the secret passage, noting that the lights resembled the ruins of that place. Adela was startled, recalling how Li Han had discovered such a thing while searching for traces of black mages at school. Instantly, the two realized what was happening. They looked around and quickly spotted one of the cubes embedded in the chest of a stone golem. Han Siha reached out to grab the cube. At that moment, the golem shuddered slightly, alerting Han Siha, who feared the creature might now awaken. Adela hoped that wouldn't happen, but to her dismay, the golem began to move. Han Siha couldn't believe their luck. First a wild boar, and now a golem. He revealed to Adela that he didn't think they could win the fight, asking what they should do. The young woman quickly told him to stop overthinking, come over, and grab her hand. Han Siha blushed at her sudden request. Adela firmly gripped her wand, asking if he still didn't understand. Then she grabbed his hand herself, declaring they were escaping. At that moment, the ground beneath them rose rapidly, propelling them back to the cave they had been in. Before they could fully reach the cave, they ended up hitting their heads on the ceiling, but they managed to escape successfully. Han Siha commented that the stone rocket was beyond what he expected, questioning how Adela managed to make them hit the ceiling when there was a hole in another part of it. Seeing him complain, Adela reminded him that she had saved him. As the golem continued shaking the cave, Adela revealed her thoughts to the protagonist, stating she had considered the worst-case scenario. A golem awakened from a long slumber because its territory had been trespassed, crushing everything in sight without restraint, leaving the cave on the verge of collapse. The two began running out of the cave while Ronan commented that her story sounded quite realistic. As they fled, the pair came across Juan and Natalie near the campfire. Seeing them, Juan asked what was going on and why the ground was shaking. Han Siha quickly responded that there was no time to explain and urged them to leave immediately. Along the way, Adela stopped everyone, reminding them that they couldn't just keep running, as they were still under the influence of illusion magic. Worried, Juan asked what her suggestion was. Adela had a determined look as she asked if there was any option other than facing this new challenge. She tried to stay calm, reassuring herself that the golem should be slower than they thought. Turning to face the golem charging toward them, she cast a spell, Stone Rush, hurling rocks at the monster. The stones flew quickly and struck the golem, but Adela soon realized that her attack hadn't even scratched it. She asked aloud what they should do since she couldn't inflict any physical damage on the creature. Hearing her, Han Si-ha had an idea. He thanked Adela, who was surprised since she didn't feel like she had done anything special. Han Si-ha revealed that her words had sparked a hunch. If Adela's power was ineffective, then Basil's power would likely be irrelevant as well. A golem strengthened by layers of magic wouldn't be harmed, not even by a firestorm. Han Si-ha called Natalie to assist him. Hearing her name, Natalie was startled, saying she couldn't create powerful attacks like Adela's. But the protagonist reassured her, saying it didn't matter. What was important was her strong compatibility with water magic. He asked her to simply give the golem a good soak. Adela was shocked and questioned whether Han Si-ha was thinking clearly, pointing out that stone and earth monsters had strong resistance to water magic. The protagonist assured her that it would be fine, asking her to trust him. Meanwhile, Natalie drew her wand. Following Han Si-ha's plan, Natalie cast Aqua Blast. The blast of water poured down on the golem, soaking it as if it were just enjoying a refreshing shower. This led Natalie to question whether that had really worked. Han Si-ha thanked her for the excellent work, and at that moment, he summoned his new companion, Klusti. The Befere chirped briefly, flapping its wings as it faced the golem. Klusti's gaze radiated confidence, and a golden glow emanated from its eyes. Adela shielded herself, asking what this sudden glow was. In that moment, a cold wave spread across the cave entrance. The wet golem was completely frozen by the Terra. Han Si-ha now had a new motto. If you can't break it, then freeze it so it shatters. The stone golem cracked and shattered into dozens of ice cubes. It was a simple principle. Water expands when it freezes. No matter how hard the rock was, it would break under rapid freezing. The protagonist expressed his relief that his method had worked, but as he spoke, he suddenly collapsed. The group grew alarmed at seeing what had happened to him. They rushed to his side, asking if he was okay, and he reassured them that he was fine. He had just overexerted himself using too much magic. At that moment, Adela alerted the group that she had heard footsteps nearby. Just then, Kassan and Leveni came running toward them. The duo stared at the shattered golem, asking what had happened. Seeing the arrival of the seniors, the group felt relieved, but Han Si-ha turned to face them, asking if anyone had something to say. Kassan trembled as he clasped his hands together, apologizing and admitting he was at fault, saying he hadn't expected things to escalate to this point. He explained that he hadn't removed the stone intentionally and had been very worried about them. Han Si-ha stared at the senior, wondering if he should hit him as punishment. With a sigh, he then gave Kassan a terrifying glare and said, "Forget it, but why don't you kneel already? I think that might help ease the tension." Kassan was startled, asking Han Si-ha what he was talking about. However, the group sided with Han Si-ha, urging the senior to kneel already. Reluctantly, Kassan complied, dropping to his knees and apologizing. With a somewhat half-hearted apology in the end, the Academy issued an emergency evacuation order, less than a week after the camp began. The magic used to capture the golem had been spectacular, so much so that every student in the forest, and even the Academy staff, learned something from the incident. In the end, everyone survived, so the situation would likely be resolved with the seniors receiving only demerits. The Academy staff announced they would investigate the sudden appearance of the wild boar and the golem as well. But Han Si-ha wasn't sure how deeply the Academy would probe into the matter. Back at the Academy, the protagonist showed Li Han the cube he had found. Li Han mentioned he had heard about what happened and noted that they must have gone through a lot. According to the original story, the third cube wasn't supposed to be found in that location. It should still have been in the hands of the Black Mages. As he handed the cube to Li Han, the protagonist reflected on his hypothesis. If that cube belonged to the Black Mages, they might have been secretly storing cubes in the forest. This would explain the illusion magic, the barriers surrounding the area, and even the wild boar and the golem. Hearing about the illusion magic, Li Han asked the protagonist if he had sensed anything unusual, like unknown magic, while walking through the forest. Adela, who was with him, confirmed that they had indeed felt something strange. Upon hearing this, Li Han remarked that such magic couldn't have been cast from a long distance. Adela began to ponder who in the forest could have been responsible for casting the magic. The protagonist grew increasingly concerned about the Black Mages. He couldn't shake the feeling that they were closing in on the group. At this rate, both the cube and the group's safety were in jeopardy. At that moment, something happened that Han Si-ha thought was perfect. The 6th main episode was announced, the Ardell Alliance. The mission was to protect the cube from the Black Mages, with a recommended team of 6 people. This was an episode Han Si-ha had been anticipating. It was also part of the original story, originally led by Li Han, but there had been some issues in the original version. From this point forward, most of the cubes they started collecting would become targets of theft by a formidable enemy, the Black Mage Art. Art was a significant mid-tier boss, a master pickpocket skilled in detection and theft. Being a master thief meant that no matter how securely the cubes were stored or how many the group collected first, Art could effortlessly steal them. Since they had already collected more cubes than expected, including the last one, this was now the perfect time for Art to make his move. The protagonist asked to end the discussion there, and Li Han agreed, assuming Han Si-ha was tired. Li Han suggested that the protagonist rest. Han Si-ha considered following the instructions from the status window, but there was a critical question. Who should he bring? Walking through the academy, the protagonist thought about who the 5 members of the group, aside from himself, should be. He recalled the original lineup from the story: Li Han, Adele, and Solia. In addition, Natalie, who had acted as the brains of the group in the original story, and Li Han's reliable support. However, the first person Han Si-ha thought of bringing wasn't one of those two. It was Yoon Ha-ul. In the original story, Yoon Ha-ul didn't learn about the cubes until much later, at least 2 years into the timeline. However, based on the dungeons Han Si-ha had already experienced with her, as well as the astrology competition, he knew Ha-ul was a prodigy. She never lost first place in her department, and every professor had their eyes on her. For the 5th spot, Han Si-ha considered Seymour, despite his unpredictable personality. Since escaping from prison with Han Si-ha's help, Seymour had not revived the Black Magic Club or caused any trouble. The boy had been living peacefully while keeping an eye on Han Si-ha. The protagonist knew Seymour had always been a kid with great potential, and, most importantly, was now in a state where he definitely wouldn't betray them. Han Si-ha had doubts about whether forming a team different from the original story was the right decision, but he couldn't let things unfold as they did in the original. If he wanted to survive this dark novel, he had to be properly prepared. If Han Si-ha could discover these children's powers as early as possible and guide them naturally into the center of the story, he might be able to achieve a different outcome. Han Si-ha decided to trust his instincts. Now that he had chosen the group members, he resolved to conduct a small experiment. The next day, Han Si-ha headed to an arid location. Entering a cave, he wondered if he was in the right place. The protagonist had entrusted in Han with keeping all the cubes they had collected in a desert where not even ants could be found nearby. Upon arriving, he wondered when In Han would set up the magical traps and barriers. Reaching the location, the protagonist found the cubes and was relieved to see they were safe. He recalled the hardships and experiences he had to endure to collect the 3 cubes. The dark mages used only 5 cubes to extract magical power, but as someone who had read the original work, Han Si-ha knew a few additional details. These cubes weren't just channels for magical energy. They were objects that granted the bearer the necessary power, but demanded something in return. That's why, in the original story, In Han sacrificed his vision because of these cubes, gaining enough power to win the final battle. However, Han Si-ha had no intention of ever using these cubes for himself. Still, Han Si-ha didn't think it would hurt to explore other ways to use the cubes. As the central focus of the story, items that every faction wanted to possess, Han Si-ha wondered if there might be a way to link the cubes, using them as a kind of magical battery. Setting those thoughts aside, Han Si-ha made up his mind to move forward with his current plan, taming the cubes. It sounded insane, but he wanted to give it a try. Thus, he started with the basics of taming: communication. Han Si-ha decided to talk to the cube. He called out to it, but there was no response. Feeling embarrassed, Han Si-ha dropped to his knees. His plan had failed, and it was obvious that it wouldn't work. However, his pride as a tamer wouldn't let him give up. The foundation of a tamer was conversation. That was the first line of the first chapter in the basic guidebook for tamers. Han Si-ha tried again, asking the cube to respond. Yet, there was no reply, obviously because the cube was like a rock. Thinking for a moment, he recalled that his bond with Basil had grown when he gave it a name. Basil also seemed happier after being named. Determined, Han Si-ha decided to name the cube in front of him. Stammering slightly, he said, "Skeet, square." He thought it was a fitting name given the cube's shape. When there was no response, Han Si-ha sighed, wondering what he was doing with his life. He felt like he was pushing beyond his limits. But then, a notification appeared. Above the cube, a window indicated that their friendship had increased. Seeing the notification, Han Si-ha was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe his plan had actually worked. Around the cube, multiple notifications began popping up one after another, showing that their friendship was steadily increasing. The protagonist was even more incredulous, wondering why this rock was increasing its bond with him. After so many friendship notifications, the protagonist was asked if he wanted to tame Square. He quickly clicked the confirmation option. Of course, he wanted to. Han Si-ha then received a notification stating that Square had no thoughts. It was purely a lifeless creature. Following this, the cube's stats were revealed. It had 100 mana points and a special ability called Transfer. The protagonist was astonished by the cube's mana capacity. Even Basil, a dragon whose mana surpassed that of most monsters, only had 70 mana points. A 3-digit number was something even the dark mages would envy. At that moment, Han Si-ha realized that, in his amazement at taming the cube, he had forgotten something important. He had just accomplished something incredible. Thus began Han Si-ha's secret project, taming the cubes. Taming the first cube square didn't take much time. However, starting with the second cube, the difficulty increased exponentially. The affinity between Han Si-ha and the cube only rose by fractions of a percent with each attempt. Standing before the cube, the protagonist sighed at how long the process was taking, but he didn't want to complain. With Basil, Clusty, and now Square under his mentorship, Han Si-ha had surpassed the average number of tamed creatures for tamers in the kingdom. If Han Si-ha were to complain about the difficulty, many tamers across the world would probably curse him, so he decided to remain calm and patient. The cube Han Si-ha was now taming was called the Void Cube. After taming the first cube, he noticed that each one had a unique special ability. The Void Cube, for instance, had the ability to create spaces by expanding mana. Simply realizing that the cubes were more than mere mana amplification items was a significant advantage. Taming them had proven to be an excellent resource. Han Si-ha then decided to keep the Void Cube with him wherever he went to increase their affinity. While still creating a resistant body to protect the cubes, there was no telling when or how one of them might be stolen. It seemed safer to keep at least one cube close. As he made his decision, Han Si-ha's attention was drawn to someone. He then recalled that Basil had recently acquired a new ability, Polymorph. The basic Polymorph ability allowed Basil to transform parts of his body. However, this skill still seemed too rudimentary. The protagonist questioned his little dragon about why he could only change his color instead of altering his shape. Basil frequently used the ability, shifting from blue to green. Watching him, the protagonist asked if it was difficult to change his appearance beyond small adjustments. Frustrated, the protagonist wondered what kind of polymorph ability this was if Basil could only transform from a red dragon to one of a different color. Suddenly, Han Si-ha realized that even minor transformations could be useful. His eyes lit up, and he asked Basil if he could apply the ability to other things. Since Han Si-ha was determined to carry the cube, he couldn't leave it in its current exposed shape. Showing the cube to Basil, Han Si-ha asked if he could smooth it out a bit. Looking at the cube, Basil widened his eyes, as if questioning whether he could actually do that. Not long after, the Void Cube was transformed into a sphere. Thus, the second cube was named Round. Afterward, things became hectic again. Recruiting members for the Rebel Corps proved more difficult than expected, especially when it came to Yoon Ha-yul. The protagonist thought she would accept the offer since she was a good person and had a strong bond with Lee Han. However, she made strange comments about seeing a bad omen and not wanting to stay near him, making convincing her quite exhausting. In the end, Han Si-ha celebrated when she agreed to join the group. Seymour, as expected, accepted Han Si-ha's proposal without much resistance, perhaps because he saw joining the group as a way to redeem his past. With that, Han Si-ha succeeded in completing the 6th main episode. As time passed, the leaves on the trees turned orange with the arrival of autumn. While the protagonist was reading a book on the academy campus, someone approached him and asked what he was doing. Seeing Natalie approach, the protagonist revealed that he was reading a book he had borrowed from the library. However, as he spoke, he was taken aback. The girl was carrying a kitten with her. Natalie showed him the adorable kitten, explaining that she had found it hiding from the rain near her house on her way home. She said the kitten reminded her a bit of Basil, so she couldn't leave it behind and decided to take it home with her. Looking at the cat, Han Si-ha wondered how it could resemble Basil when they weren't even the same species. He then speculated that the concept of pets might not exist in this world, and that cats and monsters born from eggs might be viewed similarly. Holding the kitten in his arms, the cute little creature clung to Han Si-ha. Natalie was surprised, saying it seemed the kitten liked him, as it had taken her several days to get the kitten to warm up to her. She then asked if this happened because Han Si-ha was a tamer, and he confirmed that it was a possibility. Noticing the book on Han Si-ha's lap, Natalie asked if she had interrupted him and inquired about what he was reading. The protagonist replied that it wasn't schoolwork or anything important, just something he was reading for fun. In truth, he had picked up the book because he wanted to learn more about the artifacts of this world to better handle the cubes. He sighed a little, as many of the books were far too advanced for a beginner like him. As Han Si-ha talked with Natalie, the kitten jumped to the ground and then lay down at their feet. Natalie glanced at the book and asked if Han Si-ha enjoyed the subject, commenting on how complicated it seemed. The protagonist agreed it was indeed complicated, admitting that it was so difficult he could barely understand anything. Noticing his struggle, Natalie asked if he needed help. She pointed at the book and explained that the page he was looking at was a broom classification chart. This explains how you can create a broom for specific purposes. The long ones are for domestic use, the small ones are for sports. Hearing her explanation, Han Si-ha was impressed. Natalie smiled at his praise, saying that her father had helped make a broom in the past. Han Si-ha was stunned and immediately asked if she had created artifacts before. He couldn't believe that an artifact expert had been so close to him this entire time. Natalie explained that the items from the earlier chapters weren't too hard to make, as they were basic artifacts. She pointed out various sections in the book, such as enchanted wand artifacts or effects for daggers, ending with a particularly expensive potion. As they flipped through the pages, Han Si-ha noticed one without a title, but it clearly talked about the cubes. He thought that no matter how much Natalie knew about artifacts, she shouldn't know about the cubes. But at that moment, he was shocked by her comment. Wow, this page is about the cubes? The protagonist immediately asked if she knew about the cubes. Realizing his mistake, since he was supposed to pretend he didn't know about them, he quickly covered his mouth. The cubes were still an unknown topic to the public, and students were supposed to know even less about them. In his moment of panic, he had accidentally revealed his own knowledge. Natalie admitted she knew about the cubes and asked how Han Si-ha knew about them, pointing out that very few people had that information. The protagonist deflected the question back to her, and as she held the book, she revealed the reason. Well, it's because my grandfather was one of the people who created them. The protagonist was left speechless upon hearing that Natalie's grandfather had created the cube. After sharing her part, she asked how he knew about it. Han Si-ha debated whether he should tell her the truth. In the original novel, Natalie was always portrayed as a good person. She was a minor character, occasionally helping the protagonist, but never directly tied to the main story. Because of this, he didn't believe she would misuse the cube. However, Han Si-ha couldn't be completely sure. He didn't want to overthink his next move because he urgently needed information about the cube. This meant he had to be honest from the start. He couldn't afford to lose this opportunity. I know about the cubes because I have one, he admitted. Han Si-ha's direct answer left Natalie stunned. She revealed that her grandfather had told her the cubes had been stolen and were being used somewhere. He had warned her to keep this information secret, which is why she had always been cautious about the topic. She wanted to know how Han Si-ha had managed to obtain one of these items. The protagonist realized there was no reason to hide what he knew from Natalie at this point. He recalled the 6th episode's mission and the fact that his group already had 6 members. Hoping that nothing would go wrong if he exceeded the participant limit, he made Natalie an offer. Natalie, I need your knowledge because the dark mages are after the cubes. As if expecting this, Natalie agreed to join the syndicate. She also promised to share what she knew with him. Leading him to a room and sketching a cube, she explained that the cubes were originally designed to be sources of power. Her grandfather had aimed to create a magical train to replace the current steam-powered ones. Thinking about it, Han Si-ha realized that the random development of science and technology in this world stemmed from the fundamental differences between what could and couldn't be achieved through magic. Those magical trains fell into the category of things that couldn't be created without the use of magic. Natalie explained that moving a heavy train required an immense amount of magic, which wasn't feasible. Her grandfather struggled with this limitation. That's when he came up with the idea of creating an artifact, a core capable of producing almost infinite magic, condensed into a small form. Natalie's family, the Willow clan, had been producing artifacts for generations, and her grandfather traveled across the continent, searching for viable materials to create this power source. Eventually, he discovered a mineral that met the perfect conditions: luminous stones. These stones were rich in magical concentration. It took a large number of luminous stones to create a single cube, but during the process, they discovered that depending on how the materials were combined, the cube could exhibit entirely different abilities. Hearing this explanation, Han Si-ha asked if that was how the cubes gained their unique powers. Natalie confirmed the protagonist's suspicion. However, she asked how he knew that, given it was a secret. Since Han Si-ha couldn't reveal that he had tamed a cube, he simply said he was guessing. Natalie continued, explaining that the original intention wasn't to give the cube's abilities. However, to control the cube, they ended up implementing restrictions and refining unique capabilities into it, though she didn't know the full details. She added that whenever magical formulas were added to artifacts, there was always a cost involved. Even for small artifacts, they had limits and required compensation from the user, like a staff, which always demanded a toll from its caster. The protagonist grasped the general idea of what Natalie was saying. He then recalled one of the cubes from the story, the cube of the living spirit. It had the incredible power to resurrect a being but required the user's life in exchange. Han Si-ha asked if, at the start, the cubes were only created as power sources, and Natalie confirmed. Summing it up, that was the original purpose. However, that was no longer entirely the case. Sometimes, things take paths far from their original intentions, like dynamite, which was created as a safe explosive but has been used to harm countless people. The cube fit into this characteristic, initially made to provide energy, but its purpose tainted by the dark mages. After bidding farewell to Natalie, the protagonist expressed his gratitude for gathering so much information. If the young girl hadn't approached him randomly at that bench, or if Yoon Ha-yul hadn't found the book he was reading at the time of their encounter, he likely wouldn't have learned so much about the cubes. As Han Si-ha walked through the academy halls, someone called out to him, tired from finally finding him. The person approaching was none other than Yoon Ha-yul, the girl he had been thinking about moments ago. She saw the cat in the protagonist's arms and asked what a cat was doing in the academy, suspecting it might be a monster he had tamed. He explained that it was just a normal cat, and Natalie had found it abandoned in the rain and had been caring for it. However, the cat grew attached to him, and Natalie had asked him to look after it for a day. Hearing about Natalie, Yoon Ha-yul commented that the young girl had been quite busy lately. However, the protagonist clarified that just because she was a tamer didn't necessarily mean she was good with animals, though she truly was. Yoon Ha-yul stretched out her arms, asking to hold the little creature. The protagonist hesitated, saying that Natalie took a long time to tame the kitten and that it had become quite attached to him now. However, in the middle of his speech, the kitten jumped into Yoon Ha-yul's arms. Embracing the kitten, the girl began to laugh, asking Han Si-ha if the cat had truly become attached to him. The protagonist felt embarrassed, asking her to stop laughing while hiding his face. The kitten began to purr as it received Yoon Ha-yul's affection, prompting the girl to say that they seemed to like each other. She then asked the protagonist if she could adopt the little cat since it had no owner. The protagonist pondered for a moment. Perhaps it would be safer for the kitten to stay with Yoon Ha-yul, a diviner, rather than with him and others who constantly faced danger. Han Si-ha recalled that Natalie had mentioned she was searching for someone to take care of the kitten, and Yoon Ha-yul saw this as the perfect opportunity. She gently hugged the kitten, declaring that they would now be a family. At that moment, Han Si-ha revealed that Natalie had already given the kitten a name. Its name was Joy. Yoon Ha-yul lifted Joy into the air, greeting him. Seeing their excitement, the protagonist smiled. A diviner and a cat didn't seem like a bad combination. At that moment, Han Si-ha remembered that the girl had been looking for him and asked what she wanted. She then recalled her reason for seeking him and revealed exciting news. She asked if he remembered his brother who had met him at the astrology competition. Professor Han Si-hyuk has just been appointed as an investigator for Ardell. After Han Si-ha returned to his dormitory, Adela also mentioned his brother, saying that Han Si-hyuk had been appointed as the new professor of magical fabrication studies, but that he wouldn't just be teaching. He would continue his work at the Ministry of Magic and act as an investigator as well. Han Si-ha looked at his friend with a tired expression, remarking that she seemed to know everything. Adela responded enthusiastically, showing her ID. Of course, because I'm working part-time as an assistant investigator, a scholarship and earning stipends at the same time. The protagonist was shocked to hear this. Adela's life was now going to be quite busy. Then realized something and asked why she hadn't told him about her part-time work with Han Si-hyuk. In response, she said that she assumed he already knew, questioning why he needed to know everything. The protagonist was at a loss for words. Thinking about it, she really didn't need to tell him everything. Still, he felt somewhat betrayed. Returning to the main topic, the protagonist asked Adela why Han Si-hyuk had suddenly become an investigator. The young woman revealed that the investigator had been working on a cold case for some time, an archived case that had yet to be solved, and that he would continue investigating it while teaching. Adela mentioned that Han Si-hyuk didn't reveal the case's name to her, saying it wasn't meant for students, but considering how long he had been investigating, it must be something very complex. At that moment, the protagonist heard a system notification. Looking up, he was surprised. A side quest had appeared, the archived case of Katablam. He would need to help Han Si-hyuk uncover the truth behind this case. In a room, some packages were still being opened. Meanwhile, the person in the room was looking over a list while sighing. Han Si-hyuk was analyzing information about the archived case of Katablam. Over a decade ago, a line of people had been mysteriously buried alive for unknown reasons. This unresolved case had become an obsession for Han Si-hyuk. He, the great professor of the Ardell Empire, as the people called him. These were about the future, but Han Si-hyuk believed magic could be used for more than just predicting what was to come. He sought a different perspective. By using prophetic magic, he could gain insights into future case resolutions, allowing him to solve them in the present. Through this approach, Han Si-hyuk was acclaimed as a prophet, gaining recognition from both the Ministry of Magic and the Empire. After being appointed as an investigator, he quickly resolved cases, and even unsolvable cases in Ardell's ministries fell before him. However, there was one case that had a reason for remaining unsolved. The Ministry of Magic attempted to cover up this case for some reason. Typically, people would not dare to challenge the ministry, so no one dared to investigate the case. Thus, it remained unsolved. Yet, Han Si-hyuk did not want to leave this case behind. It was due to a prophecy he had seen when he was a child. A prophecy linking the Copyrig case to two individuals. Now, with an invitation to teach at the Academy of Ardell, Han Si-hyuk hoped to use the opportunity to investigate the case with more freedom, as he was away from the ministry's scrutiny. He desperately wanted to uncover the truth about what happened in Copyrig 10 years ago. However, there was a lingering discomfort in Han Si-hyuk's heart. He wondered if he could continue living the way he did after discovering the truth about this case. Meanwhile, Han Si-ha reflected on this secondary episode. The main episodes followed the original storyline of the work. Most were related to the Black Wizards, with clear rewards and risks. However, the secondary episodes were different. Moreover, this particular secondary episode was centered around Copyrig, the village to which Adela belonged. The original story, Adela developed a hatred for Black Wizards following the Copyrig incident, and later killed Han Si-ha, who had become a Black Wizard at the Academy. This meant that the mission required the protagonist to uncover the truth behind why Han Si-ha was eliminated by the original protagonists of the story. Although it was a bit problematic, Han Si-ha was curious to learn the truth and share it with Adela. However, there was a complication. The mission stated that he needed to assist Han Si-hyuk. He wondered why he had to get involved with him outside of classes. Suddenly, the protagonist heard a voice calling him, informing him that investigator Han Si-hyuk wanted to speak with him. A young woman ahead indicated that the investigator had requested Han Si-ha to come to his office. The protagonist sighed, wondering if he could ever get a moment of peace. When he arrived at Han Si-hyuk's office, the protagonist heard his older brother mention that they were going to the royal banquet. Han Si-ha doubted his own ears. He asked for an explanation of what was happening. Han Si-hyuk showed him a file, explaining that it was part of an investigation. Taking the file, the protagonist realized it was related to the archived case of Copyrig. However, Han Si-hyuk stated that Han Si-ha didn't need to know the details. He was simply tasked with gathering information at the banquet, since Han Si-hyuk himself couldn't do so, being a public figure. Inquiring openly about a decade-old case could make him suspicious. Therefore, Han Si-ha was the ideal choice, legally considered his younger brother and the perfect assistant for the task. Ultimately, Han Si-ha saw this as a double victory, gladly accepting the secondary mission regardless. However, Han Si-ha became concerned and asked if the banquet his brother referred to was a formal event with festivities, dancing, and the like. Han Si-hyuk confirmed Han Si-ha's fears, warning him that as the banquet was organized by the imperial royalty, he should avoid drawing unnecessary attention. He also advised against causing trouble, including picking fights or grabbing the collars of others just because they annoyed him. Hearing such a lecture, the protagonist was incredulous, wondering what kind of image Han Si-hyuk had of him. After reflecting on his past actions, often against those in power, he realized he might deserve such a reputation. Later that evening, under the glow of mansion lights, a grand party was underway. The royal banquet had begun. Han Si-ha stood beside his brother. Though he initially felt uncomfortable in elegant attire, being in such a setting surprised him. Now, he truly felt as if he had been transported into a fantastical world. In the banquet hall, numerous people could be seen chatting and dancing enthusiastically. The banquet, hosted by the founder himself, was extravagant, far beyond what Han Si-ha could have imagined. The chocolate fondue centerpiece on one of the tables was a clear display of the event's opulence. Amid all the wealth and nobility, Han Si-ha, who had little experience in such gatherings, felt slightly out of place. The protagonist had spent most of his time locked in a room, focused on his studies. Even during his internship, he was isolated in the hospital, dedicating his time solely to learning. Lost in thought, Han Si-ha resolved to make the most of the opportunity now that he was there. Just then, someone recognized him. Turning around, he found himself face-to-face with Professor Bruce Miller, holding a glass of wine. The professor was surprised to see the young man, as this wasn't a place where academy students could easily gain entry. Curious, he inquired what Han Si-ha was doing there. Han Si-ha greeted the professor and explained that he was accompanying investigator Han Si-hyuk as an assistant to gain experience and assist in an investigation. The professor was astonished to hear about Han Si-ha's involvement in an investigation, impressed by his versatility. Intrigued, he asked what kind of case they were working on. Han Si-ha brought up the unresolved Copyrig case and asked if the professor knew anything about it. Professor Miller thought for a moment, searching his memory, but admitted he didn't know much about the case. Han Si-ha had hoped to glean some clues from the professor, but realized that wouldn't be possible. Changing the subject, the professor asked if Han Si-ha was close to investigator Han Si-hyuk. Caught off guard, the protagonist hesitated but kept his composure. Without revealing they were brothers, he simply said that the investigator was someone he deeply respected. Professor Miller then offered Han Si-ha some advice. You're a remarkable student, Han Si-ha, so let me share something. Prophets, by their very nature, often have darker sides. It's best not to trust them too much. Of course, this is just an old man's advice. You can take it as seriously as you like. Though unsure what prompted the compliment, Han Si-ha assured the professor he would take his words to heart. With that, the professor bid farewell, encouraging Han Si-ha to enjoy the event. Even after the conversation, the protagonist couldn't shake the feeling of unease. Why had Bruce suddenly brought up Han Si-hyuk? And with even someone as well-connected as Professor Miller unaware of the Catablam case, Han Si-ha felt at a loss for where to search next. The protagonist glanced around, unsure of where to begin. Since he didn't know anyone in the room, he decided to choose someone to approach based on appearances. Many guests wore extravagant clothing and accessories, exuding high social status, but their expressions and behavior often seemed unwelcoming. As Han Si-ha analyzed the people around him, a hand suddenly rested on his shoulder. Startled, he turned around and heard the voice of a young woman. It's no fun standing alone at a banquet like this. Why is a young man like you just standing here looking so lost? The woman, adorned with a large, elegant hat, radiated sophistication as she tucked her long golden hair behind her ear. Han Si-ha stood dumbfounded. He couldn't see her face clearly, but she exuded an air of high rank and pleasant demeanor. She was perfect for an ally in this setting. The woman looked him over carefully and asked, "You wouldn't happen to be Han Si-ha, would you?" Surprised that she knew who he was, the protagonist's shock was evident. He scrutinized the woman's deep, piercing gaze, wondering how she could possibly know him. Moments later, the two moved to a quiet, empty hallway to talk. The woman confirmed her suspicion by asking if he was the son of Han Tai-su and whether he remembered her. Realizing she knew his father's name and spoke it so casually, Han Si-ha concluded she must be someone of considerable status. Could she be an old friend of his father's? The woman complimented him, marveling at how much he'd grown, so much so that she almost didn't recognize him. She continued speaking, inquiring whether his brother was also present at the banquet. Very few people knew Han Si-hyuk was his brother, so her informed comment startled him further. If she'd known him since he was young, it made sense that she'd have such information. Han Si-ha responded, explaining that he was attending the banquet as an assistant investigator, helping his brother with some research. The woman smiled, remarking that it seemed like a shame to focus on work at such a delightful party. Intrigued, she asked what kind of investigation he was assisting with. The protagonist revealed they were investigating the unresolved Catablam case. At this, the woman fell silent for a moment, the air around them growing tense as she clenched her hand discreetly. Breaking the heavy silence, Han Si-ha asked if she knew anything about the case. The woman hesitated before replying, "It's quite interesting that you, of all people, are asking me this." Han Si-ha realized he had hit a nerve. While he wasn't a prophet like Han Si-hyuk or Yoon Hall, human intuition was something he trusted deeply. The look in her eyes and her tone were those of someone who knew far more than she let on. Pushing further, he asked if he was personally involved in the case somehow. However, the woman crossed her arms and coolly replied that she didn't know. The protagonist tried to persist, pointing out that she had already hinted at knowing something, but he was cut off by the woman's cold voice. "Son of Han Tai-su, may I ask you a question? If the Empire had to choose between saving 1,000 commoners or saving you, a mere academy student who hasn't even graduated yet, who should they choose?" Han Si-ha couldn't understand why the woman was asking such a question, so she decided to rephrase, "If 1,000 commoners had to perish for you to be saved, who would the Empire choose?" Naturally, Han Si-ha believed the Empire would choose to save the 1,000 commoners, but the woman questioned whether he was certain of that. The protagonist knew he was just a novice, someone who hadn't even graduated, while the other side involved hundreds of lives. Those 1,000 people could farm, sell goods, or become soldiers. Clearly, saving the commoners seemed like the right decision. Han Si-ha gave an awkward smile and asked if she truly thought he was worth more than 100 lives. The woman agreed. He wasn't worth that much. Although Han Si-ha recognized her words weren't wrong, it was still unpleasant to hear such blunt remarks from a stranger. Curious, the protagonist turned the question back on her, asking what her answer would be if she were in his place. The woman smiled with an air of nobility and confidently delivered her response. "That's an easy question to answer. Even if there were 10,000 people, the Empire should still choose me." Han Si-ha raised an eyebrow at the woman's astonishing self-assurance. She then decided to give him some advice. 1,000 lives mean nothing. You should drop this case for the sake of your future." The protagonist couldn't help but wonder why she kept emphasizing the number 1,000. Then it hit him. He remembered the details of the Catablam case, which had approximately 1,000 victims. He was stunned to realize that the woman knew this as well. With a superior gaze, the woman looked him up and down and said, "Your life isn't noble enough to justify the sacrifice of 1,000 commoners, but their lives held little value. If the sacrifice of 1,000 lives could stop the Black Mage, the Empire would naturally make that decision. Hearing this, Han Si-ha finally understood why Adela feared and resented the nobles so much. These people treated human lives as if they were nothing, like ants. For a moment, Han Si-ha had forgotten this reality, being in Ardell Academy, which was relatively free of class discrimination. The woman added that it wasn't worth Han Si-ha or his notable brother getting involved in the case, advising him to return his focus to his studies. However, at that moment, a cold atmosphere enveloped the protagonist. "That's revolting!" The woman was taken aback, hearing Han Si-ha continue. "That's revolting. I can't claim to be worth more than 1,000 lives. What kind of confidence do you have to speak so lightly about human lives? Just how significant is the life you've lived?" At that moment, a man appeared in the hallway and approached the woman. He hurriedly whispered to her, "Your Majesty, how could you slip away saying it was boring to talk with the nobles? Do you know how long I've been looking for you?" The protagonist was shocked to hear the man address her as Your Majesty. In front of the man, the woman replied casually, saying she'd been having an interesting conversation. Then she removed her hat. Han Tae-soo truly raised a very amusing child. Without the hat obscuring her features, Han Si-ha finally recognized the woman. It was the Empress. Han Si-ha felt as if he were falling into an abyss. He couldn't believe that the highest authority in the Empire, the Empress, was standing right in front of him. He recalled the words he had spoken to her just a moment ago, realizing his mistake. He clenched his teeth, questioning what the hell he had just said to the Empress. At that moment, the Empress looked at Han Si-ha again, smiling. "Let me ask you again, 10,000 Imperial citizens or just me? Who do you think should be saved?" Sometime later, in a grand hall with a beautiful fountain, the Empress sat across from the Han brothers. Han Si-ha had a downcast expression while his brother looked visibly irritated. The Empress broke the silence, addressing Han Si-ha first. With a smile, she revealed that she was wondering what she should cut off from him first, his arm, his leg, or his head, and asked if he had any suggestions. Faced with the grim comment delivered with a smile, the protagonist remained thoughtful. The Empress noticed his expression, observing that despite everything, he still maintained the same demeanor, looking her directly in the eye without bowing. Considering the conversation they had earlier, she became even more intrigued by this second son of Count Han Tae-soo, especially since she had never encountered someone like him before. While the Empress thought Han Si-ha was calm, the protagonist was internally crying, frozen with fear, silently begging the heavens for her to spare him. Han Si-ha had been reincarnated into this world after dying from overwork in his previous life. But now, in this life, he was about to face execution. He wondered how he could possibly survive. Should he kneel and beg with all his might? In the original work, Empress Linnea had a relatively minor role. However, the way her character was described in the novel had left an unforgettable impression. The Empress was an invincible ruler, someone who would sacrifice thousands to achieve her goals. In short, she could be summed up in one word: tyrant. She was a madwoman who could eliminate anyone on a whim, and Han Si-ha had just managed to irritate her. Han Si-hyuk finally spoke, apologizing for making such a request, yet treating his brother like a helpless child. Han Si-hyuk claimed he didn't know what disrespectful act Han Si-ha had committed, but pleaded with the Empress to give him just this one chance. The protagonist was stunned. Han Si-hyuk was usually someone who despised him, yet here he was, defending him to this extent. A single wrong word could cost Han Si-hyuk his life, but he was acting like a protective older brother. The Empress raised an eyebrow, questioning what kind of chance she should grant this child. Han Si-hyuk's voice was firm as he made his request. "Please execute him mercifully, without any suffering. Make it quick and decisive." The protagonist was livid, immediately taking back all the praise he had just thought about his brother. The Empress began laughing at Han Si-hyuk's words. She waved her hand, stating that she had no intention of harming Han Si-ha, at least not yet. In fact, she found him quite amusing. The Empress then instructed a servant to bring an hourglass. With the hourglass set on the table, she declared, "I'll give you 3 minutes. Convince me within that time that you deserve to live, son of Han Tae-soo." Han Si-ha gritted his teeth upon hearing the Empress's decision. He instinctively touched his neck, checking to make sure everything was still intact. At least for the next 3 minutes, he was safe. He felt as if he were lost in a void, trying to figure out what he should say. Speaking nonsense about the value of life in front of the Empress had been a terrible mistake. Now he agonized over how to convince someone in a situation that had spiraled out of control because of his own words. As the protagonist struggled to think, a minute passed, leaving him with only 2 remaining. While he ground his teeth in frustration, something suddenly appeared before him. The details of this side episode, where he was supposed to assist Han Si-hyuk in uncovering the truth behind the Catablam case. He wondered if this was some sort of joke. However, after a moment of reflection, he realized that these status windows always appeared when his life was in danger, as if they were guiding him on what to do next. Perhaps this was a clue. Watching the sand fall through the hourglass, he knew he had to say something. Anything. The reason I deserve to live is because I am an indispensable talent for Ardell. The Empress questioned his words, asking if there weren't plenty of other talented people in the Empire as well. Han Si-ha countered her, claiming that his intelligence was far superior to theirs. The Empress interrupted him again, asserting that there were surely others more intelligent than him. At that moment, Han Si-ha snapped. "I'll explain step by step. I only have 2 minutes left, so please stop interrupting." Han Si-hyuk was stunned by his brother's bold words, which could very well provoke the Empress's wrath. The protagonist wondered what else he could do. He only had 2 minutes left to think. Within that time, he needed to say something, or it would all be over for him. Thus, Han Si-ha declared that based on the brief conversation he had with the Empress, he had uncovered details about the Catablam case. Since this situation was clearly part of the side episode, bringing up the unresolved case to the Empress had to be the right move. He recalled that Adela had mentioned her village had been buried due to a misunderstanding about its involvement with black magic. Additionally, the Empress's regard for human life was extremely low. Han Si-ha decided to combine these 2 points in his argument. The people of Catablam village were neither cursed nor black magicians. The village was buried by your majesty's orders, wasn't it? A slight jolt passed through the Empress upon hearing Han Si-ha's words. His brother, on the other hand, was utterly shocked. This was a premise that not even Han Si-hyuk had considered. The investigation files only emphasized that they had no choice but to bury those who were supposedly cursed. However, despite Han Si-hyuk's extensive investigation into the case, it was uncovered that there were merely rumors about Catablam village being cursed, with no actual evidence. If the answer remained elusive, no matter how much investigation was done, one had to question the very premise of the case. This led Han Si-ha to deduce that no one in Catablam village had truly been cursed. Han Si-ha spoke with confidence as he confronted the Empress. "Your Majesty must have had a reason for ordering this to be done to the village, right? After all, sacrificing cheap lives and inferior beings for such a purpose shouldn't be a problem." The Empress smiled, intrigued to see Han Si-ha using her own logic against her. Han Si-ha then raised a question. If Her Majesty had acted directly, there would have been records in the Empire's journals, no matter how secretive the matter. Thus, she must have used someone very strong, close, and trustworthy. In fact, there were 5 counts who were high-ranking nobles and had served her for a long time. Among them was someone who had achieved great accomplishments and gained the Empress's unwavering trust. Han Si-ha hoped he was wrong, but he knew his deduction might be correct. Looking down, he continued, "Since it's painful for me to say this, I'll ask a question instead of making a statement. Was the leader of the secret operation that buried an entire village underground our father, Count Han Tae-soo?" The Empress smiled with a look of interest. Without saying a word, she averted her gaze. Although the hourglass's time had run out, the conversation continued, with the Empress asking how he had figured it out. Han Si-ha revealed that it had been a mere guess, based on her apparent interest when he, the son of Han Tae-soo, brought up the Catablam incident. The Empress realized her mistake, remarking that it was true what they said. When the elderly talked too much, it always caused trouble. This must have been a significant secret. The case had been sealed within the Department of Magic, and even the contents of the documents had been falsified. No matter how insignificant a rural village might have seemed, there was no reason to bury it entirely without leaving a trace. Finally, Han Si-ha understood why this side mission had led him to this banquet. The mastermind behind this incident was none other than the Empress he had just met. "It's only been 5 minutes since I met your Majesty. In 5 minutes I discovered all of this. Do you still think there's anyone more talented than me in this empire?" Despite uncovering everything, Han Si-ha knew he couldn't push the Empress too far, but still needed to play his cards right. He smiled with an arrogant expression as he made his statement. "If you had given me 5 more minutes, I would have uncovered even more. Aren't you curious to know what else I could do?" Han Si-ha was using every bit of his wit to steer the Empress in the direction he wanted. Hearing Han Si-ha's words, the Empress paused to think for a moment. She then lowered her head and began laughing uncontrollably. Her smile eased the tension in the room as she said, "You're so brazen and refreshingly honest. I like that. I'll allow you to live, and as a reward for daring to speak so boldly in my presence, I'll give you this." Han Si-ha received a package, while his brother received an envelope. The Empress instructed them to investigate the Catablam case. The envelope given to Han Si-hyuk contained documents with information no one else knew. She stated that it wouldn't be necessary for him to report his findings, only that he handle the matter on his own. Receiving the documents and the Empress's orders, Han Si-hyuk bowed. To conclude, the Empress emphasized that, if possible, the contents of the envelope should be seen by him alone. The Empress then directed Han Si-ha to open the package he had been given. Quickly, the protagonist realized it was a fountain pen. Seeing Han Si-ha's lack of enthusiasm, the Empress scolded him, "Shouldn't your reaction be one of gratitude? This is a gift from the Empress." Realizing his mistake, born of never having had the chance to meet the Empress before, Han Si-ha stood, bowed, and thanked her. The Empress smiled at the gesture, remarking that Han Tae-soo had truly raised a son destined for a short life. Setting the joke aside, the Empress asked if he understood why he had been gifted the fountain pen. Faced with yet another round of questions, Han Si-ha realized that the Empress enjoyed watching him solve mysteries. He began analyzing, voicing his thoughts. It likely wasn't for academic purposes, so the item could be an artifact or something similar. Since it was a gift from the Empress, it had to be a rare artifact. And since the case involved dark mages, this item must have been meant to help him capture such mages. The Empress praised Han Si-ha for hitting the mark. She then concluded their late-night meeting, advising him to keep the item safe, as it would undoubtedly come in handy, especially since he still had a habit of speaking without thinking. The next day, something was happening at Count Han Tae-soo's mansion in Kastika. When the protagonist met his father, the Count stated that Her Majesty had spoken highly of him. Looking out the window, the Count asked what had happened exactly. Judging by the way his father spoke, someone who rarely handed out compliments, the protagonist decided to get straight to the point. He revealed that he had attended the banquet to help his brother with an investigation, but had failed to recognize Her Majesty, and ended up saying too much. Han Tae-soo was stunned by his son's confession. He was speechless for a long while before finally managing to compose himself. What shocked Han Tae-soo the most was the fact that his son's head was still attached to his neck. Han Si-ha chuckled awkwardly at his father's reaction, saying that somehow he had managed to handle the situation. Changing the subject, the Count asked about the investigation, and Han Si-ha revealed which case they were investigating. The Count sighed upon hearing that the stubborn Han Si-hyuk was still clinging to this case. He then assumed that, since they had managed to secure a private audience with the Empress, they must have obtained some information about the matter. With Han Si-ha's confirmation, the Count realized they couldn't keep this hidden forever. He recalled how thousands of innocents had succumbed under the Empress's orders. As a result, no detailed evidence could be stored in the archives, leaving the case unresolved. However, according to the Count, that wasn't the whole story. There was something else of importance, something only he and Her Majesty knew. At that moment, Han Si-hyuk was about to open the envelope containing the documents given to him by the Empress, which were meant for his eyes only. Inside the envelope was a newspaper article discussing the dark mage case in Katablam. It was an archive from that time, a record kept by Her Majesty, dating back a decade, unknown to anyone else. Han Si-hyuk read through it and realized that from the beginning, the descriptions were entirely different from the investigative files he had previously reviewed. A dark mage had infiltrated the Katablam district. Immediate action was required. The dark mages of Nox, specializing in stealth among the villagers of Katablam, were difficult to identify. A division under the command of Arcanant was dispatched, but was completely annihilated. Another division under the command of Castia was sent, resulting in casualties in the hundreds. Nox had managed to use the entire village as a sacrificial offering for large-scale magic, and if such information were left unchecked, immense damage could not be avoided. Therefore, it had to be stopped. Han Si-hyuk read all the information, which explained the Empress's decision to sacrifice hundreds of villagers to ensure the safety of countless others. Now, everything made sense to him. They had been unable to handle the high-level dark mages in the village, so they ended up destroying the village entirely. Han Si-hyuk gritted his teeth. He had thought learning the truth would bring closure, but instead it only filled him with anger and overwhelming disgust. He sighed, trying to calm himself and think rationally, as he needed to finish reading the records. There was likely more information to uncover. The entire village had been buried, leaving no survivors, making it difficult to verify the facts. At that moment, something in the documents caught Han Si-hyuk's attention. It stated that there were 2 survivors. He couldn't believe there were survivors when the entire village had been buried alive. Upon examining the information about the survivors, he discovered that one of them was Adela Stivia. She was the girl who worked in his office as an assistant. Adela was a talented earth mage and a promising student at Ardell Academy. Han Si-hyuk understood something now. The incident must have occurred when Adela awakened her magic. However, this complicated things. Adela had no home or family to return to. She had lost her parents and her community. If she discovered that those responsible for the tragedy in her past were Han Tae-soo and the Empress, with the power she possessed, she might not remain silent. She could attempt to destroy Kastika in her quest for revenge. Han Si-hyuk knew this couldn't be allowed, so the case had to remain unsolved. Thus, Han Si-hyuk resolved to uncover the identity of the second survivor and then destroy the records. When he discovered the identity of the second survivor, Han Si-hyuk was shocked. He dropped all the papers in disbelief. Elsewhere, the Count continued his conversation with Han Si-ha, explaining that when the order to surround Katablam was given, he had no intention of participating. Nox was a formidable dark mage, and there were many others with him. However, a prophet had come to him with a prophecy. One of the village survivors would eventually take his son's life. After hearing the prophecy, Han Tae-soo couldn't leave the mission to anyone else. He decided to see for himself. It could only be described as the foolish decision of a father blinded by love. However, when he arrived at the scene, Tae-soo saw a child. Even after everyone else had left, a young boy with black hair was still alive, crying. In that moment, Han Tae-soo realized that this child was the one from the prophecy, the one who would grow up to destroy his son. His first emotion was fear, terrified at the possibility that, as foretold, this child would seek revenge. Therefore, Han Tae-soo erased his memories. It was illegal, but he didn't care. He only thought about how to keep him under control. Han Tae-soo revealed that he had taken this child in as his own, giving him the name Han Si-hyuk and raising him as his son. Unaware that Han Si-hyuk had also uncovered the truth, the Count and Han Si-ha continued their conversation. The protagonist asked the Count if he regretted his actions. Han Tae-soo admitted that he did feel regret, but he asked not to be misunderstood. He didn't regret destroying the village or the villagers with his own hands. What he regretted was not eliminating the two survivors, the ones who could potentially end Han Si-ha's life. He considered that the greatest mistake of his life. The protagonist became furious, asking how someone could do such a thing. Han Tae-soo didn't mind his son blaming him, as he would have made the same choice again. It was the best option at the time. The best option of the past had become the worst option of the present. But Han Tae-soo wasn't a prophet. To him, it was impossible to predict how his decision would unfold. The Count went to a cabinet and pulled out a sword. He then handed the weapon to Han Si-ha. It was the Earthquake Wave Sword, a weapon that reacts to despair, powerful enough to destroy the land itself. It was the same sword that had buried Catablom 10 years ago. The protagonist didn't use swords, so he asked his father why he was giving it to him. However, Han Tae-soo insisted that he would need this sword. A day might come when he would have no choice but to use it. Han Tae-soo looked deeply into Han Si-ha's eyes, warning him to stay away from Han Si-hyuk and Adela. Although he accepted the sword, the protagonist hesitated. Han Si-hyuk must have already discovered the whole truth, thanks to the documents the Empress had given him. On the other hand, it wouldn't be a problem if the Count, Han Tae-soo, continued to observe them as he always had. But there was a real issue: Adela. Han Si-ha wondered whether he should tell Adela the truth. He gritted his teeth, deciding it would be better to keep the secret. Adela had joined Ardell Academy and worked tirelessly to become stronger, all because of the Catablom village incident. She had done all of this in pursuit of revenge. Han Si-ha clenched his fist, making the decision that he couldn't expose himself by telling her the truth, that her entire village had been buried by the Empire. At least until she could accept that reality, he would have to wait. Han Si-ha was left with only one option. He would have to keep lying to Adela, always. The protagonist returned to Ardell Academy on a sunny day, bringing the Earthquake Wave Sword with him. He was told to keep the sword off the ground when not in use to prevent it from becoming contaminated. The more contaminated it became, the weaker its powers would grow. Han Si-ha placed the sword in a wardrobe. Although it had lost much of its original power over the years, with enough despair, it could still destroy the entire dormitory. The protagonist knew that this sword had already claimed over 1,000 lives. He couldn't understand the point of polishing it until it shone and keeping it untouched, as it was already soaked in the stench of blood. At that moment, one entered the room, excited to see that Han Si-ha had returned. One told the protagonist that everyone had gone crazy when they heard Han Si-ha had been dragged back to Castina's territory. He himself was curious to know if the Count had done anything to him. Closing the wardrobe to hide the sword, the protagonist changed the subject. Switching topics, one handed a note to the protagonist. As Han Si-ha looked at what was written, one explained that Adela had asked him to deliver the note. In the note, Adela stated that she wanted to see Basil, asking the protagonist to bring her pet to the dormitory entrance that night. The protagonist smiled, realizing Adela was using Basil as an excuse to see him because she had missed him. By the protagonist's side, Basil noticed his smile. The dragon wagged his tail happily and asked if they were going to see Adela. Seeing this, the protagonist wondered if that dragon really belonged to him. Wondering if Adela had truly invited him just to see Basil, the protagonist went to the dormitory entrance that evening. When they met, the first thing Adela did was hug Basil. Both human and dragon were overjoyed to see each other. From the corner, Han Si-ha realized she genuinely wanted to see her pet, not him. Irritated, the protagonist asked if Adela was happy to see Basil and if he could leave now. Adela, however, cleared her throat and asked him to wait. While holding Basil, she invited the protagonist to go out if he wasn't busy, as there was a cherry blossom festival happening in a village near the dormitory. The protagonist was surprised by the invitation, wondering if there was more to it than he imagined. And indeed, there was. Leaving Basil behind, the two walked through streets lined with cherry blossom trees, their pink leaves adorning the path and adding beauty to the night. Adela was very excited. She hadn't been able to attend the festival the previous year due to training, but she really wanted to go this year. The protagonist was surprised that Adela liked this sort of thing, to which she pouted in response. "Why, can't I like it?" The protagonist smiled at her expression, keeping to himself the thought that she seemed more like the type of person who would uproot trees rather than appreciate them. Despite this, seeing Adela amidst the cherry blossoms, pouting, he realized it actually suited her, making her look quite adorable. Han Si-ha became aware of his thoughts about Adela, startled by them. He patted his own face to snap out of it, wondering if he had lost his mind. Seeing the protagonist's actions, Adela asked what he was doing. Changing the subject, Adela asked Han Si-ha if what he'd said earlier was true, that if someone caught a falling cherry blossom petal, their wish would come true. When Han Si-ha confirmed the belief, Adela ran to the cherry trees, looking up and waiting for a petal to fall. The protagonist raised his hands, unsure how to keep his composure. He knew that if Adela discovered the truth, that her homeland had been sentenced to destruction and wiped out just to defeat a mere dark mage, and that the one responsible for it was the father of her friend, Count Tae-su, the Empire's hero, she would be devastated. She would be so hurt that she might crumble entirely. Adela seemed strong, but inside she was still fragile. If she found out the truth, instead of hurting someone else, she might blame herself for not realizing earlier who her enemies were. The good relationship the protagonist had built to survive was now tightening a noose around his neck. If Han Si-ha had remained a dark and insignificant bastard, it would have been better for Adela. She could have just used him as a target for her revenge, but now it was far too late for that. While the protagonist was lost in thought, Adela called out to him excitedly, showing that she had caught a cherry blossom petal. Her smile as she displayed the petal was radiant and pure. The protagonist looked at her with a blank expression and asked what she wanted to wish for. She didn't reveal it, though, keeping the petal to herself and claiming it was a secret. The protagonist knew that if it hadn't been for the events of 10 years ago, Adela wouldn't have to live so desperately, but everything had already gone wrong. At that moment, Adela approached him, asking if Han Si-ha wasn't going to try catching a petal too. The protagonist looked down with a fake smile, hiding his sadness, but he couldn't keep smiling for long and fell silent. As the wind carried the cherry blossom petals, the protagonist looked at the girl. "Adela, there's something I need to tell you." While the petals fell over the waters of the fountain, the protagonist mustered the courage to tell her what he could no longer keep locked away in his heart, for both their sake. In a corner of the classroom, Han Si-ha sat in isolation. As he gazed at the view outside the sunny window, he pondered many things, eventually letting out a sigh. On a floral night, after telling Adela that he needed to reveal something, he ended up looking away, as the matter proved more complicated than expected. He found himself confronted with a question. If someone were the cause of your life's ruin, would you forgive that person and keep them close to you? Unable to ask such a question, Han Si-ha asked another. "Would you come with me to next year's Cherry Blossom Festival again?" Adela, surprised, quickly accepted, a cheerful smile on her face. "Han Si-ha, please take care of me next year too." Seeing Adela's happy expression, Han Si-ha didn't have the courage to tell her the truth. The guilt was precisely what he, the son of Han Tae-so, Han Si-ha, should carry. Despite the risk of having his relationship with Adela destroyed, the protagonist remained firm in his goal, to complete the main story. Lee Han, Adela, Solia, and everyone in the squad moved forward to fight against the dark wizards presented in the main story. If Han Si-ha, who knew the bigger picture, were to lead the group, their chance of survival would increase. Putting his thoughts into writing, Han Si-ha remembered what would happen next. The date when the dark wizards would invade Ardell Academy was approaching. Even with the flow of major and minor events being overturned due to the protagonist's existence, some things would inevitably happen. The invasion was only supposed to occur 2 years from now, but seeing the Dark Wizards' focus on recovering the cube, Han Si-ha believed they had already discovered that there was an ability within it. This was not a good situation, because the Dark Wizards were strong. A miracle was needed to defeat a high-ranking wizard. Even more so for the young squad protecting the cube, dozens of miracles would need to happen in sequence. In the original story, the main characters tried to protect the cube even if they had to risk everything. In the process, Solia ended up being eliminated, Adela severely wounded, and Lee Han falling into despair. Han Si-ha wanted to prevent this kind of situation. Fortunately, having read the incomplete novel up to before the end of the first part, he already knew how to avoid the catastrophe at the end of the story. The ultimate goal of the Dark Wizards was to gather the cubes and activate a magical tool to amplify magical power, the heart of the machine, and extract the cube's vast magical power. They wanted to subjugate ordinary wizards, using the cube's power, and usher in an era of dark magic. Han Si-ha developed his strategy based on this, finding the heart of the machine, which would amplify the cube's magical power, and destroying it was his mission. To create the complex tool that would extract the cube's power, the Dark Wizards would originally take 10 years. In the original story, the wizard who created the heart of the machine ended up dying from exhaustion as soon as he completed the mission. So it seemed that creating such an item in a short period would not be possible. After outlining the plan, Han Si-ha yawned, tired. The plan was simple, but there was a crucial problem. Han Si-ha squirmed at the thought of how he would explain to the other youngsters what was happening. He imagined himself explaining with a smile, "Hey, they said there's something called the heart of the machine. They're going to put the cube in the heart, and it's going to suck all the magical power out of the cube." However, if he said something like that, they would call him a lunatic. He'd be lucky if they didn't accuse him of being a Dark Wizard spy. Despite appearing to be alone, Han Si-ha sought to motivate himself and think carefully. Even if he couldn't openly mention the heart of the machine, he could have someone find its location. The young person who discovered it along with Han Si-ha could understand the situation on their own, as everyone was intelligent enough. Instead of explaining with words, the protagonist decided to show the other boys proof to convince them. Walking over to a map on one of the classroom walls, he looked for the location where the heart of the machine was in the original story. It was an extremely vague place, to the point of being impossible to find without the right instructions. However, there was a clear hint. The heart of the machine was at the Dark Wizard's base, so if it were possible to locate it at the Dark Wizard's base, the Necromancer Zone, and attack it, victory against those bastards would be guaranteed. In a mansion in the Necromancer Zone, a dark energy permeated the environment, visible even from a distance, through the windows. In one of the dark rooms, illuminated only by a few candles, a group of 5 hooded figures gathered. One of them brought up an important point. There have been significant power losses. Many of the Dark Wizards sent to find the cube have disappeared. Annoyed, another wizard retorted, "If we weren't in a situation where we need to hide within the Empire, we would have swept away everyone who got in our way. But at the moment, that's impossible." A third wizard then asked if they knew the biggest reason for their frustration. The wizard in charge of information explained, "There are many variables, but among them, the kid named Han Si-ha is the most problematic. With that kid as the core, they are guarding the cube better than we expected." Seeing how a child was hindering the group, a wizard angrily asked if they shouldn't eliminate him from the equation. However, the informant urged calm. "Even if we manage to eliminate him, there's a risk of being annihilated by the power of the Kastika family." Underneath his hood, the man with a mustache and goatee smiled. Furthermore, Han Si-ha is more cautious than he appears. There's a possibility that, when using the cube, he hides its location even from his companions. One of the wizards showed concern. If no one but Han Si-ha knew where the cube had been hidden and he were eliminated, no one on the continent would know where to find it. Another matter troubled the group. Now that Abaddon has awakened, we must be extremely careful to gather the cubes as quickly as possible. Suddenly, someone suggested attracting Han Si-hyuk, Han Si-ha's older brother. However, considering that Han Si-hyuk was the son of Han Tae-so, the count who had annihilated the Dark Wizards, they doubted he could cooperate. When a wizard once again proposed eliminating everyone, a female voice retorted, "Is that all you can think about? What kind of animal are you? Lord Abaddon promised us he would create a society where we will no longer be ignored." Leaving the group, the woman stated, "We must respond to his will and decide what ideals will guide the world we will live in." Taking off her hood, the young woman walked to the window, daydreaming. "This ideal, our revolution, as long as there's no need to stain it with the blood of comrades or enemies, I've already decided." With a smile, the young woman with pink hair and red eyes declared, "I will capture the younger brother Han Si-ha alive and join Han Si-hyuk." Han Si-hyuk, son of Count Han Tai-su, was at the same time a thorn in his own family's side. However, with overwhelming potential and magical abilities, he had become a precious talent in the department of magic, as his prophetic powers were unrivaled. The woman raised a point. "How does he, an illegitimate son, possess so much power? Have you never thought about it?" One of the wizards was surprised by Lady Sepia's questioning. Sepia had a hunch. "Great power comes with a price. As soon as the nightmare begins, he will inevitably face us. I implanted this power in Han Si-hyuk a long time ago, a power that will lead him to his own destruction. Whether he wants to or not, he will join us." In Natalia's workshop, the Academy's youngsters had gathered. At Ardell Academy, the Necromancer Zone was known as the Dark Wizard's Stronghold. As it was the location of the final battle, it had been mentioned a few times in the original story. As expected from a villain's hideout, its exact location had never been revealed. In other words, even Han Si-ha, who read the story, didn't know exactly where the Necromancer Zone was. Therefore, he could only follow the original storyline step by step. As soon as they heard the location they intended to invade, the youngsters were revolted. Han Si-ha scratched his head as he had expected such a reaction, but tried to explain as best as possible. Considering all the battles we've already faced, I found that it would be better to prepare ourselves and attack when they least expect it, instead of being ambushed without warning. And since the cube is with us, facing the dark wizards would be inevitable anyway. Yoon Ha-yul put her hand on her chin, thinking about this attack, and came to an unexpected conclusion. To think of doing that, you're so cool, Han Si-ha. Annoyed with the girl who had supported such an irresponsible idea, Adela hugged her tightly. Opening a map, Han Si-ha remembered the question Natalia had already asked about whether or not they could sneak into the necromancer zone. That's a good question. This is the enemy's stronghold. It's not like just anyone can access it. Seymour, who had obtained a book circulating among necromancers, explained a few things. According to related texts, it is said that a special type of dark energy is needed to enter the area. Adela was confused about this energy, so Seymour gave a more detailed explanation. This is a type of power that only dark wizards can feel and use. They call it magi. Hearing Seymour, the protagonist understood that, first, they needed to learn how to deal with the magi. Upon hearing Han Si-ha's comment, Seymour smiled. Learn dark magic? I'm certainly confident I can. Solia, scared, hid behind Adela, who conjured a flame. If you don't want to be eliminated by the hands of your allies, you'd better watch your mouth. Seymour corrected his words, stating that even people who were not dark wizards carried some item that contained magi, therefore, they could use it for a short period of time. With the matter resolved, the protagonist showed the group where he would like to search. Solia immediately recognized the place he pointed to. He wanted to investigate the old Arcanant mine, located in the northern region of Kastika territory. Also known as an obsidian mine, Han Si-ha had heard that, with the obsidian found there, it would be possible to manipulate the magi. The magi flowed within the mine itself in a powerful quantity. There were records saying that even common people felt a presence for some reason, which caused that land to be accused of being cursed. Creating a plan, Han Si-ha asked Solia, "They say the mine was demolished a long time ago, but you've heard about it, right?" Solia wasn't so sure, but since it was her father's land, she believed he would know something. Seymour was more relieved. It would be troublesome to have to search the entire territory and, on top of that, learn the cursed magic of the dark wizards. As the conversation would be long, Solia suggested they go talk to her father personally. Opening the calendar, the protagonist looked for a good date, and having an idea, called the girl. "Hey Solia, what classes are you willing to skip?" That same day, they took a carriage, starting the journey. Solia, sitting in the back of the wagon, displayed an annoyed look. "Hey, this is my first time skipping a class." To alleviate the girl's guilt, the protagonist instructed her to think of it as a field trip, but Solia's worry didn't diminish. How can a student show up for classes and then disappear? Han Si-ha couldn't help but be startled by how much Solia worried about being a good student, treating skipping a class like the end of the world. He himself had skipped all classes for an entire semester. Being experienced in the matter, Han Si-ha reassured her, "You won't get a big lecture for this." However, Solia wasn't comforted by this answer. Thus the carriage continued moving until dusk, when they arrived at the ancient Arcanant territory. Upon arriving in the quiet countryside town, Solia became excited. Beaming, she commented to Han Si-ha about the place. "This is where I lived when I was a child. Seeing everything again after so long is so nice." Even with the bankruptcy of Solia's family, to the point of losing their land, Arcanant had once governed that vast territory. Getting straight to the point, Han Si-ha asked Solia where her father would be. Solia pointed to a house in the mountains. Surprising Han Si-ha, Solia's father lives in that dilapidated mountain shack? The protagonist truly found it strange that the family, even bankrupt, lived isolated in a corner of what used to be their own land. Solia smiled nervously, stating that even she had been surprised. "After enrolling in the academy, I had no reason to return, so I only recently discovered this situation." Solia commented that normally her father wouldn't be in town, but since cooperating with the state of Castina, he was apparently there temporarily. As they walked through the cobblestone streets, Han Si-ha began to understand the situation a little more. For Count Arcanant, losing his territory must have been humiliating. After walking for a while, Solia noticed a shop and invited Han Si-ha. "Would you like to stop here before we go? This is the market, located near the village entrance. The Arcanant territory doesn't have very fertile land, so trade mainly developed here." Seeing the commercial development, Han Si-ha imagined that there should also be an industrial zone. Solia confirmed his suspicion. The place was well known for manufacturing. The Wallow family, to which Natalia belonged, owned an artifact factory in the region, for example. As they walked through the town, Solia became confused when she realized that the building where there should have been a factory was closed. Confused and worried, she ran down the cobblestone street. As Han Si-ha followed her, he saw the girl become even more uneasy when she couldn't find another shop. The protagonist questioned Solia, "But how is there nothing here? Could you have gotten confused since it's been so long since you've been here?" However, Solia couldn't believe it. There should have been a long line of shops on that street. The protagonist looked around. This should have been the largest market in Arcanant territory, and yet the streets were empty. Seeing a person walking down the street, Han Si-ha asked Solia if it wouldn't be better to talk to her. Solia quickly ran towards the passing woman. "Excuse me, I'd like to ask something." The woman was surprised, but asked the young woman to ask. Worried, Solia asked where the potion shop on that street, the Merchant Guild building, and the shop that sold herbs were. The woman thought for a moment. "The potion shop on the street, HM? I haven't heard that name in a long time. Miss, you haven't been around here in a long time, have you?" Solia was confused about what the woman meant. But the woman pointed to the empty street as she explained. "The people here, the merchants and shop owners, all said it wasn't worth living in this land and left." Hearing the woman's words, the student duo was shocked, especially Solia, whose face was filled with despair. Concerned, Solia asked the woman for an explanation. Annoyed, the woman huffed. "It's obviously because of the new count. He's made it impossible for merchants to live here. He charges exorbitant fees just to set up a small stall. And if the shop isn't one of his chosen ones, he sabotages it, so no one can do business there." Solia grew even more frightened upon hearing that. Frowning, she wondered what the woman meant by new count. The main reason for the Arcanant family's loss of influence in their territory had been the war. The Empire waged a long battle against the Dark Mages. Other great houses, including Castica, were severely affected, but Arcanant's situation worsened due to continuous famine that plagued their lands. It was at this moment that he approached Baron Dwayne, the second son of Count Brad. Under the pretext of investing in a devastated territory, Baron Dwayne slowly spread his influence over that land. As the combination of war and famine made a financial loan extremely necessary, the Count of Arcanant ended up biting a sweet bait without hesitation. When he finally opened his eyes, there wasn't even a corner that the Baron's influence hadn't taken hold of. When Dwayne took control of the region's commerce and military power, he abandoned the Count of Arcanant. Thus, Solia's story unfolded. Arriving at a quieter area of the city, Solia sighed sadly. "I only recently learned about this from an administrative official. I didn't know the details. I was so young back then. I thought our house had fallen due to some business failure. But from the start, he had malicious intentions. He approached my father when he was vulnerable, took military control, planning to swallow all our land." Solia then mentally replayed the entire story told by the old merchant moments before. After taking the territory and the title of Count, he expelled all the merchants and imposed taxes just to expand his own business. Solia finished, unable to believe that someone like that had become the Lord of Arcanant. To her, that was unbelievable, unacceptable. Head bowed, Han Si-ha understood the young woman's strong emotions, just as he understood what her father had tried to do. Solia's father had to protect his family, as well as the people of that land. He had no choice but to give up. Han Si-ha revealed his thoughts. The first time Solia told her story, he had already found something strange. For a territory of this size, he should have received a large sum, but there's no mention of him receiving anything. Solia completed Han Si-ha's thought. "My father would never sell our land, even by right." Solia had imagined that things had become difficult due to the long war, leaving her father with no option. In the past, every time Solia saw her father's desperation to recover the land, she felt frustrated, never knowing what to say. Some tears streamed from Solia's eyes as she watched her world collapse. "Han Si-ha, what do I do now? I'm so angry. I want to give back everything he did to us. I want to take the territory back. The people I grew up with are suffering. The beautiful commercial district is in ruins. In its place, only barren land remains, and I can't do anything about it." Seeing the girl's despair, Han Si-ha tried to approach, but she continued to vent before he could console her. With each word, Solia's back seemed more distant, smaller. "I have to restrain myself. I'm just a third-year academy student, and I have no right to speak about the matters of lands already taken from us." Wiping away her tears, Solia apologized to Han Si-ha. They had come there for a vanguard mission, but now she was bothering him with personal matters. Trying to set aside her sadness, Solia called him to visit her father. However, Han Si-ha had a proposal. "You can restrain yourself later. Don't you want help?" In a luxurious mansion, a white-haired guard brought news to his lord. The man sitting at the table, Count Dwayne, ground his teeth in irritation. "Solia Arcanant, what is that girl doing here?" The guard confirmed Solia's presence to the Count. revealing that she had apparently been asking around about what had happened 7 years ago. The Count became even more annoyed. Damn rats, digging up things that are already in the past. The head guard asked if they should care for the young woman. But annoyed, Dwayne was clever, and told them to leave her alone. What good would come of messing with academy students? Despite having taken the land by force, the Count possessed a contract that protected him. Even if they came crying and screaming at his feet, begging for the land back, nothing would change. The Count vaguely remembered Solia Arcanant's name. She was starting to cause a stir in the Empire. They said she possessed such promising talent that sponsors were lining up. Knowing this, Dwayne wondered why the girl had returned to the territory. Even irritated, he decided not to worry. His business was more important than her. Still, he gave an order. Just scare her a little, and send her away. An hour later, desperate shouts echoed through the mansion. "Count! Count! Count!" Dwayne in his office hastily stood up. "What is this commotion?" The Count was startled to see who invaded the office. Dragging one of the guards while holding a wand in his other hand, a young man was looking for Dwayne. "Is anyone there? I came to see the Count." Upon seeing the crazed expression on the boy's face, Dwayne was frightened to the bone. From the clothes he wore, the Count realized he was an academy student. Before the startled Dwayne, the protagonist inwardly scoffed. Solia is an academy student who can defeat monsters with just her wand. Did he really only send guards with spears and swords? Is he stupid, or did he simply underestimate her? Furious, Dwayne confronted the boy. What is the meaning of this disrespect on someone else's land? Dwayne quickly realized that Solia was hiding behind that boy and attacked her with words. "Solia Arcanant? So you planned this? You were so scared to come alone that you brought a boy with you? How pathetic!" Seeing the girl remain silent, Hansi-ha defended her. "Pathetic here isn't Solia, but your business skills. Don't you think, Count?" Upon seeing Hansi-ha confront the Count, Solia grew worried, but the protagonist was unfazed. "I'm just a humble academy student, and yet, even just walking through your domains, I can see that things are bad. That's why I came to offer some advice, Count." Seeing a boy who hadn't even left his diapers meddling in his business, Dwayne became furious. "Arrogant just because you're from the academy? For someone who caused a commotion in another's territory, you're quite confident. You must be some brat from a noble family, but here isn't a playground for children like you." The protagonist ignored the Count's words about his family and revealed the reason for his presence. "I simply came to see the contract." Surprised, Dwayne jumped back. The protagonist walked towards the Count's desk. "The contract by which you received this land, which used to belong to Arcanant territory, I came to check it." Approaching the Count, the protagonist stared him in the eyes, making even his soul tremble before the intensity of that gaze. "I want to see with my own eyes if the agreement set forth in this contract is legal." As soon as the guard who had received a few slaps saw the boy approach the Count, he stood up with his sword. "How dare you? Don't you realize how rude you're being, acting like this as just a student?" Dwayne smiled slightly, calming the guard and telling him to lower his spear. Smiling confidently, the Count didn't care. "All right, let's see the contract." Minutes later, Solia and Hansi-ha sat down, while the protagonist analyzed the contract. He never imagined that someone who had taken another person's land during difficult times would be so cunning. Legally, there was no problem with the contract. Although unfair, it had been well drafted. The protagonist placed the contract on the table. "I have read it carefully. However, I also read that there's an imperial law that states contracts signed under coercion are considered invalid." Seeing the boy smile maliciously, Dwayne became furious. Solia, who had no idea such a law existed, was confused. Obviously, Hansi-ha also didn't know such a law existed. He was just bluffing. Despite the accusation, the Count retorted, "A contract under coercion? How can you prove that? Did the old Count say something like that? Are you trying to create confusion using his own daughter?" Hearing Dwayne talk about her father, Solia became irritated. "Watch your mouth." Dwayne grew even more furious with the girl's response. "Who do you think you are to speak like that? What I do or say on my lands is my business. If you came here to create baseless confusion, leave. I even showed you the contract as a courtesy, but even children should know when to stop." With his fury reaching its limit, Dwayne called a guard. "Austin, throw these brats in prison immediately." At that moment, Hansi-ha pulled out something that surprised Dwayne. The boy took out an incredibly expensive-looking fountain pen from his pocket. It not only had value, but also had an engraved emblem. Upon seeing the imperial symbol on the pen, Dwayne was surprised to his bones. Undoubtedly, he had visited the imperial capital before, but he couldn't understand how a simple student could possess a pen with the imperial symbol. It was widely known that Empress Linnea had a demanding temperament. Because of this, he had never heard of anyone outside the imperial family receiving an item with the empire's coat of arms. A student walking around with a pen engraved with the imperial symbol? Realistically, that wasn't possible. Dwayne's mind raced, imagining that the young man in front of him might in fact be the Prince of the Empire. Suddenly, a guard burst into the office, shouting, "My lord, there's a problem! Knights from Kastika territory have just arrived. They're in large numbers. They said if we don't open the gates, they'll invade." Dwayne couldn't understand the nonsense he was hearing. It made no sense for Kastika territory to send troops so suddenly. The bloodthirsty Count Han Tae-Soo was known for his merciless campaigns. However, Dwayne had never heard of him starting a war without reason. For such a man to send an army at this moment to Dwayne, it could only mean one thing. He was protecting the prince. Gritting his teeth, Dwayne asked if Han Tai-Soo was about to start a war. Smiling slightly, the protagonist replied, "I'd say so." Dwayne was startled to hear the boy complete. "I told Kastika territory that you locked me up." Dwayne couldn't believe the boy's words. News of the prince's disappearance would cause a scandal. Dwayne quickly tried to apologize. "I didn't know you were the prince, your highness. Please let me off at least this once." Han Si-ha himself was confused to be mistaken for the prince, but he used the situation to his advantage. "The one you should be begging for clemency is not me, but the man right there." Confused, Dwayne saw a man enter his office. Opening the door, the white-haired man stared at Dwayne. "It's been a long time. 7 years, hasn't it, Count Dwayne, since the day you took everything precious to me, including my territory?" Dwayne couldn't help but laugh. How pathetic, old Count. Creating a fuss now won't make the contract disappear. The Count of Arcanant, Solia's father, nodded in agreement. However, his eyes showed tremendous hatred. "So what if there's a contract or not? If I say I'm going to reclaim this land using coercive means, perhaps you should reconsider your position." Count Dwayne was surprised. He remembered using similar words in the past. "If I say I'm going to take this land by coercive means, what will you do about it?" The Count of Arcanant confronted him. "The siege is already complete. You have occupied a position beyond what you should have for 7 years. It's time to resign." Dwayne was furious at what he considered absurd words. "Beyond my position? I was the one who made this land prosperous." But Dwayne's argument was easily dismissed. More than half the people living in the territory had left in the last 7 years. Finances were worse than in wartime, and the markets were in ruins. Seeing himself cornered, Dwayne acted instinctively, grabbing a knife. Without Solia expecting it, she was pulled by the enraged Count, who screamed, "I was the one who made this land prosper. Do you think I'll leave empty-handed?" Intimidating Solia, Dwayne yelled at her father, "Take another step and you'll say goodbye to her." Even Han Si-ha was surprised by Dwayne's attitude. The Count guffawed, thinking he had gotten his revenge. However, the girl in his arms murmured, "Lightning." As soon as she uttered the word, a dazzling flash erupted, blinding Count Dwayne. The Count, who was behind Solia, was hit by a powerful energy which threw him across the room, making him hit a wall. As soon as the Count fell, Han Si-ha scoffed. He really thought that would work? Solia isn't defenseless. She's the third best mage in the magic department. Seeing Solia approach, Dwayne leaned against the wall, incredulous. "A girl like you, how did you get so much power?" Dwayne, despite being injured, glared at the girl furiously, but she didn't care, and she knelt down to speak directly to him. "It's no wonder the Count despised me. I always knelt, resisted, and obeyed in silence. But Han Si-ha showed me that simply persevering is not always the answer." Solia Arcanant confronted Dwayne, ordering, "Give up this land, you are not fit to govern it." The protagonist was satisfied with Solia's words and approached, offering a solution. "Excuse me for interrupting, but I've already drafted a contract to cancel the previous one. Do you mind taking a look, Dwayne?" Han Si-ha presented the contract to the Count. "This is a contract where you return the land and all rights and leave this place. What do you say?" Seeing that Dwayne was about to refuse, the protagonist commented, "Didn't we say that contracts made under coercion are not valid? So what can we do?" "Oh, I know." With a wicked glint in his eye, the protagonist ordered Dwayne, "Hey, smile while you sign." As Dwayne signed, Han Si-ha couldn't help but comment, "Oh my, your smile is beautiful, and your handwriting is great too." Dwayne cried internally, cursing the Arcanants for using the prince as a shield. After seeing Dwayne had signed, Han Si-ha expelled him. "Now leave this territory. We've already prepared a carriage for you." Thus, the Count of Arcanant watched the one who had taken his territory depart. He only came to his senses when the young man called him, "Count Arcanant, congratulations on becoming the rightful owner of this land once again." The Count was surprised by the boy's words and lowered his face, holding back tears. The lands taken from him 7 years ago had now been reclaimed. The old man would never have been able to make a decision like that so easily. Earlier, a transmission orb had appeared in the Count's house, broadcasting the protagonist's voice. Han Si-ha startled him with his words. "I heard about the situation through Solia. Use my disappearance as justification and come reclaim the territory with reinforcements from Kastika. Now." The Count was tremendously frightened by Han Si-ha's sudden proposal. Hearing the Count's reaction, Han Si-ha encouraged him. I don't think it's that sudden. Solia said you've been gathering funds and manpower to reclaim this land. Hasn't the time come? If what was missing was justification and force, then there's no reason to hesitate. Han Si-ha gave the Count the final dose of courage by disparaging the current owner of the territory. Against a coward, you need to attack him cowardly. Isn't that fair enough? Remembering the young man's words had convinced him. Count Arcanant sighed. He still shivered remembering it. But in the end, everything had gone according to Han Si-ha's plans. This kind of decision was not something the Count saw in his own family. Thinking of integrating the young man into his family, the Count called his daughter. Solia, what is your relationship with Han Si-ha? Confused, Solia replied something that made her father laugh. We're just classmates, that's all. It was only for a brief moment, but there was a conversation between Count Arcanant and Han Tae-su, old friends, about marrying their children. However, when the situation of the Arcanant territory worsened, the engagement was naturally broken off. The Count wondered how often a young man would ask his own father to send troops to intervene in another house's affairs. This was not something to be decided lightly. Convincing himself, the Count looked at his daughter. My daughter is also not someone who can be looked down upon anywhere. Solia grew increasingly confused by her father, who gave her his blessing. Sometime later, the protagonist reviewed everything that had happened in his mind. He had skipped classes to obtain obsidian. He never imagined that in the process he would help the Arcanant family. However, things worked out better than they should have. There was nothing better than gaining an informant. Straightening the papers, the Count of Arcanant confirmed that the formalities regarding the return of the lands would be resolved in due course. Amidst the suddenly arising business, the Count remembered something important. Lowering his head, he thanked Han Si-ha. Thank you. I fulfilled an old wish of mine. The protagonist smiled, returning the courtesy. I just thought it was something that needed to be done. Impressed by Han Si-ha's manners, the Count remembered that he had a request. Nothing would be difficult to grant for someone who had returned his territory. Go ahead and say it. I will guarantee you anything. Before the Count's intense gaze, the protagonist went straight to the point. He revealed that he had heard that an obsidian mine in the territory was filled with a malevolent energy. Upon hearing the boy ask for the obsidian mine's location, the Count reflected deeply, remembering a place with such characteristics. However, concerned, the Count asked, but as far as I know, obsidian is a dangerous substance. Why do you need it? Since he couldn't tell the truth, the protagonist made up an excuse. I'm taking magic crafting classes with Professor Han Si-hyuk, and we need obsidian as a material. The Count, convinced by the answer, sat down. Well, if it's for class supplies and it's in my territory, I know where it is. Picking up a map, the Count circled an area outside the city. It wasn't the exact location, as he didn't remember precisely since the mine had been closed a long time ago, but it was an approximate location. Han Si-ha could hardly believe things were flowing so smoothly. I thought it would take forever to find, but he pointed out the location for us. This is perfect. Let's get the map and come back tomorrow with the others. Hearing Han Si-ha's idea, Solia nodded to the plan. The next day, the students arrived at the mine in Arcanant territory. With the little dragon in her arms, Yoon Ha-yul waved to Han Si-ha. Basil, upon seeing his master, jumped from the girl's arms. He ran quickly towards the protagonist and leaped into his arms. Han Si-ha hugged Basil. What happened, Basil? Did you miss me? Han Si-ha thought the little dragon was happy but was promptly attacked by its heavy claws. As the protagonist cried, Yoon Ha-yul rebuked him. That's what you get for not paying attention to your little monster for so long. You deserve this. Changing the subject, Yoon Ha-yul, who had arrived earlier than the others, revealed that she had asked around and was told that the cave was the mine's entrance. Not wanting to waste any more time, the group entered the cave. Inside, the ceiling was higher than they expected and the space was quite ample. Observing the surroundings, Solia realized that no one had been there for a long time. Dark energy was something only dark mages could feel or deal with, so she asked Yoon Ha-yul for help. Did your detector pick up any signal? Yoon Ha-yul, holding two small rods, noticed no change. Up until that moment, the suspicious device had given no response. Yoon Ha-yul attested, it's as if there's no obsidian buried around here. Meanwhile, at Ardell Academy, night had fallen. Adela, sleeping, was sweating intensely, trapped in a nightmare. She saw herself in a mud-devastated area, searching for her parents. She heard their voices, but despite continuing to look for them, she couldn't see them. It was then that she looked down. Several zombies rose from the earth, grabbing her feet. We are all here. Startled, Adela woke up, jumping out of bed. Having another nightmare about Catablam, Adela tried to remember how many consecutive days that had been happening. Distraught, she spoke to herself as if asking those from her past, "Are you appearing in my dreams to tell me that I cannot sleep peacefully alone?" Adela had always been running blindly in pursuit of her goal, but now she saw that she had finally found friends, found happiness, discovered what joy was. They told her that her wish had come true, but Adela couldn't help but wonder, why can't I free myself from this guilt? While nightmares unfolded, in the Ardell Academy staff dormitory, a professor wandered the nocturnal corridors. Coughing heavily, Han Si-ha's brother leaned against the walls to keep from falling. He gritted his teeth, trying to contain the pain he felt, something recurrent, present every night recently. Despite not having been attacked or suffering from a chronic illness, he felt a sharp pain in his chest, something he had never felt before. As he walked, the professor's mind blurred. The school corridors turned red, a terribly intense crimson. A red liquid oozed from the walls, making the scene even more terrifying. The professor tried to calm himself, telling himself that this wasn't real, just an illusion. However, more than an illusion, it was a glimpse into the future. With a vacant look, the professor wondered what was about to happen. In a forge, a meeting was taking place. A chest of obsidian had been collected, delivered by Han Si-ha to his colleagues. With his arms crossed, Seymour was confused. But there was no obsidian on the cave walls. So where did these come from? What had happened in the cave was still on Han Si-ha's mind. Even Yoon Ha-yul questioned if something had occurred inside that mine. For Han Si-ha, it was most likely that someone had already cleared all the obsidian, which worried Yoon Ha-yul, who asked what they would do. Han Si-ha asked her not to worry. For the past 7 years, there was a man who desperately tried to get rich in this place, remember? Solya immediately recognized who Han Si-ha was talking about, the person they had expelled from the city. This was how Baron Dwayne, or rather just Lord Dwayne, who had just escaped Arcanant territory, was captured. Persuading Dwayne to reveal the location of the obsidian cellars was easy, as he himself begged to be spared. "I'll tell you everything, so please spare my life, Prince." It was even at that moment that Han Si-ha revealed Dwayne was mistaken about who he really was. "You keep calling me Prince, but I'm not the Prince, you know?" Confused, Dwayne asked about the fountain pen Han Si-ha was using. Looking away, the protagonist revealed, "That? I just took it from Her Majesty, the Empress." Dwayne was completely shocked by the revelation, and his cry of outrage echoed through the forest. Solya sighed, just remembering what she had gone through with Han Si-ha. Anyway, she continued the story. As Han Si-ha said, in the few years of the Arcanant Kingdom without a just lord, an unknown buyer offered a high price for the obsidian. And because of the evil aura, the desperate people of Arcanant mined every piece of the crystal from the cursed mine and sold it. Hearing the story, Seymour asked how they had a chest of obsidian if all of it had been sold. Faced with the question, Han Si-ha revealed that this was the last chest that had not yet been sent to the buyer. Anxious, Natalie asked to use the obsidian immediately to make a detector or something similar. However, Han Si-ha had to restrain her. "Wait, before that, there's something important." Remembering the pile of tasks he needed to do, the protagonist warned everyone, "Midterm exams are coming up." Natalie was shocked to remember the exams, as were the others, who knew how important they were for facing the brutal life at the academy. On the other hand, the only person who had no reaction was Adela. The protagonist noticed the distant expression his friend displayed. Pulling her from her thoughts, Han Si-ha approached. "Adela, you don't seem very well lately. Is something wrong?" Surprised by the question, Adela evaded. "Don't worry, just focus on preparing for the exams." With that, she left the meeting first. Han Si-ha watched Adela leave. Looking at his friend's back, he wondered what was happening. That night, walking through the academy corridors, Adela faced the lies she had told Han Si-ha. However, she didn't want him to know that she was still trapped in the past. She didn't want to appear weak. Suddenly, Adela felt a strong wind coming from a window that should have been closed. It was then that she saw a figure, a person standing by the window. That woman wore a black cloak. Immediately, Adela realized who she must be, a dark mage. With a smile, the woman entered the academy. "Wait, I won't hurt you." Conjuring a magic circle, she attacked Adela, preventing the girl from speaking and also blocking her movements. Walking up to the girl, the mage stated that she had come peacefully just to talk. With a smile, she stared into the girl's eyes. "No need to be afraid, I'm just here to tell you something interesting. It's something you're interested in. I know you're from Katablam." Adela was shocked by the mage's comment. For several years, she had tried to hide her origin. Except for Han Si-ha, no one knew she was the girl who had survived the cursed village. She didn't understand how those people could know. The woman, planting a seed of curiosity in Adela's mind, watered it. "Don't you want to know who is behind what happened to your village?" Now able to speak again, as the woman had removed part of the seal, Adela questioned, "Who are you? How do you know about my home? Don't tell me you were one of the people who caused that." The woman unknown to Adela smiled, denying. "It wasn't me, but if you want to know, I can tell you who it was. Aren't you curious?" Adela took the bait the woman placed on her plate. 10 years. I've spent 10 years searching for an invisible enemy to seek revenge." The woman was satisfied to see the anxiety on the girl's face. She sighed, as if she were on Adela's side as a victim. "You must be harboring deep anger. A family destroyed, annihilated, wiped off the face of the earth. You should return the same pain to them, even if that's your friend Han Siha's family. The true culprit is Kastika." Adela felt her world crumble upon hearing the woman's words. Unwilling to believe, she murmured, "What did you say?" A few days later, on a carriage ride, Han Siha frowned, pondering his problems. He was quite uneasy about how he and Adela had said goodbye a few days ago. During the midterm exams, Han Siha had tried to talk to his friend, but it seemed she was trying to avoid him. Before he knew it, exam week ended, and a Kastika carriage appeared to pick him up, preventing him from having a proper conversation with Adela. When Han Siha arrived in Kastika, it was already night. The protagonist went to his father's office, having been informed that Han Taiso was looking for him. Han Siha, who had heard that the matter would be serious, received an envelope from his father. Curious, he opened the envelope. An invitation to a social gathering seeking to strengthen ties between Kastika and Arkanen. Han Taiso was direct. "You have a lot to do as Kastika's successor, that's why I called you." The protagonist was surprised by the sudden topic. Han Taiso was planning a celebration with Arkanen, which had recently regained its territory. Han Taiso also had other things in mind. Instead of keeping the girl from Katablam by his son's side, Han Taiso wanted to open up opportunities to offer him other options. Not many days later at the academy, rumors began to spread. A gossiping girl chatted with her friend. "Did you know that the Kastika family, which Han Siha belongs to, and the Arkanen family, Solia's family, are having a social gathering together?" The gossiping friend nodded. "I already knew. My father was invited. By the way, did you hear that those two are apparently getting engaged?" Walking a little behind the gossiping girls, Yoon Ha Yul was shocked to hear the last part of the conversation she was eavesdropping on. She jumped on top of one of the girls, irritated, questioning, "When was that decided?" The girl was startled by the sudden approach and snorted, annoyed. "Is that any of your business?" Yoon Ha Yul retorted, blazing. "But what about my feelings?" The gossiping girl shrugged. "But who cares about your feelings?" Despite being annoyed with Yoon Ha Yul for the scare, the girl revealed that she had asked Solia about the matter and heard that the engagement was a thing of the past. While the conversation was happening, Adela observed the girls out of the corner of her eye. Thinking of Han Siha and Solia together, she lowered her head. Despite the pain in her chest caused by her feelings, she tried to force herself not to continue that way. In her mind, Adela questioned herself every minute about what she would do if Han Siha's family was truly involved in the Katablam incident. Adela knew she wouldn't discover anything if she remained still. She had made a decision, to ask Han Siha directly if what the dark mage had said was true. She wanted that person to be just a suspicious individual, trying to cause problems for the Ardell squad. She wanted Han Siha to know nothing about the matter, that everything was a lie. Because of this, Adela ran to look for Han Siha, to clarify everything, including the matter of the engagement with Solia. Opening the door euphorically, Adela looked for Han Siha. However, not seeing anyone, she felt a little embarrassed, as she had arrived with such confidence. While planning to wait for Han Siha's return, Adela felt an extremely dark energy. This energy came from inside the wardrobe, emanating a familiar presence. Upon opening the wardrobe, Adela was shocked. Even if the girl's mind couldn't remember, her body reacted. The only pulse of magic that worn-out sword emanated. Despite being faint, undeniably, that sword bore the emblem that remained in Adela's mind. Trembling, Adela refused to believe what she saw. Even with the passing years, her memories of the past did not fade. A nightmare on solid ground, where people's screams constantly echoed. The pain that gripped her ankle every night in her nightmares and wouldn't let her escape. For Adela, there was no doubt. The sword before her was the sword that had devastated her homeland, Katablam. Sometime later, Han Siha walked through the dormitory corridors. He was tired due to classes and preparations for the family party. Upon reaching his room door, Han Siha found the door ajar and the light on strange. "Did I leave the light on when I left? It's also not time for one to be back." When Han Siha was about to enter, a sword lunged, stopping next to his shoulder. A cold gaze appeared on the protagonist's face, mixed with curiosity and disbelief. The girl in front of him, holding that sword while trembling, was none other than Adela. Han Siha confirmed what Adela wanted to ask, without her needing to open her mouth. "So you found out." Adela couldn't believe his words and gritted her teeth in hatred. She lowered the sword, unleashing her fury. Why? Why did it have to be you? It could have been anyone else. If it had been any of them, I could find a way to get revenge. It could have been Solia, or even One, or even Lee Han. I would be fine if it was one of them, but why did it have to be you? Han Si-ha didn't want to hurt Adela, so he tried to avoid telling the truth. However, it was too late now. He regretted not having cut the problem off long ago. If things continued this way, he would end up becoming her enemy. Just like the third-rate supporting character Han Si-ha, the protagonist knew he would have to walk the path of perishing at the hands of one of the main characters. This almost became a wish, so that he wouldn't have to face the look of despair on Adela's face. Afraid of losing his friend, Adela made a request. Han Si-ha, I'm going to give you one last chance. Tell me you didn't know. The protagonist lowered his head and sadly replied, Adela, I'm sorry. Time passed, and soon the day of the party arrived. Han Si-ha, wearing a beige suit, waited in the garden where the celebration would take place until he heard a girl call him. With a party dress that revealed her shoulders, Solia approached Han Si-ha, showing a slight smile. You're already here? Of course, Han Si-ha was there. Well, I'm one of the hosts. Faced with Solia's appearance, the protagonist complimented her. You look beautiful, Solia. Hearing the sudden compliment, she looked away, thanking him shyly. As the party was being held on a holiday, most of the families connected to Kastika and Arkanent showed up. Even some friends from the academy attended. One and Natalie made time to participate happily, and even Yoon Ha-yul said she had gone to the party just to cause trouble. But the person Han Si-ha wanted to see didn't show up, Adela. He already expected not to see her. Since the day they confronted each other at the academy, Adela had turned her back on Han Si-ha, avoiding facing him, and since then, they never saw each other again. Han Si-ha's pets comforted him, just so he wouldn't be so sad. However, he couldn't help but sigh. It was obvious that no one would want to attend a party whose host was the person who had ruined their homeland. While Han Si-ha sighed in a corner, a man talked to his father. Count Han Taiso, long time no see. I didn't expect the Arkanent family to become friendly with yours so quickly. Was there some kind of prior agreement? Han Taiso looked away, smiling slightly. Not exactly. The two young people just get along well, so I thought it would be good to marry them early. Han Si-ha and Solia were shocked to hear the Count's words. The protagonist turned, irritated with his father. Did that bastard really say that? Suddenly, a startled scream echoed through the garden. Guards rushed hurriedly. Forgive us, but there's an attack happening. The sky turned dark, while a crimson mist hung in the air. With a dark wizard at the forefront, a group of mages appeared in the sky. They had suddenly invaded the place with the emergence of the mist. The protagonist wondered why dark mages would appear in a place like that, but soon tried to think logically. Count Han Tae-so, the bloodthirsty count, and the Count of Arkanent had fought together in the war. With two generals who defeated countless dark mages, there was no reason to fear. However, there were also countless civilians present. It wouldn't be strange if something terrible happened at any moment. Upon seeing the invaders, a young man shouted furiously, "Who are you? Do you know where you are to act so arrogantly?" Immediately, an explosion occurred, startling the young man who was blustering. The hooded person who launched the attack pointed in a direction. I found you, cube thief. He pointed directly at Han Si-ha, speaking to him. Lady Sepia said not to eliminate you, but honestly, this seems to be the fastest way. But don't worry, everyone will meet the same end. That way you won't feel alone. A barrage of attacks rained down on the party garden, causing explosions every second. The dark mages created their magic circles, attacking without any mercy. Shielding himself, as well as protecting others, Han Si-ha created a magic shield, deflecting the incoming attacks. He summoned Basil and Closty for help. Immediately, the little fire dragon gathered a large amount of power, launching a flaming breath towards the dark mages. Meanwhile, Closty flapped her wings excitedly. She flew among the enemies, casting her freezing magic. On the battlefield, ice spikes emerged at Closty's command, turning those who dared to go against her master into frozen kebabs. The protagonist was satisfied to see the duo in action. He internally mocked the dark mages. Are they crazy? Even if losing the cube made them furious, launching such an assault, and on top of that at a party sponsored by Kastika, where so many nobles participated, among these people were names like Count Antaeus and experts in hunting dark mages, and yet the other side was attacking in broad daylight in the heart of enemy territory. With the number of troops the dark mages had brought to battle, Han Si-ha wondered what exactly they planned. Solia, participating in the battle, cast an incandescent light spell. After the confrontation began, a lot of time had already passed, and Solia couldn't stop seeing enemies appearing. Finally, she understood what was happening, and before she could warn Han Si-ha, he nodded. I understand too. They're being generated endlessly. This is a self-replication spell, one that, even among dark mages, should be difficult to use. Han Si-ha knew that the longer the fight dragged on, the worse it would become. Above all, there were many people who still hadn't managed to evacuate. If the battle continued, they would inevitably be hit by the attacks. Annoyed, Han Si-ha wondered why this situation was happening. At the same instant, a notification window appeared before him. Skill reward acquired. Congratulations. Tamer abilities have been enhanced. With his two pets, Basil and Closty, receiving a new skill, Han Si-ha gained area taming, which allowed taming monsters within a certain range for a limited time. The protagonist hammered the accept skill button, desperate in such an urgent situation. He put his hands on the ground, activating the skill, which created an immense magic circle. He wished from the bottom of his heart, anything, anyone, just help. Dogs living around the mansion heard the call of the taming skill. They rushed hurriedly towards the master tamer. When the monsters arrived, the protagonist commanded them, "Quick, protect the civilians!" Han Si-ha, while the wolves ran through the garden, asked all civilians to follow them to a safe place. To facilitate the escape, the protagonist asked Basil and Closty to go ahead, clearing the way for the others. Despite things settling down, Han Si-ha didn't see the number of enemies decreasing. Humans naturally had limited stamina, and it ran out much faster than that of puppets. Therefore, Han Si-ha knew he needed to find the real body as soon as possible. If they were being controlled, the real person must be nearby. Han Si-ha's only option was to make the true culprits reveal themselves. Stepping onto a chair, he stood up and shouted, "Hey, you useless lot, don't hide. How about we have a chat? Are you so pathetically weak that numbers are your only strategy?" The puppets stopped moving. From their midst, a voice commented, "Just as I heard. You're an arrogant brat, don't worry. I don't intend to eliminate everyone present." Upon hearing someone speak, Han Si-ha found his target. That malicious voice continued, "For the future promised to us by Lord Abaddon, some sacrifices are inevitable, just like everything we said before. What we want is to capture you and discover the location of the cube. How about this? Come with me and I'll spare everyone else." Hearing the offer, the protagonist smiled. Although tempting, he refused with a mocking look. "Prison isn't really my thing." Drawing his wand, Han Si-ha prepared a spell. He attacked the source of the voice, but was surprised to find that he had only hit another puppet. Suddenly, all the puppets began to explode, casting fire magic against those in the vicinity. Han Si-ha had nothing to do but try to protect himself as much as possible from the explosion surrounding him. After the explosion ceased, the protagonist sighed heavily. He wouldn't be able to last much longer. Suddenly, Han Tae-so's alert echoed in the protagonist's ears. "Si-ha, join us, you need to hold on." However, despite his father's shouts, Han Si-ha couldn't even think straight due to the wounds he had suffered. Standing motionless in the middle of the party garden, he wondered what he was waiting for, why he believed someone would appear to win that fight. Suddenly, just as Han Si-ha expected, a flash of light appeared in the sky. A short-haired girl appeared in front of him, protecting him by using her magic. Finally, Han Si-ha realized, looking at the girl's back, why he had resisted until that moment. The girl, holding the sword she had taken from Han Si-ha's wardrobe, revealed without looking at him, "Han Si-ha, I've thought a lot about this, a lot. Even while running here to answer an emergency call from the assault squad. But listen, Han Si-ha, you've saved me more than once. You've shown me a reason to live. You've proven that there are still more beauties than reasons for revenge in this world, and that's why it's my turn to help you. So relax, Han Si-ha." The moment Adela held that sword, she felt the blade respond to her desperate heart. In that instant, what she sought more than anything was to find the original among those countless clones. Advancing with the sword in hand, Adela followed the bright light guiding her along the path where she should swing the blade, cutting down everything that blocked her way. After pressing forward, Adela found a different clone. In fact, the true mage. Upon finding him, she lunged toward him, prepared to attack with the sword of light. However, the mage smiled maliciously as he saw her approach. A cube in his hand released a blinding glow. Adela put her hand in front of her face, trying to block the light. "What is this?" A sudden surge of immense magic. The mage praised Adela for finding him, but scoffed. "Did you really think I would come here without a plan?" She was shocked to see the mage wielding a cube. With the powerful item in hand, he explained its function. "This is the cube of emotion, a device that amplifies your latent emotions. Now that weak sense of justice of yours, let's see how long you can sustain it." Releasing the cube, the mage let the item pour out all its powerful energy. The energy enveloped Adela in an instant. As her eyes darkened under the cube's influence, she began to question herself. Yes, why am I trying to protect these people? Nobles who disparage the lives of commoners and turn a blind eye to the sins they committed in the past. There's no need to protect them. Why am I even here? Adela fell to her knees, tormented by her own doubts and feelings. The night before, the black mage who had shocked Adela and then disappeared, suddenly reappeared. She walked toward the desolate girl, sitting on the ground. Oh dear, how regrettable. The truth you faced was inevitable. With a cold gaze, Adela asked the mage to at least tell her why she had returned. Seeing her impatience, the woman decided to answer. I came to give you a chance for revenge. Isn't it vulgar that those who buried an entire village are still living comfortably without any punishment? The mage mocked the way Kestina partied, while Adela, isolated in her room, could only lament. Just as someone wouldn't remember an ephemeral caught 10 years ago, the nobles also see the Katablam incident as worthless. Thinking of Han Si-ha, Adela stood up, furious, refuting the mage's words. Not all nobles are like that. However, the mage used Adela's words against her. Then why did Han Si-ha hide the truth even though he knew? Adela was speechless. She didn't understand why and didn't know how to answer. With a smile, the mage made a proposal. Didn't I say I'd give you a chance? Tomorrow, one of my subordinates will plan an attack on the party in Kastika. Normally, I would stop him, saying it's too dangerous. But besides the Kastika family, many other noble families will be at the party. The mage's eyes sparkled at the thought of all those nobles being eliminated. Even if it was for a personal grudge, she could ignore her subordinate's dangerous actions. That's why I came to inform you of what no one else knows. After all, what we want is Han Si-ha, not his father. Upon hearing that Han Si-ha was the target, Adela suddenly stood up. But the mage quickly went to the window, putting on her disguise again. If you are willing, I will allow you to bring down Kastika with your own hands. Just say that the black mages attacked the party. What a perfect excuse, isn't it? Before leaving, the mage made it clear that the choice would be Adela's. Actually, I feel very sorry for you, so I hope we don't meet as enemies in the future. Thus, the black mage disappeared into the darkness of the night, leaving Adela alone in her room. After what happened that night, Adela couldn't even close her eyes. Thinking and worrying, she remained awake throughout the night. Faced with the emotions the cube awakened, Adela stood up, consumed by the turmoil of her feelings. Actually, I wanted Count Han Teso to lose everything he had and to be buried underground. That man buried innocent people, so he deserves such pain. This man and that son, I wanted them to feel the same pain I felt, to regret what they did in the past. I endured for 10 years just for the pleasure of my revenge. That was the only goal I had. The mage bearing the cube smiled excitedly, satisfied with the artifact's power. Thanks to the cube, everything was happening as planned. Relief showed on his face for secretly bringing it just in case. With everything ready to finish off Kastika, the mage ordered Adela to swing her sword and unleash all the hatred she carried. However, instead of obeying, Adela refused. In her memory, the image of the one who saved her strongly emerged. I can't do this. Adela's eyes, previously darkened, now shone with a green full of hope. From the girl with the sword, a faint glow emerged as she countered the mage's orders. If I really eliminated Count Han Teso, then there would be no turning back. Raising her sword bravely, she pointed it directly at the mage. Faced with the young woman's actions, the black mage was terrified. Wait, why? Wasn't the cube's power working perfectly? Gritting her teeth and placing all her hope in Han Si-ha, Adela advanced. However foolish her actions might seem, however much she wished to punish Han Teso, above all, she wanted to save Han Si-ha, and it was by defeating the mage with a lunge of her sword, recovering another cube, that Adela managed to achieve this feat. After the attacks and the recovery of the cube, Adela jumped away, while the mage fell, still in disbelief. With the cube in hand, Adela looked around. Everything was over. At that moment, a man approached, Han Teso. However, the young woman walked past him without even looking him in the eyes. Adela only wanted to find Han Si-ha. Extending her hand to give him the cube, she said, I still haven't forgiven you, so you'll owe me double this debt later. With tears streaming down her face, Adela summoned him, a summons that would prevent him from leaving her behind. Han Si-ha bit his lips, trying to hold back his tears. Then he held the cube, as well as Adela's cold, trembling hand. As a faint glow from the cube of emotion enveloped both their hands, Han Si-ha silently assented to the summons that would bind them. 3 days passed quickly. Inside the academy, In Han Si-hyuk's office, Han Si-ha's father met with a young woman to tell her, "Considering the academy is still in the middle of exams, and you are both students, I heard that the academy's infirmary took care of both of you with great dedication after that battle. Thank the school nurse later." With a cold look, Adela warned, "You should thank me for not finishing you off back then." But Han Taiso returned the same words. "You are the one who should thank me." He asked the girl to calm down and pay close attention to what he was about to say. "Originally, I wanted to eliminate you, Adela. More than a decade ago, I was ordered by the emperor to bury Katablam, but when I went there, I found a seer who gave me a prophecy. He said that a survivor of Katablam would one day take the life of my son, Sun Si-ha." With a sharp gaze, his words continued. "You might think this is just an excuse, and you are not wrong, but before a greater tragedy could happen, I wanted to eliminate the root of the problem with my own hands. There were only 2 survivors in Katablam." Adela sweated coldly. Worried, she asked if there wasn't a possibility that the prophecy was wrong. However, the seer was no ordinary person. Born with divine powers, being chosen by the stars, he heard a voice and guided fate. His prophecies rarely failed. That was why Han Si-ha's father pleaded, "Adela, please, don't betray my son." After the conversation, Adela returned to her room. It was already getting dark at that moment. She never imagined that such a prophecy could exist. However, she remembered something. She heard from Han Si-ha's father that there were 2 survivors. This made her wonder who the second survivor could be. The second, unbeknownst to her, was sleeping, and while he snored, something seemed to be running densely through his veins. Inside Han Si-hyuk's dreams, he was running across a desolate land while desperate voices emerged. "Run away! You need to run away and survive! Don't come back! Go somewhere!" While running in the dream, he dared to turn around, only to see blood and tears of the people who begged that he at least stay alive. Han Si-hyuk ran until he reached a mansion. There he faced a man with his back to him. From that man he heard, "Everything I gave you is enough. Leave this family and never appear again." During the escape, countless voices complained inside Han Si-hyuk's head. "Avenge me, please, avenge me too. It hurts. Avenge me. Seek revenge. I want to live. This is so unfair." Despair arose inside Han Si-hyuk's mind, and he woke up with one thought in mind. Why am I the only one to survive? Son-hyuk gripped the blankets, pleading, "Please, please stop!" Han Si-hyuk had escaped from the nightmare where the villagers blamed him, from his father's cold jealousy, and in the end, he ended up there, as a teacher. As he wondered why the nightmare still pursued him, Han Si-hyuk felt his chest tighten. A terrible sensation attacked him. It was as if every ounce of magic power in his body was being squeezed out. Han Si-hyuk reached out his hand, and a sphere of dark power emerged. Han Si-hyuk was sure he was right. Since the hallucinations and voices began, he could feel a dark and potent force developing deeply. He didn't know why this started happening, but he knew that if anyone saw the dark energy in him, they would take him straight to the Imperial Palace. Even at that moment, the power surging inside his body became stronger, amplifying itself. Surrounded by the energy that took his breath away and made his chest hurt, Han Si-hyuk no longer wanted to be there. Before he was discovered, he needed to leave the academy grounds. However, the energy extracted every drop of his strength. His walk became slower, and before he knew it, he fell to the ground, exhausted. Han Si-hyuk felt that he was already beyond the point where he could recover. He begged for someone to appear, as he couldn't get out of that situation alone. The next day, Han Si-ha met with Wan, who quickly called him over to share some gossip. Last night, a dark mage infiltrated the investigation chamber. Han Si-ha couldn't believe it, but Wan revealed that they had found traces of black magic, clearly necromancy. Hearing Wan's words, Han Si-ha wondered if Han Si-hyuk would be okay. The two ended up going to the area where the incident happened, and found several fallen walls. At the same time, magic was creating a strengthening structure so that the area of the building wouldn't collapse. It didn't take more than a few seconds for Han Si-hyuk to suddenly emerge from that room. Han Si-ha and Wan were not alone. Other students worriedly asked if the professor was okay. Han Si-hyuk gave an obvious excuse, and stated that there had been an invasion last night. Seeing how exhausted his brother looked, Han Si-ha wondered if the opponent was strong. Since everyone wanted to know what they shouldn't, Han Si-hyuk asked them to leave the work to the teachers. It might be dangerous, so return to your dormitories and stay there. Everyone shared the thought that the professor looked tired. Han Si-hyuk saw some very worried students. If even the professors are having problems, doesn't that mean the school is no longer safe? The matter had reached a meeting with all the professors. Han Si-hyuk was present. Haigor, the professor of magical energy generation science, wanted to treat the matter seriously. A dark mage infiltrated the first floor of the academy. We must conduct a strict investigation to discover the truth. The director remembered how many were already shocked when they discovered that Professor Grunui was a dark mage. Now, the entire institution was on high alert. It was natural that they were tense. The director went straight to the point, commenting that he had heard that Professor Han had already started the investigation. He is a talented seer and powerful mage, known in the magic department for concluding any investigation within a month. If anyone can solve this, It's him. Another professor came to interrupt, but asked confusedly, "Doesn't something seem strange? The breach occurred right in front of the laboratory. Why did Professor Han come out unscathed?" The two professors next to Han Si-hyuk proceeded to praise him. Knowing his abilities, he must have used excellent defensive magic. Professor Grint knew how the other professors admired Han Si-hyuk, but he didn't expect it to be to such a great extent. What the professors were saying made sense, however, at the scene of the supposed battle. Despite having sensed two auras, Professor Han's aura was extremely powerful. It was neither defensive magic nor light magic. This made him wonder, what is Professor Han Si-hyuk hiding? When the meeting ended, it was already late afternoon. Han Si-hyuk left the meeting room with an extremely tired look. It was then that upon arriving in his room, he found another person. Seeing his father sitting on the sofa, Han Si-hyuk hastily asked the reason for his presence. Han Tae-so believed the young man already knew and warned once more, "Han Si-hyuk, leave the empire at once." The Han family leader asked Han Si-hyuk if he knew why he had come to the academy. Han Si-hyuk could only try to investigate. "Did something displease you?" Han Tae-so shook his head negatively and stated, "Resign from your position as an academy professor. That is why I came here." Han Si-hyuk was surprised. In the past, when he first became part of Kastika, he once clung to the hope of winning the love of his newly found father, but he discovered that gaining Han Tae-so's approval was impossible. He had been sent away, showing that his past life had been nothing more than a journey of running away from Han Tae-so. The young professor trembled as he spoke. "I earned the recognition of the Minister of Magic without the family's power, and I planned to live quietly in this academy as my father wished. But now, you are taking away everything I have left." Han Tae-so interrupted Han Si-hyuk, looking at him with a sharp gaze. He stood up, asserting, "The reason you need to resign is not because of me or because of the family, but because of your own actions." A severe look was shown by Han Tae-so. He revealed that he knew everything. "The dark mage who attacked the academy was your doing." Han Si-hyuk was shocked to hear his father's words. Han Tae-so was there to warn him. "Professor Grint suspects you. He is sharp and highly skilled. You can try to hide it now, but one false move, and he will discover the truth." Thanks to luck, Han Tae-so believed he had discovered the truth before the professor. Han Si-hyuk was still surprised, until he lowered his head, fearfully asking what his father would do with him. Han Tae-so was silent for a while before revealing, "A new imperial decree has been issued. If a dark mage is discovered in the family, 3 generations will be executed. To protect my family, I will trust you one last time. This will be the last time I see you." Faced with Han Tae-so's ultimatum, the young professor displayed an incredulous look. Like an unbelievable maniac, he began to laugh, upon discovering how it would end. He couldn't even explain why that power resided within him, leaving only frustration and resentment. Han Tae-so held Han Si-hyuk by the shoulders and ordered, "Si-hyuk, leave the empire." Han Si-hyuk, looking at his father's hands, didn't know how to respond. Han Tae-so's words were sharp and reminded him of the past. "I raised you for over 10 years. That is not a short time for me either. I never saw you as a son, although you might have seen yourself that way. I was not a good father, but I don't want to be the one who kills his own people." Walking past Han Si-hyuk and heading towards the door, Han Tae-so ordered the young man to leave. "Today is the only time we see each other." The next day, the academy became chaos with the news that was spreading. Everyone commented on how Professor Han Si-hyuk had disappeared. Everything was very confusing. The professor was teaching normally until the previous day. Those who had class with Han Si-hyuk wondered what would happen. Hearing the news, Adela hastily asked Han Si-ha what was going on, but he claimed to know nothing. The young woman was shocked and asked if they even knew when the professor would return, but Han Si-ha couldn't even say that. Han Si-ha gave a single answer. "It seems to be a long-term thing." Seeing how Han Si-hyuk had fled, Han Si-ha was not surprised. Dark mages couldn't easily infiltrate the academy, not only because of security, but because a single dark mage attacking normal mages would just be handing themselves over to the wolves' den. Everything seemed very confusing to Han Si-ha about the matter, even more so when the attack happened only in the investigation room where Han Si-hyuk was, which made things suspicious. He couldn't help but wonder, why attack the Empire's most important prophet instead of dormitories or classrooms? Unless you're crazy, it doesn't make sense, right? Han Si-ha reached 2 conclusions. First, Han Si-hyuk could use black magic. Second, he lost control, causing the incident, and was therefore hiding. The defeated expression that Han Si-ha saw on his brother's face the day before was not from exhaustion, but from the guilt of using forbidden powers. All this made Han Si-ha wish that wherever his brother was, he would be safe. Time passed, and soon the holidays arrived after the end of the exams. The imperial decree to execute 3 generations linked to a dark mage spread throughout the empire, quickly terrifying many people. Talking with Wan, he joked, "Isn't this just being a dictator?" But in the end, he was right. The emperor was truly a dictator. Hearing Han Si-ha's words, Wan was happy that no one else had heard. The young man had said something crazy that could have cost him his life. The holidays passed quickly, and soon the first day of school arrived. Han Si-ha was lying in a large bed with red sheets next to a fireplace. He woke up with the sunlight and stretched as he got up. He slept soundly without waking up early for the first time in a long time. Waking up in the dormitory bed for the first time, feeling rested, was inevitable. Han Si-ha looked for the clock, and upon seeing the time, he was startled. It was already past 8 in the morning. Being late, he shouted, startling one who got up hastily. "Why are you shouting?" As soon as Han Si-ha warned his roommate that they were late, the two jumped out of bed. The two didn't even get dressed properly, as they had to run to the classroom. By some stroke of luck, they managed to arrive before class had begun. As they approached the room, Han Si-ha was confused, as he saw many people crowding the hallway. As he wondered why everyone was there, Han Si-ha approached a bulletin board where there was a large piece of paper. Everyone looked at him when he saw what was written there. Professor Han Si-hyuk is the illegitimate son of the Castor family. He is a dark mage. While Han Si-ha was still surprised looking at the news board, many people around started gossiping about the subject. Seeing how everyone started gathering around him, Han Si-ha irritably stated, "Listen carefully." He proceeded to read the text. Professor Han is an illegitimate son, that is true. He then moved on to the second line. He is a dark mage. To know if that is true, we need to confirm it with him directly. Who here wants to go find Professor Han and ask him? Han Si-ha approached one of the students who was gossiping and directly questioned him if he wanted to go talk to the professor. Obviously, the student refused. Han Si-ha's voice became increasingly forceful. "I have Professor Han's address, so I can ask him the answer. Curious? Otherwise, class is about to start, so get out of my way." The young man ran away quickly, afraid of Han Si-ha. The protagonist crossed his arms, wondering who had written that. Throughout the day, Han Si-ha was forced to hear whispers behind him. Even when he went to train, people continued to whisper, driving him crazy. Since Han Si-ha would at least have a part-time job in Professor Ernest's laboratory during that semester, he would have some time to rest. While Han Si-ha was resting, he heard someone call him. A young woman with short, wavy orange hair approached, asking if he was okay. Upon seeing Senior Betty, Han Si-ha immediately investigated. "Aren't you going to ask what's going on?" Senior Betty smiled when she heard the question and reassured him. "I'm not interested in gossip. It makes no sense to spread things about people we don't know." Betty was the one who would work part-time with Han Si-ha. He was relieved to see that she wasn't like the others. But seeing Han Si-ha thinking about the time, Betty quickly woke him up. "Focus on the research! The professor wants us to prepare the documents today." Suddenly changing the subject, Betty looked away. "Han Si-ha, can I ask you a favor?" Upon hearing that Betty wanted a favor, Han Si-ha asked what she wanted. Betty had pretended not to care about the Si-hyuk incident, but it was obvious that she did. However, Betty brought up a topic that Han Si-ha did not expect. "In your class, there's a girl named Natalie, right? Could you introduce me to her?" Han Si-ha was so confused that he raised his eyebrows, wondering if he had heard correctly. He tried to investigate why Betty wanted this. The young woman explained that it wasn't anything special, just something related to her graduation thesis on artifacts. Betty excitedly recalled how Natalie's family was famous for artifact creation. "I was wondering if I could get some help with my research." With the look of a kitten, Betty begged Han Si-ha to help her. The protagonist had no reason to refuse, as Natalie would also be happy to help. Everything Betty asked for made sense. She was already in her final year, so she must have been preparing for her final thesis. Betty revealed to Han Si-ha that she was researching artifacts that could store external magic. Everyone said it wasn't feasible, but she still wanted to do theoretical analyses on the research. Han Si-ha praised the topic Betty had chosen for her research, which made her so excited that she asked if he would like to read her thesis later. Han Si-ha realized he had made a mistake, but he couldn't refuse. Han Si-ha had promised to read the thesis and introduce Betty to Natalie, but unfortunately the promise could not be kept, as Betty was found lifeless sometime later. What happened to Senior Betty caused a great uproar at Ardell Academy. This was a problem on a completely different level compared to the attack on Professor Han Si-hyuk and his disappearance, or the rumors about a dark mage wandering around. A student lost her life inside the academy. Clearly due to traces of poisoning, the academy was incompetent, unable to discover a suspect, much less capture the culprit. All this combined led to immense outrage from the parents. Many nobles declared that they would withdraw their children from the school and completely stop their studies. And this was no exception for Count Han Tai-so, Han Si-ha's father, either. The protagonist had already received a letter from his father. The content of the letter was simple. "The movements of the dark mages are disturbing. If you wish to return to Kastika territory, say so. I will send a carriage with trusted people." Han Si-ha thanked him for the offer, but simply used the little fire dragon to burn the letter. Leaving the academy in this situation was a foolish choice. The Kastika territory was not safe. Soon there would not even be a safe place in the Ardell Empire. And so, he issued an alert. "All faction members, gather in the workshop basement. It didn't take long for a group of students to gather in the basement where there was only a table, a few chairs, and some barrels. The group came to believe that if dark mages were using poison against students, they must have the courage to appear in broad daylight. It was normal for young people to want to leave the academy. The understanding was mutual. They couldn't leave things as they were, as they didn't know who the next target would be. To prevent something even worse than what happened to Betty from happening again, they should confront the dark mages' actions themselves if necessary. One summarized everyone's words. What we need to do is find out who did this to Senior Betty and hunt down the culprit. According to one's network of connections, he found out that Betty had no enemies. It had been discovered that a potion vial with traces of dark magic was found at the crime scene. If the vial was not left there by coincidence, there must be another reason. Adela tried to imagine a reason to attack Betty, but couldn't. She remembered that the senior was in the magic department, but had no talent for combat. She wouldn't fight the dark mages, as she only focused on her research. It was when thinking about research that Han Si-ha realized something. Could the research she was doing be the reason? Upon hearing Han Si-ha, Adela fully agreed. Li Han remembered that Han Si-ha worked with Betty for Professor Ernest. Did you hear anything about her research topic? She was about to graduate, so she was probably working on a thesis. Han Si-ha remembered completely, and what he said startled Natalie. An artifact that could store external magic. I definitely remember her talking about that. Natalie was scared, as that was a research topic that sounded extremely dangerous. Since they found the crucial point of the incident, Han Si-ha asked Natalie to go with him to the laboratory to look for Betty's research materials. Natalie promptly agreed. Before the school takes them, let's hurry! The duo went directly to the laboratory where Betty worked. They found the drafts of Betty's thesis, the ones she would show Han Si-ha. There, they also found the blueprint for the artifact she was testing. Upon seeing the crystal design, Natalie could say, "This is a dangerous object. That artifact in the blueprint is a necklace that stores magic. It can also attract external magic." This led the duo to a conclusion. The necklace that Betty was trying to create had characteristics extremely similar to the primitive concept of the cube. Even though the item's performance was incomparable to the cube, the dark mages might still want it, as countless cubes had been taken by Han Si-ha and the others. According to the research, the group discovered that the creation of the artifact had been a success. However, they found the necklace neither in the laboratory nor at the crime scene. This meant that someone had stolen it. Han Si-ha immediately told Natalie to reveal what they discovered to the order. Seeing that he would be alone, Natalie was worried, but he reassured her. "I'm going to meet with Professor Grint." The professor did not believe things easily, but he had a keen and insightful perception. He was the only trustworthy person. Going up the stairs, Han Si-ha went to the professor's office. Reading each of the papers, the professor reached a conclusion. This seems to be crucial information. He couldn't help but thank the young man. Han Si-ha hoped that the information they discovered would help in the investigation. Although they were optimistic about catching the culprit for what happened to Betty, with the help of Professor Grint, the case took a completely different turn. Rumors had started to spread through the school. They said that the culprits for what happened to Betty had been the necromancy department. Hearing the rumors, those from the department gritted their teeth for being accused. Even the theology students, who normally ignored others, and the natural sciences students absorbed in their studies, began to avoid the necromancy department after Betty's poisoning. Furious, a young man slammed his fist on the table. "How much more are we going to have to endure this humiliation?" He was a fifth-year necromancy student. "I know we all know that there was a war fought by the dark mages in the necromancy department before, and how the Empire was created to purge them. We all know that everyone's perception of those in the department was bad, but the level of humiliation and neglect we are starting to suffer is revolting." The necromancy students accompanying him in the Great Hall shared his fury. He gritted his teeth furiously, tired of everything. "This damned school, why don't we just tear it down?" This time, however, the other students were startled. What are you talking about, Burger?" The senior's words were clear. "I'm talking about dark magic. There are several people who already know how to use it. The magic we learn is just a step away from it. Furthermore, there are countless ways to contact dark mages." The more Senior Burger spoke, the more apprehensive the students became. If the rumors are true, and what happened to Betty was the work of dark mages, then the dark mages in this school might even help us, necromancy students. Burger started to laugh, blaming himself for not having thought of it before. He looked at the others and ordered, "Hey, gather everyone, I have a great idea." In a luxurious office room, a blonde woman was analyzing some documents. The office door was opened and two people entered the room. Dressed in an elegant suit, Han Tae-so asked, "You called for me?" Beside him was a man with blonde hair and a worried expression. Seeing that both had arrived, she told them to sit down. The man beside Han Tae-so wondered internally while sweating, why did Her Majesty ask to see Count Han Tae-so and me? The Empress was direct. "Count, your son is at the academy, right?" Han Tae-so confirmed. and the Empress revealed, "My son is there too." She continued with a serious look. "The Academy, the Empire's top-tier educational institution. That's what I believed until now. You heard about the recent incident, didn't you? We can't send our children to the Academy in this situation, can we?" Han Tae-so could do nothing but agree, although he didn't know what she meant. She might be worried. There were no guarantees that the next prince would not be attacked as well. The Empress then said something that surprised them. "My son Marcel will be withdrawing from the Academy starting today." The Empress's son was startled to hear her. However, her words were firm. "It is for your protection. Stay here until the case is resolved." With so many documents in front of her, the Empress revealed, "You may not return until graduation, but we can educate you in the palace, so there is nothing to worry about." Marcel tried to argue against his mother's words, but she didn't let him speak. "This is an imperial order." As Marcel bowed, frustrated, the Empress began to speak to the Count. "From the attack on the investigation room to the poisoning of the student, the Academy has been quite chaotic lately. What do you think is the cause of this?" Tae-so quickly replied, "A bastard rat is undoubtedly hiding in the Academy." The Empress agreed. There was no doubt he was right. "I agree, but did you know that Han Si-hyuk's name appeared as a suspect in the attack on the investigation room? Oddly enough, he resigned and disappeared shortly before the situation worsened. It makes me wonder if it is a coincidence or something more." The Empress stared at Han Tae-so darkly, questioning him. "You are not hiding him, are you?" She was direct, asking if he knew where Han Si-hyuk was. The Count denied it, stating that they had cut ties years ago. "Your Majesty, that son was never mine to begin with." Han Tae-so tried to be careful with every word he used. If the Empress suspected Han Si-hyuk, then Kastika could become fully responsible. There was only one thing he could do. "Your Majesty, if I knew where he was, I would take care of him personally. You know what kind of man I am." Feigning calm, Han Tae-so hoped the young man was safe wherever he was. With this hope, he stated, "I am a noble founder of this empire, your trusted subject and head of the Kastika house." The Empress accepted Han Tae-so's words and gave him a response. "I plan to abolish the necromancy department." Han Tae-so was shocked by the decision and tried to convince her otherwise, reminding her that there would be a significant backlash. The Empress knew that was the only place where the young people thought they belonged, but she warned, "You know how I act, Count. If I can't find the rat hiding in the walls, then I will burn the whole house. If they resist, eliminate them all." Han Tae-so was surprised by the order and asked cautiously, "You mean the students?" The Empress didn't need to give an answer. She was about to do something even worse than what happened to Katablum, and yet she maintained a smile on her face. That night, a young man was running in the dark corridors of the Academy. He was certain that something was wrong. With so many insane things, with so many people going crazy, he knew something terrible was going to happen. The young man hastily knocked on Han Si-ha's door. "Let me in, please! Han Si-ha, open the door!" The protagonist opened the door after waking up, and still sleepy, he heard Fabian. "What are you doing here?" Fabian was desperate. He was crying as he pleaded, "Please, I'm begging you, let me stay in your room just for a while." Seeing the young man from the necromancy group so afraid, confused Han Si-ha. As soon as Fabian entered the room, he told Han Si-ha the whole story. The protagonist asked, however, to be sure, "You're saying something happened and you need temporary protection? But that temporary is a whole week?" Han Si-ha didn't understand what kind of nonsense this was. "Leave right now." Fabian interrupted Han Si-ha, claiming he had much more to say. "I think the necromancy guys are going to do something big. Believe me, I barely escaped them. They were talking about even taking people from the royal family. Unlike Marcel, I can't count on the Empress's protection." Fabian's words about the royalty caught Han Si-ha's attention. In the original story, nothing had happened to Betty, but this event definitely happened. Episode 8, The Necromancy Department Riot. The necromancy students always caused problems, but they were overshadowed by the magic department, until they basically started a rebellion that affected Ardell. Before the elite mage force sent by the team leader arrived, there were some casualties. Han Si-ha wanted to avoid this and immediately asked where the students were. Fabian revealed that everyone was gathered in the conference room on the second floor. Han Si-ha imagined the mess that was being prepared. In the original story, the barricades during the riot also happened in the conference room on the second floor, so the episode was about to happen. The protagonist figured the leader must be Berger. In the original story, Berger had a certain shred of reason, at least until he became the host for the Dark Mages, and completely lost himself. Han Si-ha made his decision. "I'm going to meet them." Fabian was shocked and worried about Han Si-ha's decision. "Are you crazy?" Annoyed, Han Si-ha stated that he would go alone. "You scared cat. Did I ask you to come with me? Stay here. I'll go alone and be back soon." Before Han Si-ha left, however, the whole floor began to shake. He couldn't believe the riot had already started. A large explosion had occurred, engulfing the entire floor. Fire had spread. People were running down the corridor shouting, "Evacuate!" Seeing that scene, Han Si-ha vividly remembered what he had read. That was the first scene of the 8th episode. After repeated explosions, the situation became even more serious. A barrier was created, preventing everyone from escaping. The barrier magic was too refined, besides being too powerful to belong to the students. It was possible that they had joined the infiltrated dark mages. The professors rushed to create barriers for buildings A and B. The director quickly told them to announce that students should not leave their dormitories. Immediately convene the board and find a solution. The professors directly asked the necromancy professor if he could dissipate the magic circle. Looking through his notes, the necromancy professor discovered that the dark magic was of an explosive type, and among them, it was one of the most powerful. Furthermore, this is a spell that is not possible to disarm. Everyone was shocked by the necromancy professor's words, who revealed, in addition, it is a magic that cannot be countered by common magic. There was only one thing they could do: enter the magic barrier and eliminate the caster of it. Faced with the information from the 8th episode, Han Si-ha did not see a mission. Instead, there was a question mark symbol. It had been some time since he faced a problematic episode. From where he was, he could see the barrier around the main building. The professors had placed a protective barrier in case of new explosions. They called it protection, however. It seemed more like they were trapping the students. There was no food supply, and Han Si-ha had already heard that the stock in the cafeteria on the first floor was almost running out. Some young people were already trying to escape, saying they would try something. While thinking about all the problems, Han Si-ha found one who had new news. "Han Si-ha, did you hear? Creek disappeared." The protagonist asked how that happened. One revealed he was making a fuss about going to the warehouse, so the necromancy young people found him and took him. One was already tired. The professors kept telling them to stay quiet, but he didn't know if things would get better that way. "I heard some things. The necromancy guys are now saying that if their demands are not met, they will occupy not only building C, but also building B." Han Si-ha was worried about the theology people, as their dormitory was in building C, which the necromancy people took, as well as the theology girls' dormitory. Hearing about the matter, one commented that the theology department professors were already furious. Chaos was ensuing. Han Si-ha was especially worried about Yoon Ha-ul. She's not the type to recklessly provoke the necromancy students and attract danger to herself, but she could be caught in an explosion, or be cursed, or the necromancy students could lose control and blow up the dormitory. Seeing how worried Han Si-ha was to the point of creating dreadful theories, one tried to reassure him. She's not the type who would be defeated. If something happens, she's the one who would hit others. Han Si-ha had a completely opposite view of Yoon Ha-ul. She's so pure. One couldn't understand how Han Si-ha had such a distorted view. If someone insults her, she'll grab a book from the bookstore, which is always there, and attack with the corners of it. Han Si-ha was shocked. Yoon Ha-ul had always been so sweet to him. She had never done anything like that. One couldn't believe that Yoon Ha-ul acted tough only with him, and pretended to be weak with Han Si-ha. While they were talking, someone started knocking on the door hastily. Upon opening the door, they met Creek, becoming confused. "Weren't you captured?" First Fabian had caused problems in his room. Now Creek appeared. Han Si-ha was direct, and questioned what he wanted to do. "Just say it and leave." Creek, after hesitating a bit, stated that the prince was looking for Han Si-ha to talk about something urgent. The protagonist replied without much interest, worrying Creek, "Is that how you react? It sounded like something really important. Han Si-ha, shouldn't you go if the prince is calling for you?" Han Si-ha was already getting annoyed. "Hey, royalty or prince, they are the same to me. If he wants to see me, he's the one who has to come to me." Creek immediately began to stammer. "It's just that he said he had something to tell you without people around." The protagonist, however, could already see through Creek that he was trying to lure him outside the barrier. The protagonist sighed and asked where the prince was. Creek was startled by Han Si-ha's question and didn't know how to answer. Seeing the reaction, Han Si-ha told him to calm down. "You are the one who came here, so why are you surprised that I accepted? Surprised that I figured out your plan and asked for the location?" Han Si-ha knew that if the plan was just to cause trouble, they would have gone to the professor first, not to him. There must be another reason for trying to take him. Although it would take time, Han Si-ha knew that the episode would end with an overwhelming defeat of the necromancy students. According to the original story, a dark mage inside the academy contacted the necromancy students and taught them powerful dark magic, just as they wanted. This way, even some students with low mana managed to take over the entire building C. However, the powerful magic given to them fed on the caster as a host and was short-lived. and if the host is completely consumed by the energy, he loses all control. So, if Han Si-ha solved the problem through dialogue before the caster went crazy and prevented more casualties, that would be the best outcome. Han Si-ha told Creek to be honest. They sent you to take me, didn't they? So you at least talked to them. Are those necromancy brats still capable of conversation? Creek, however, claimed that they wouldn't listen to anything. Han Si-ha himself knew that Creek didn't listen either. He clenched his fist, annoyed, stating, "I asked if conversation was possible." Creek stammered to answer, "Of course, necromancy students are people too." The protagonist sighed, believing that Creek wasn't even human, since he didn't usually listen. Creek felt that Han Si-ha wanted to fight, but the protagonist quickly made him stop talking. Pushing Creek, the protagonist told him to lead the way. Looking quickly at Won, the protagonist stated that he would go alone, and asked him not to follow him. Won was shocked to see him going alone, worried. Han Si-ha nodded, and only asked him to tell the professors if he didn't return. Han Si-ha was worried about Yoon Ha-yul, but unfortunately, his cursed instinct was always wrong in times of crisis. Yoon Ha-yul was holding her kitten with a smile on her face next to two members of the necromancy department. With a serious look, she stated, "The reason I'm stuck here is because I was trapped in my dormitory, trying to interpret the will of the stars. And guess what? My reading said that nothing would happen to me, even if I got caught. Joey and I were so hungry that we were almost collapsing, so I trusted my lucky reading and came." Holding her kitten, Yoon Ha-yul showed how fine she was. "See, my prophecies are always right." Be it Han Si-ha or the necromancy young man, both were shocked. The necromancy young man cleared his throat, commenting, "It seems like Creek brought the right person." He approached Han Si-ha, questioning if he was Han Si-ha of the Kastika family. Since Han Si-ha couldn't avoid that, he wanted to at least take advantage of it. He wanted to find Burger and Yoon Ha-yul anyway, so he was killing two birds with one stone. Confirming his identity, Han Si-ha asked why they had called him. Burger was direct in his request. "Since you are from a well-known noble family, you must have connections with the royal family. I want to meet with the prince. The empress herself might come if he calls her." Burger stated that they had something important to say. "Our demands are the same as from the beginning." The necromancy department wanted to clarify the incident behind Betty's poisoning and prove that they were not behind it. They wanted necromancy to be treated equally compared to other departments. Finally, they also wanted to revive restricted dark magic. However, Han Si-ha doubted that Empress Linnea would agree to anything, especially regarding black magic. That would only serve to strengthen the current necromancy department. Hearing the demands, Han Si-ha asked, "Did you cover the entire building C with a magic circle that smells of blood for this?" Burger was surprised to hear that Han Si-ha knew about the magic. The protagonist continued, "I think the dark mage who taught you the magic didn't tell you a certain part. In the end, the magic will devour every one of those who cast it. As time passes, you won't even recognize friends. You will attack each other." Taking a small piece of paper, Han Si-ha asked Burger if he knew why he had come there. He reached out to hand over the paper. "Here is the magic formula to remove the spell most similar to the one you cast here. I came to deliver this." Han Si-ha advised Burger, who was already under pressure, "Dissipate this magic circle immediately. If you don't want to, then all of you will be buried here together." The real reason for so many casualties in the episode was not because the necromancy students attacked others, but because their own lives were taken by the magic. Han Si-ha advised them to stop, as the end would be self-destruction. Burger tried to ask what Han Si-ha was planning. In short, Han Si-ha knew that the necromancy students were being used. They were using the students to attack the Ardell Empire while they fled. Han Si-ha, to try to convince Burger, claimed to have heard something, that even without this, the Empress's side would soon make an offer. Although it wasn't the offer Burger wanted, Han Si-ha stated, "It would be much better to accept it. You started all this because every student is precious to you, right?" Upon hearing that the Empress herself would make the proposal, Burger was surprised, but Han Si-ha warned, "But only if the magic circle is removed. Who would negotiate with someone who is holding students hostage?" Hearing that a proposal would be made, Burger ended up smiling, wondering what it would be. However, with a somber voice, someone entered the room. "If it happens the way you are saying it will be quite disappointing." Looking back, Han Si-ha was shocked. Han Tae-so had appeared. The protagonist did not understand how he had arrived there, and especially at the worst possible time. With a dark gaze, Han Tae-so ordered, "Stop immediately, students. It would be wise not to provoke me." On Han Tae-so's way there, he saw many things in Building C. He saw necromancy students harming a first-year theology student, and saw them intoxicated with power, boasting while others took their last breaths. Just because of the absence of professors for a short time, they had turned into deranged beings. Han Tae-so did not understand how human beings could be so perverse. However, Han Tae-so also questioned himself, and who am I to declare myself an even greater villain within this abyss of evil? He had already eliminated countless people in the name of justice. The choice he would make here would not be very different. He had gone to the academy on the Empress's orders, but a wave of revulsion was rising in his throat. Han Tae-so knew his own place. He had not gone there to save a student, but to nip in the bud possible future dark mages. Han Tae-so looked at Burger with contempt to state, "You've played enough." Burger took a step back and signaled to a partner, telling him to retreat. He spoke with a mocking voice. "So the Empire's side has been standing by all this time because they can't handle a small game?" Han Tae-so corrected him with a cold voice. "Do you really think the Empire would let you do whatever you want just because they can't handle ants? Allowing your necromancy group to do what it did was nothing more than part of the protocol. They evaluated the safety of the theology students, evaluated the punishment for the necromancy students, and finally, evaluated the Academy's own survival." Han Tae-so reached out his hand, concluding, "During all this time you should have stopped. But it's too late." Han Tae-so moved to attack Burger, but at the last second the young man smiled. A large explosion occurred between the two, forcing Han Tae-so to retreat. A dark energy emerged from behind the explosion, engulfing Burger. When the smoke slightly dissipated, it was possible to see that Burger's eyes had turned reddish, and the veins all over his body had swelled. Han Tae-so managed to help Yoon Ha-yul retreat, while seeing the change happening in Burger's body. Han Si-ha was shocked to see those colors. At that moment, Han Tae-so hastily shouted, "Han Si-ha, get out of here immediately!" Han Si-ha knew that this was undoubtedly the rampage phenomenon. That bastard Burger had activated the magic circle the moment his life was in danger. Now, in the rampage state, he had grown, becoming twice the size of a human. The mana density was much thicker than before. Even the air was filled with malicious aura. Between the rampage state, delivering power to Burger, and the necromancy students, stood Han Tae-so. The protagonist wondered if it would be okay to let him fight. Suddenly, Han Tae-so himself woke Han Si-ha from his thoughts. "Why are you hesitating? You're not worried about me, are you? Take the other students out of here and retreat." Han Si-ha was surprised, but nodded, accepting his father's orders. Han Si-ha quickly fled, taking Yoon Ha-yul and Creek with him. Upon reaching Dormitory A, they arrived at a safe area. The protagonist warned Yoon Ha-yul that from there were barriers created by the professors, so she would be safe. He pointed the way to Adela's room, asking them to share the room for now. Stating that he shared the room with Won, he asked Yoon Ha-yul to say if she needed anything. Han Si-ha had made a decision to return to Building C. Yoon Ha-yul fearfully asked him not to go, as Han Tae-so would resolve everything. Han Si-ha asked if she was sure, and as a seer, Yoon Ha-yul nodded. Still, Yoon Ha-yul's gaze seemed uncomfortable. She didn't seem worried about the count either. It was then that he realized something was wrong. Yoon Ha-yul confirmed, "It's a prophecy. The count will be safe, but it won't be good at all if you go there. I'd prefer if you didn't see all that with your own eyes." It had only been 3 hours since the count was sent by the Empress. Arriving there, destroying the necromancer's magic circle, and clearing the building, he did everything at the same time. When the barrier fell, those who were waiting in Adela's room could finally see the horror outside. Some students left first, but no one was happy to see the external area. In addition to some necromancy students who were not involved in the creation of the magic circle, a large number of students perished. Faced with all that, Adela still didn't understand something. Han Si-ha, you said in the room that this incident was started by the necromancy young people, but those who made the circle that led them to self-destruction were the dark mages. Adela wanted to understand why they did this. It was very strange, as it had been a loss for them. In the long run, it's like letting the necromancy student, who could have become their pawn, self-destruct. Han Si-ha acknowledged that Adela was right. Of course, the entity Abaddon was chaos and evil incarnate, but as a mentor, while he looked for fun, he wasn't stupid. Abaddon would never do something that brought him great losses. Something seemed strange. It was then that he thought of something, and ran to ask Li Han, "Those cubes we moved to the new warehouse last time, when was the last time we checked them?" Remembering this, Li Han revealed that since they couldn't leave the dormitories, he couldn't check them. The group had hidden cubes in different locations from Li Han's warehouse just to avoid theft. It was then that, upon arriving where they had stored them and not finding them, they fell into the enemy's trap. It was too late. The protagonist remembered the original story. The episode following the necromancy riot was quite significant. The cube retrieval episode. Li Han, after having the cube stolen by the dark mages, faced problems trying to recover it. He rushed to the warehouse, but upon opening the door, he found the safe already open. As expected, the cube had been taken. To prevent the cubes from being stolen all at once, Han Si-ha had hidden them in different locations. However, a message soon arrived from Li Han. "I went to another location, and it was also attacked here. Han Si-ha believed that the dark mages had tracked the faint energy that the cube emitted. With his feet tied up because of the riot, Han Si-ha believed the mages managed to take advantage of the time when they couldn't respond. Li Han, on the other side, asked which cubes had been taken, and Han Si-ha revealed both the emotion cube and the sense cube. He greatly blamed himself for forgetting the most important thing at the most critical moment. Han Si-ha quickly asked Li Han to notify the other group members, especially Seymour and Natalie. Han Si-ha bit his lips irritably. It was realistically impossible to go looking for the cube at that moment. The cube should be stored where the heart of the machine should be, but they didn't know the exact location of that yet. Furthermore, facing the final boss, Abaddon at the level they were at, was practically asking to lose. Basil was also still in the middle of his growth phase and could not help. However, it was at this moment that Han Si-ha remembered something he had forgotten. If they weren't going to find the cube, there was something they could do. Somberly, he stated, "If something we barely managed to get was taken from us again, wouldn't that be a horrible feeling?" Li Han, upon hearing the question, was confused. Monsters linked to a Tamer are summoned at the Tamer's call. Even Basil was summoned in the Forest of Ghosts, in the unconscious space known as the Empty Room, due to Han Si-ha's feeling of anxiety. The protagonist believed that if he used the so-called Tamer summoning ability, even if they couldn't recover the emotion cube, the sensory cube, consciousness, which they had tamed beforehand, might be recovered. From a magic circle on the ceiling of a room, a red cube emerged. It fell directly into the hands of Han Si-ha, who was already waiting for it. In front of him, Adela was shocked. "Are you saying that this inanimate object tamed by you responded to your summoning call?" Han Si-ha smiled provocatively. "Don't you believe it, even seeing it with your own eyes?" Sitting on the bed, Han Si-ha could relax, relieved to have recovered at least one of the cubes. He could feel the magical energy, so that was definitely the cube. It must have been summoned directly from Abaddon's office. Han Si-ha could already imagine. The mages had put on a big show to steal the cubes, but in the blink of an eye, one of the cubes was back in his hand. He could imagine how annoyed Abaddon must be. No one would imagine that a cube could be tamed. Inside the cube, Han Si-ha could see his imprint. He stared at the cube, wondering how many students had suffered because of it. The miserable result created by extreme efficiency and selfishness was felt differently when read in a book and when experienced directly. To the three who were in the room with him, "The fact that the cube is tameable gave me the opportunity to capture it. It is not a living being, but since it has magical power, I thought I would try." Han Si-ha knew how everything linked to the Tamer could be summoned, no matter what. Even if the dark mages had an extreme problem getting the cube, that one would never be taken while he was alive. Han Si-ha knew Abaddon's goal, to gather all the cubes to activate the heart of the machine. Abaddon's plans would be ruined when he discovered that one of the cubes had disappeared. Since there was no way to find the other cube, Han Si-ha told everyone to keep a low profile without attracting attention at the academy. Inevitably, the dark mages would return once more to get the remaining cube. They were not ready enough to fight yet. Han Si-ha knew they could only do one thing. First of all, we need to discover their base of operations. A few days later, in the royal palace, Count Han Taiso paid a visit to the Empress. She was surprised to see him visiting her. Approaching, Han Taiso was courteous. "How have you been, your Imperial Majesty? It is sudden, but I have something to say." The Empress questioned curiously and saw Han Taiso pull out a letter. When she saw him place the letter on the table, she became even more confused. Han Taiso's words were even more confusing. "This is my letter of resignation, your Majesty." Holding the letter with a mocking smile, Linnea asked to be sure, "You are not at the age to retire yet, are you?" Han Taiso denied, "Age is not a problem. I just thought this was the best option. Please accept." The Empress frowned. She knew there must be a reason. Han Taiso coldly revealed, "I do not have confidence in my abilities. You may not be satisfied with how I will carry out your orders, your Majesty." Linnea raised an eyebrow, questioning, "Did you lack anything? Did I overlook anything? Whatever the reason, I will ensure that you are well taken care of, without any lack or regret. Please reconsider this decision." Before proceeding on the matter, the Empress revealed that she had contacted someone. "It would be good if you met." Han Taiso was confused. It was then that the door was opened, and Han Si-ha entered the room, surprised to see his father. The Empress smiled upon seeing the father and son reunion. "I heard that student Han Si-ha kept my son Fabian safe during the riot. I wanted to say something, so I called both students here." The Empress addressed Fabian. "You must have a lot to learn from what happened," Fabian stammered, agreeing with his mother. Happy with the result, the Empress wanted to get straight to the point of the meeting. "My job is to deal with this riot. This matter cannot be ignored by the imperial family, so I had to decide how necromancy and the students will be treated." Han Si-ha entered the conversation, commenting, "There are already rumors within the academy about necromancy and the abolition of the department." Hearing the young man, the Empress darkened. "There's no way this can be easily forgotten." With a furious look, the Empress declared, "It is a disposal. How dare they cause so much trouble in my lands? We must cut this route completely with this opportunity. For this, I intend to expel necromancy and all its members from the empire." Han Taeso was shocked. He thought he hadn't heard correctly. The Empress continued, asking for no more comments on the matter, and continued, "Wouldn't it be problematic if rumors spread about the Empress making exceptions for certain students just because they have royal blood?" Han Si-ha immediately understood what was happening. The Empress looked towards her son and declared, "Fabian, I plan to use you as an example." Upon hearing his mother's words, Fabian was shocked. He trembled, stammering, "But I couldn't live anywhere other than Ardell. Please have mercy and let me stay." Hearing him, the Empress declared, "If you want help, you should ask the person who saved your life." The Empress addressed Han Si-ha, questioning him, "Do you have any objection against my will?" The protagonist felt a great sense of disgust and displeasure. He knew perfectly well that Fabian was innocent, but the fact that Empress Linnea was using him as a scapegoat was an indescribable feeling. The same thing had happened with Katablam, and the riot was no different. Countless people perished because of the actions of the Dark Mages, but now it was becoming questionable whether the blame fell exclusively on them. Unexpectedly, Han Si-ha smiled. "Ha ha ha, pathetic." The young man's cynical comment surprised the Empress. Han Si-ha's words did not stop. "If this is the level of nonsense, it's amazing the Empire hasn't collapsed yet." Before they accused him of going crazy, he exclaimed, "The Empire is the crazy one." Han Si-ha pointed at Fabian. "That guy isn't even royalty, so he's no longer useful. Now you're simply getting rid of him, are you? Is it for national interest? If an empire survives with such ridiculous rules, it should have collapsed a long time ago." Han Taeso quickly tried to stop Han Si-ha from continuing his complaints, but the protagonist did not back down. "Am I wrong by any chance? You also know I'm right, don't you, Your Majesty?" When questioned back, Linnea overflowed with fury. "So you, someone whose blood has never spilled, want to try to teach me what is right? Are you really trying to teach me how to govern this empire?" Han Si-ha realized at that moment that he was carried away by his sense of justice and ended up talking too much. Everything he had said was true, however. He was the one guarding the cube that the Dark Mages wanted, and he was the heir to Castica. Internally, he was immensely worried. "She wouldn't expel me from the empire for a single wrong word, would she?" The Empress stood up and commented, "It seems I've lived long enough to hear all sorts of things." Han Taeso quickly bowed, trying to apologize for Han Si-ha. The Empress merely declared, "Since he is your son, I will leave the punishment for you to enforce." Internally, Han Si-ha begged his father to go easy on him. The Empress asked how Han Taeso would handle the punishment, and he stated, "His declarations just now were so outrageous that they could hardly be repeated. They amount to treason, punishable by life." Han Si-ha was shocked, but he heard his father continue, "Since he is young and he is my son, I beg for leniency. Please allow me to give him a light punishment." Han Taeso held his son by the shoulders and declared, "We will put him in prison." Han Si-ha was confused and thought he had heard wrong. The Empress just smiled and ordered, "Take him away." Someone suddenly grabbed Han Si-ha by the shoulders, dragging him while he shouted, "Father!" Thus the wise academic life turned into a wise life in prison. The news spread quickly through the academy. When Adela heard that they were accusing Han Si-ha of treason, she was shocked. She quickly gathered with a group that was talking about Si-ha and heard, "It seems he is in the Imperial Underground prison right now." Adela knew Han Si-ha very well. He spoke without caring and never controlled himself. One of the students scratched his head, thinking and commenting, "I don't know much more. Maybe it's better if you check yourself, although I don't know if it will be possible." Knowing where Han Si-ha was, Adela left immediately. Afternoon classes were about to start, but she only thought about finding Han Si-ha. The young man had saved her from danger many times, so she swore she would find him. Adela, upon going to the school courtyard, found a carriage. "Can I rent it?" The coachman accepted the trip and asked the young woman where she was going. Adela saw that she only had 2 coins. There was one person she wished never to see again, but she didn't want to leave Han Si-ha alone. "Please take me to the Castica residence." Thus Adela arrived at Han Taeso's office, who heard her request. "You want my help?" Adela was determined. "I need to find Han Si-ha. If his father won't protect him, then I will do it myself." Han Taeso sighed upon hearing Adela's words and rejected her. "I do not plan to receive a commoner as my daughter-in-law." Adela became extremely irritated to see Han Taeso making jokes. With no time, he told her to quickly say what she wanted and reminded her, "He was imprisoned by imperial decree. You must know that there is nothing I can do." Adela begged to at least be able to see Si-ha, even for 5 minutes, or even less than that. "There is something I absolutely need to give him." Adela pleaded until her tears ran down her face, asking the Count for help. Han Taeso sighed once more. Anyone would think that Han Si-ha wouldn't even be alive now, but the opposite was true. This made him wonder if he should tell the truth. However, he believed it would be better to continue lying. It would be easier to just let her meet Han Si-ha. "I will tell you where he is. I will also ensure that the visit is allowed." Adela was extremely happy, but Han Taeso warned, "Let me warn you. If the Empress prohibits it, there is nothing I can do. Don't cause any trouble." Adela smiled broadly, despite still crying, nodding, "Yes, I understand." Thus, during the night, Adela finally arrived arrived at the Imperial Palace. She was accompanied by 2 guards and went down to the underground prison by the stairs around what looked like a large well. However, what appeared before Adela's eyes was not what she expected. There was an extremely luxurious room there. Han Si-ha was sitting on the floor, leaning on a pillow larger than himself with several study books and the cube in his hand. Seeing him so comfortable, Adela stammered, "What is going on?" Adela couldn't figure out how to react, but began to scold Han Si-ha. To imagine that the son of a noble defies the emperor and ends up imprisoned in a place like this. Isn't this corruption? Is this really allowed? No way. The protagonist tried to calm Adela, stating that he had really been imprisoned, but Adela didn't understand a single bit of the situation and held her hands to her head as she shouted, "What did I suffer to get here?" Overwhelmed by late shame, Adela remained speechless for a while. Han Si-ha explained to his friend that he hadn't just been resting in that place. Empress Linnea had asked him there, telling him to find a way to weaken the cube. The protagonist used all his tactics to convince his friend that he was in serious trouble. The Empress even threatened Fabian just to provoke me. Luckily, I managed to coordinate with Count Han Tae-so after an exchange of glances, so she wouldn't threaten me the same way. Adela asked why they had to find a weakness in the cube. It was then that Han Si-ha realized he hadn't had time to tell Adela. It's because Natalie previously succeeded in her experiment to modify the cube's magic circuit, managing to decrease its magic limit. I made a few adjustments to them, just in case the dark mages stole all the cubes to minimize the possible damage. Faced with everything Han Si-ha told her, Adela was shocked. But it didn't stop there. Han Si-ha revealed he had reported the cube to the Empress, and since he was the only one with the skills and knowledge, the Empress wanted to ensure his safety and comfort, and space for him to modify the cube. Adela became thoughtful about the Empress's actions. No one would carelessly dare to approach a traitor, so she had created an incredible pretext to hide him. It was then that she realized something. Is the Empress the type who has a trash personality but a rational mind? Han Si-ha ended up sharing the same thought. Changing the subject, Han Si-ha teased, "Adela, were you worried about me? It mustn't have been easy to get here. How did you know I was here and found me so quickly?" Adela was caught in the act and quickly tried to correct herself. "What are you talking about? Don't misunderstand. I wasn't worried, not at all." Seeing how Adela was dodging, Han Si-ha asked how she had gotten there. Adela gave a flimsy excuse. "I was just passing by." Obviously, the excuse wasn't easily accepted. Adela became so irritated that Han Si-ha found out she was worried that she attacked him, putting her arm around his neck to choke him. Meanwhile, a cave in the forest was being used as an underground shelter in the Ordries Mountains. There, a man lit a candle, relieved to be safe. While looking at a map, he thought how it had been a good idea to move the shelter several times, just to prevent the Empire from being able to pursue him. He hadn't heard any news from the Ardell Empire yet, but Han Si-hyuk preferred to stay there, although he was indebted to one person. Next to him, a pink-haired woman whom Adela might recognize, Lady Sepia, tried to check if he was okay. Han Si-hyuk replied coldly, "I am always fine." The mage, however, didn't believe Han Si-hyuk's words. "When I found you, you couldn't control that power, and you seemed extremely unstable. But the madness of your power has become less lately, right?" With his head lowered, Han Si-hyuk merely nodded as she was right. Han Si-hyuk knew he had been lucky to find such a brilliant mage who took care of him so devotedly. However, this care would come with a price, because he also felt the aura of powerful dark magic emanating from that woman. Sepia, with a somber tone, remembered that Han Si-hyuk had commented on having a younger brother. "I was curious. What kind of person is your younger brother?" Han Si-hyuk was shocked to hear the question, but quickly returned to his normal self, questioning, "Is that boy necessary for the Dark Mage's plan now?" The mage was confused by the question. Si-hyuk asked her another one. "If not, then do you wish for him to be eliminated?" She couldn't react to Han Si-hyuk's sudden questions. Before she could correct herself, he stated, "You asked what kind of person my younger brother was. He is a rude, arrogant bastard who lives intoxicated with his own grandeur, but after a certain point, he completely changed. He became smart, good, and a person who knows how to take care of himself." Han Si-hyuk couldn't believe he was destined to eliminate a child like that. He had lived for long years, tied to this prophecy that could be true or false. Now that he had abandoned honor and home to flee, Han Si-hyuk didn't want to live on the run. Despair was taking over him. He was already tired of that life, and so he pleaded, "Don't use me for his end." Time passed outside, night arrived. In the room, after studying for days, Han Si-ha felt his head was about to break. That was the 3rd day of isolation in the laboratory after barely being freed from prison. That was wearing him down. At least this body is only 16 years old. If it had my original age, I would have been hospitalized a long time ago. At that moment, Han Si-ha didn't even have time to be hospitalized. Not only had Abaddon begun to show himself and act, but according to the episodes of the original story, the war that would mark the end of the 1st season was about to arrive. Han Si-ha had a few things in mind to prepare before the war began. First, he wanted to weaken the cube. As a result of the effort in prison, he succeeded in reducing the original magic by a little over 10%. However, this method was just a backup plan. The priority was to neutralize the stolen cubes. The second item Han Si-ha planned to create was a cube detector. However, he had no idea how to create this item, so he set it aside. If such a thing were possible, he wouldn't be a veterinarian, but a scientist. After that, Han Si-ha thought about creating a portable mana cannon. It would be incredible to give one of those to every knight who couldn't use magic. However, this also seemed too costly, so he rejected it. The more he thought, the more ideas he rejected. After working for so long, Han Si-ha felt something run from his nose. Blood. He had spent several days working without rest. He was unable to rest easily due to a persistent sense of unrest. He discovered that he also needed to prepare for the future, so he pushed himself, staying awake for several nights. After using magic to stop the bleeding, he calmed down and tried to understand where the unfounded fear he felt was coming from. It was then that suddenly someone hastily knocked on the door. "Is Han Si-ha here? Please come here for a moment. It's urgent." Upon leaving, Han Si-ha found a man, confused as to why he was causing so much commotion in the middle of the night. The man with a scar running from his cheek to his chin quickly introduced himself. "I am Bern, Knight of the Imperial Guard. You are Han Si-ha of Kastika, correct?" The protagonist confirmed his identity, waiting to hear what the man had to say. The knight informed that the prince was looking for him. "It's an urgent matter. You must come to the palace at once." By the knight's expression, Han Si-ha believed he wasn't lying. He ended up following the knight to the carriage, and in the middle of the night, he headed to the Imperial Palace. He didn't understand why he would be called in the middle of the night. What is happening that I need to be summoned so urgently? Upon arriving at the palace, Han Si-ha was confused. Strangely, it was completely quiet, silent, and dark. It was then that, upon entering the Empress's office, he was shocked by what he saw. Linia's son was supporting her. She was still lying on the floor with her hand on her stomach, which was completely soaked with the red of her own body. Han Si-ha was shocked by what he saw. He didn't know if that had been an attack. That was the Imperial Palace, guarded by knights. He didn't understand how it could be attacked. Han Si-ha heard sudden footsteps. Behind him appeared a young woman who fell to her knees on the floor, completely shocked. She trembled as she stammered, "What is happening?" That young woman in a nightgown and tied-up hairstyle was Princess Rubia. Rubia sometimes appeared at social parties or official events. This was Han Si-ha's first time seeing her so closely since arriving in this world. The young man holding the Empress hastily pleaded for Han Si-ha's help. "Her Majesty the Empress told me to call you. You can do something, right? You can, can't you?" Han Si-ha had heard of Prince Marcel through Fabian, but it was his first time seeing him in person. Han Si-ha straightened up, asking the prince for calm as well as an explanation. Marcel wasn't even able to speak. He just stammered. "People appeared. They did this." Han Si-ha could see that the bleeding had stopped, but the Empress was severely debilitated. The protagonist felt a very bad feeling about it. Bern, the knight who contacted Han Si-ha, approached, offering to explain. The attackers, they started by poisoning the Imperial Knight's food. Not all of them ate, but while the knights fell into great chaos, the palace was suddenly attacked. Bern lowered his head. He had failed to stop the invaders who attacked the Empress. This had been not only his, but the knight's biggest mistake. Han Si-ha couldn't believe this was happening, as it hadn't happened in the original story. The Empress would indeed perish during the war, but not this early. Han Si-ha hastily grabbed some potions, asking Bern to quickly prepare clean clothes and hot water. While a magic circle appeared beneath the Empress, created by Han Si-ha, who was trying to treat her, he wondered what would happen. He tried to understand where things had started to go wrong. In terms of chronology, it made sense. This happened shortly before the war, around the time the palace traders, who accepted bribes from the Dark Mages, began to act. However, poisoning the knights and attacking the Empress was going too far. After managing to stabilize Linia's situation, Han Si-ha laid her down to rest on a soft bed. The time when she had been attacked was too early, and the method had been cruel and audacious. From Abaddon's perspective, this must have been a risky gamble. Normally, Abaddon would calmly secure an advantage and prepare for war. Han Si-ha never imagined he would force a confrontation. It was then that Han Si-ha thought of something surprising. Could it be because they lost the cube? They started to feel disadvantaged and became desperate? If that was the case, this was a variable created by Han Si-ha himself. Harming someone, even indirectly, left his heart heavy. Empress Linia might be a tyrant, but she was a capable ruler. Her absence could critically change the war. As Han Si-ha thought, Linia eventually opened her eyes. Rubia cried anxiously, approaching her mother. "Your Majesty, have you regained consciousness?" Linia looked to the side, finding Han Si-ha in her view. She remained silent without the strength to speak. The young man merely commented, "Contemplating your Majesty, I thought Ardal's future would be grim with such a violent ruler, but now the Empire's future may become even darker without you." On one side there was an 18-year-old prince, on the other corrupt ministers. Coupled with this, there was the inevitable war approaching. The Empress's eyes, which lacked their usual fury and were sunken with the weight of the Empire, showed that as a human, even she possessed something she feared. Weakly, the Empress moved her mouth. Han Si-ha. The moment I saw you, you seemed arrogant, but you were never lacking in sincerity. Seeing this side of you, I truly thought you would be someone I could trust. So, take care of my children." Hearing their mother's words, Rubia and Marcel hugged each other, crying. Hansi-Ha sighed. Now he understood why the Empress told the prince to call for him. If the palace was no longer safe, then the safest place now was, obviously, the impenetrable fortress of the royal family's loyal vassals, who possessed a strong army, the Kastika territory. Those words were actually a request for him to hide the heirs to the throne, who were in the greatest danger. Hansi-Ha could not reject such a request. The Empress was sure that her life would end soon. "Don't waste time with nonsense about accompanying me in my last moments. Leave this palace before it becomes even more dangerous." A carriage departed from the royal palace, heading immediately for the Kastika territory. Carrying a candle, Han Taiso wore a robe to answer the door. "I was wondering who was knocking at the main gate in the middle of the night. So you brought them here?" In front of him were Hansi-Ha and the princes. Without even raising his head, Marcel revealed that the Empress ordered them to seek refuge, so they planned to stay there. He ordered them to prepare rooms. Hansi-Ha saw the prince start acting like an emperor. That was why Han Taiso couldn't refuse. However, the opposite of what Hansi-Ha believed happened. Han Taiso responded with a single word. "No." The prince was shocked. "Are you telling us to return to the palace now?" Han Taiso nodded, making the princes tremble. Rubia was afraid, and Marcel's voice was agitated. "It's not safe. All the royal guards are incapacitated. Do you want me to take my little sister back?" Han Taiso placed the candle on the table and stated, "Yes, but I will go with you." He knelt to the prince and declared, "The Empress ordered you to come to me because she values your lives. However, strategically, this is the worst choice. Leaving the palace now is exactly what they want you to do. We need to show these damn traitors the unwavering dignity of the royal house, even in this calamity." Han Taiso's voice was firm as he stated, "They must remember who the true rulers of the empire are. Prepare yourselves, your highness. We are returning to the palace." A week later, in the Audrison Mountains, Han Si-hyuk was in Sepia's company. The woman's pink hair swayed as she stated, "Even in this remote village, the rumors that the Empress is gone have arrived, and that Kastika has allied with the royal family. Well, perhaps this is an obvious development." Han Si-hyuk could see the reins of the world swaying. Internally, he wondered, in this turbulent tide of the world, where will I end up being carried? Sepia looked at the young man with a distant thought and reminded him, Han Si-hyuk, Abaddon will start the war, and to capture the high-risk individual, Hansi-Ha, he will definitely try to use you. I won't hide the fact that I approached you to use you, but in the end I want to give you a choice. When questioned about what he would do, Han Si-hyuk stammered without an answer. In a dark room, Han Si-hyuk held a book. He remembered how Sepia allowed him to leave while he still could. However, he had already made his decision. If I'm going to be dragged along by this great current of fate anyway, then I won't abandon the dark mages. Instead, I will do what I can. A luxurious coffin was still draped with roses. Countless weeks had already passed since the Empress's demise. The coronation was carried out hastily, and the first prince, Marcel, immediately began to perform the duties of the emperor. Han Taiso became a key figure in supporting Marcel, but that didn't mean the journey was easy. No one knew where the treacherous ministers were hiding. However, in times like these, the calm and decisive judgment of the experienced Count Han Taiso shone through. He quickly selected trusted people and replaced the traitors, as well as arresting the ministers who plotted with the dark mages one after another. The palace was still in chaos, but when the Kastika family and the Arcanant family actively offered their support, the other nobles hesitated and stopped turning their backs on the royal family. And so, Hansi-Ha also became busier. He was at the point of not even dressing properly, too tired for it. Due to this unprecedented imperial crisis, a school closure order was issued at the academy, and Marcel, deeply shaken by the loss of the Empress, began to rely heavily on Hansi-Ha, who remained by his side until the end. Marcel had also gained another reinforcement, the members of Ardel's Crusaders whom Hansi-Ha had introduced to him. Li Han was one of them. He was completely exhausted. The young man hadn't even eaten, as he had received reports of rebels in several provinces. Li Han looked exhausted, but there was nothing they could do. They couldn't leave the country to an 18-year-old. Despite his age, Marcel also seemed to be working hard. Unfortunately, the effort would not prevent the war. Not because Marcel was incompetent, but because this was an inevitable event in history. Imperial authority had weakened. Small and large rebellions were starting everywhere. Most of them were organized by dark mages, infiltrated in the provinces. And even with strong suppression, they inevitably caused damage. But the time of war could still be delayed. At least the Empire's forces were already prepared. Saying goodbye, Li Han advised Hansi-Ha not to push himself either. The two separated separated to rest in different rooms, Han Si-ha suddenly remembered that he needed to hurry and retrieve the luggage he left in the academy dormitories when he left in a rush. He even left the earth sword there, and that had been bothering him for some time. After Adela used the sword, she had returned the sword to Han Si-ha. Even with the academy being temporarily closed, he could still enter. He wanted to hurry, however. Walking through the corridors, Han Si-ha faced a silence even greater than after the time of the riot. Seeing that things were still where he left them, he planned to quickly pick them up and leave. However, when he planned to leave, someone entered his path. Han Si-ha's eyes widened when he saw the man before him. He possessed a familiar yet threatening aura. Shocked, he realized that the man before him was Han Si-hyuk. Worriedly, Han Si-ha shouted, "Are you crazy? How did you get in here? You are a wanted man now." Han Si-hyuk merely asked if that was really what mattered at that moment. Han Si-ha gritted his teeth and asked them to talk somewhere else. Going near the forest, Han Si-ha questioned what urgent matter his brother had to say. Han Si-ha didn't know how Han Si-hyuk had been living, but there was a chance he had been corrupted by the dark mages. Just following Si-hyuk to a remote place without help was irresponsible enough on Han Si-ha's part. He wanted to believe, however, that Han Si-hyuk was not a bad person who would attack him. Han Si-hyuk, however, ordered, "Get your staff, we are going to duel." Han Si-ha was surprised to hear him say that so suddenly. Hearing that Han Si-hyuk wanted to teach him something one last time, Han Si-ha questioned, "You were fired. So what do you want to do playing teacher?" While Han Si-ha was still speaking, however, he was attacked. Han Si-hyuk's kick caught him off guard, but retreating quickly, Han Si-ha was safe. With a sharp gaze, Han Si-hyuk showed that he was serious. "You will fight me with everything you have." Han Si-ha didn't understand what his brother was saying, but still grabbed his wand. The two energies clashed, pressing against each other as if two bowling balls collided. Han Si-hyuk looked at Han Si-ha distraught. The protagonist felt that this was not a simple duel. It was almost a real fight. A powerful explosion made him realize that, if he was hit, he could even say goodbye to that world. Falling to the ground, Han Si-ha placed his hand on his ribs and pleaded, "At least tell me why you are doing this. You disappeared for weeks and you appeared just to attack me?" Han Si-hyuk replied only with humiliation. "Han Si-ha, you are too weak. Why can someone with so much potential be repelled by someone like me, a mere prophet?" The mana overflowing from Han Si-hyuk's body scared Han Si-ha. It was at the level Han Si-hyuk used on the day he went mad. Approaching his younger brother, Han Si-hyuk warned, "This is your last chance." Han Si-ha clicked his tongue, annoyed. He did everything to get up as he couldn't collapse there. Before him, Han Si-hyuk stated, "Remember this move. As your professor, no. As your older brother." Han Si-hyuk attacked Han Si-ha, extending his hand towards him. Han Si-hyuk threw him to the ground by grabbing him by the neck. "This is my last lesson for you. Don't let your guard down or show openings. I have a tendency to attack with my left hand. If you fight me, aim for that arm. I am strong in prolonged battles. The longer it takes, the worse it will be for you. If you are going to corner me, then go all out from the start. When your life is at stake, the basic rule is to fight with full force from the beginning." Han Si-ha felt that something was wrong. He didn't understand why Han Si-hyuk was telling him all that, giving him all his characteristics and battle methods. However, Han Si-ha threw away such thoughts. He didn't have time to use the magic wand, but he still had the sword. Brandishing the sword, Han Si-ha made the ground move. He moved away from Han Si-hyuk, while a mountain of stones rose up around his older brother. Quickly, the rocks covered Si-hyuk, making him disappear. However, the rocks began to crumble and exploded. Han Si-hyuk appeared through an opening between the stones, stating, "You were beaten from start to finish, but you managed to make it impossible for me to fight for some time, so this time, the victory is yours." Still standing before Han Si-ha, Han Si-hyuk stated, "Remember this, Si-ha. If the day comes when you need to defeat me, you must not hesitate as you did today, because if that happens, that will be your end." From the day Hans and Hulk had suddenly appeared amid the chaos and left after a one-sided fight, leaving behind only ominous words, if it weren't for the traces of battle left in the clearing, the incident would have been so silent that all of it would have seemed like just a dream. Han Si-ha, unexpectedly, couldn't stop thinking that the look in Si-ryuk's eyes had seemed so sad that it was impossible to ignore. The era of peace was over. The ministers, harboring resentment toward the tyrannical rule of the former emperor, began to act. With imperial authority temporarily weakened, it was enough to see them raising their voices and openly pursuing their own interests to know exactly what those bastards who only talked were thinking. What they wanted was pure material gain. There was no concern for the empire on their part. In a meeting room, a request was demanded. Since the situation is critical, how about handing over the territory of Pago to Abaddon to appease him? They say Abaddon will curse the capital if that doesn't happen. We need to offer him something to calm him down. That's the only way to prevent something worse. Aren't lives more important? Let's agree to what the Dark Mages demand for now. The request was denied. The territory of Pago was one of the most strategic points of the Empire. If the enemy were satisfied with only that, he wouldn't start a war. One of the ministers ended up asking, "Don't you pity the dying citizens?" Faced with the question, Marcel crumpled a sheet of paper irritably. "Damn it, you really talk too much." The ministers were startled by the words of the new emperor, who could already imagine them rolling their eyes and planning to join the dark mages. He revealed his irritated thoughts, shouting and pointing at the ministers. "What? Negotiate with Abaddon? Give up someone else's land? If you want to do that so badly, then go ahead and sell your own land first. Go negotiate with Abaddon yourselves." One of the ministers was surprised and stammered. "My territory, sir?" Marcel continued. "Is there a problem with that?" The man, frightened, stepped back. "This must be a joke, right, your majesty?" Fiercely affirming that he was not joking, he warned, "From this moment on, anyone who talks nonsense will be sold to Abaddon along with their lands. Understood? The meeting ends here." The atmosphere grew somber, and after delivering his message, the emperor left the room. Internally, Marcel sighed, realizing he had gone too far, feeling that little by little he was becoming more and more like Hansi-Ha from spending so much time with him. But the judgment of the man in whom Marcel's mother had trusted until the end was not wrong. The war was advancing faster than they had predicted, in a rapid shift of era and destinies. Both those of the Empire and Hansi-Ha himself wondered, will we really be able to survive? 3 years of war passed quickly. In a camp where the knights gathered in various tents, a conversation was taking place among some of them. To think that we, who used to belong to the Imperial Palace, would end up wandering like this. Don't even tell me. Where were you assigned this time? I think I'm going to the territory of Arcanant. A knight with a scar on his cheek was speaking, and in front of him a red-haired man was crying, asking to switch assignments. They asked where he was going to be crying like that. After a second, he answered, "To the territory of Castica." His friends were surprised and, in despair, asked how that had happened, but not even he knew. He had simply been selected. The third knight in the group asked, confused, "Why react like that? Isn't Castica a noble and famous family?" Even though Count Han Taisu is known for being frightening, he did not understand such reluctance. One of the knights clicked his tongue at their friend Zig's innocence. "You say that because it's barely been a month since you arrived from the south. You don't know anything. Count Han Taisu isn't the problem." Rumors were spreading. According to the scarred knight, there are whispers everywhere that if you're assigned to Castica and make a single mistake, you'll be dragged to some dark place and become dragon food. They say there are real rumors that he feeds the dragon with humans as rations. There was also another factor. Above all, Castica has the possessor of immense mana, the famous Academy graduate, the genius Tamer who tamed a red dragon. That Hansi-Ha is there. This time Zig was truly frightened. Suddenly the voice of a little girl was heard by the group. "Are you talking about Hansi-Ha? Count me in too. I want to hear his stories in detail." A young girl in a red dress, golden hair with the ends tied with ribbons, pulled open the tent curtain. The scarred knight asked why a child was there, and Zig scratched the back of his neck, commenting that she was a girl who had been wandering around for a few days. That made the man think they should scare her a little so she wouldn't cause trouble. "Girl, he's not someone you should mention so lightly, because a brat like you would be dragged away without leaving a trace and thrown in to serve as dragon food." The little girl didn't get scared but smiled brightly. "Wow, that's great. I want to be taken." The knights were confused by the girl's wish. She seemed to be dreaming. "I really want to see Hansi-Ha someday. I know it will take a long time, but I'm already nervous, you know?" From the knight's perspective, the girl seemed crazy. In another tent was Hansi-Ha himself. He sighed. "This doesn't make sense. Why are there so few volunteers? They said there was a line of people just to go to Arcanant. What's wrong with us?" Carrying a mug of coffee, one revealed the reason. "It's because of you, Hansi-Ha. Who was it that drove away all the volunteers who rushed to impress Castica, claiming their skills were trash? Now that you have tight control over the imperial family," Hansi-Ha furiously clenched the list of volunteers, snapping, "What are you talking about?" One remembered that Hansi-Ha had even frightened the knights by saying he would feed them to a dragon, while Befere licked his lips, thinking about eating them. Upon hearing about Basil, the protagonist asked where his dragon was. Basil, nearly the size of the tent, suddenly appeared. One was surprised, as he seemed bigger than before. Hansi-Ha was the one who answered, "It's not unusual. He's in a growth phase." Although dragons grow naturally, the hatchling who once fit in Hansi-Ha's arms had now become the size of a tent. Stroking Basil's head, the protagonist asked if he had found anything while patrolling. The slender dragon made a sound, warning, "On my tail." Hansi-Ha was confused by what his dragon had said and looked behind Basil, becoming darkly surprised. A girl with golden hair and a red dress was trying to climb the dragon's tail. She was none other than Rubia, the princess. The princess hugged the dragon's tail happily. Suddenly, her startled cry rang out. Hansi-Ha had grabbed her by the collar of her dress and set her down on the ground. "How many times have I told you that the battlefield is not your playground, you ill-tempered brat?" The princess pleaded with her eyes and cheerfully declared, "Even after 3 years, you're still handsome." Sighing, Hansi Ha looked at One and asked, "Is she the same type as Yun Raoul?" Although he responded, One inwardly felt uneasy about Hansi Ha speaking so casually to the princess. Meanwhile, on the battlefield near Kastika, Adela faced an army head-on. As she brandished her sword, she used magic to raise a massive wall of wood. The knights had only heard rumors that this was possible, but seeing it in person, they were astonished by Adela's magic. After a sigh, Adela handed her sword to a knight. "We're done here, please take care of the cleanup." He promptly nodded. "Yes, madam, you worked hard today as well." With her head lowered, Adela felt that she hadn't done much. "While my friends are fighting dark mages on the front lines, I'm here just dealing with ordinary soldiers who can't even use magic." The knight was surprised by her words, but she simply waved her hand, asking him to forget what she had said. Adela returned to her tent, where there was only a bed, a few barrels, a campfire, and some other belongings. Her magic was extremely efficient against ordinary soldiers. Even if tens of thousands faced her, she could bury them quickly. There wouldn't be a battle in which allied soldiers were injured, which was something good. Even so, perhaps due to the vast difference in power, more and more enemy soldiers seemed to surrender as soon as they saw her. Everyone called her the greatest contributor to the war, a brilliant mage favored by the emperor, regardless of her commoner status. They praised her as the empire's greatest trump card, Adela. But none of that reached her ears because something was leaving her extremely irritated. It had already been 193 days since Adela had been able to see Hansi Ha. After securing Prince Marcel's throne as emperor and eliminating all kinds of dangerous elements, Count Han Taiso, as if he had been waiting for that moment, submitted his resignation and abandoned his post. Naturally, Hansi Ha became responsible for the territory of Kastika, and the power to decide everything that happened there fell into his hands. The result of that made Adela rage and dissatisfaction. "Because of that, I'm wandering around the outskirts, dealing with ordinary soldiers, suffering more than any other mage and running around on my own 2 feet, rolling across the battlefield every day, without rest. All of this is because of Hansi Ha's orders, that bastard." Irritation took over her, and she vented it by punching a plush toy. Even though she had applied to the territory of Kastika right after the declaration of war, she hadn't even seen the headquarters where Hansi Ha was. They had simply given her a sword and sent her to all kinds of remote areas, working her to exhaustion. Adela cried, because she hadn't applied to Kastika to be there. Even after protesting countless times and even traveling to discuss it in person, the result was, naturally, to be completely ignored. Thus, more than half a year passed. Sitting alone on a wooden bench, she wondered why she had been isolated. If there's something he doesn't like about me, he should have just said it. Other colleagues said that instead of staying there being treated like trash, she should simply go to another territory. But that was something she couldn't do. "If I leave here, Hansi Ha might never see me again for the rest of his life." Adela made a decision and stood up resolutely. "I'll meet him in person this time. Block the entrance or not, I'll force my way in. I'll find you, even if I have to blow up the gate to open the door, Hansi Ha." She first thought about writing a warning letter before invading his headquarters. At that moment, Hansi Ha was holding the very letter sent by Adela. Natalie, standing before him, asked if he wouldn't open it. Hansi Ha opened the letter, knowing he was extremely guilty for intentionally sending Adela only to difficult battlefields, refusing to meet her and keeping his distance so she wouldn't encounter dark mages. All of that had been his choice. Abaddon, black magic, the Catablam incident, and everything about that world, no matter how much he had hidden until now, he felt that if he met Adela in person, he would no longer be able to hide anything from her. Having avoided Adela as if his life depended on it, making her work to exhaustion without giving her even a moment of rest so she wouldn't have other thoughts, all of that made Hansi Ha feel like a piece of trash. Natalie commented that she had already seen him with Adela's letters more than 10 times and asked, "Wouldn't it be good to open one of them now?" Hansi Ha brushed the subject aside to talk about something more important. "I rushed here after barely managing to detach myself from Princess Rubia because you said there was an important message. Besides, what's wrong today? You called only me and not the whole team?" 2 years had passed since that senseless and unjustified war began. Everyone had expected the absence of Empress Linha to be fatal, but Marcel was a fairly decent monarch. The empire was holding up well. However, there was a cruel fact. Abaddon did not care whether his forces perished or how the war ended. He was a man with a single purpose: to find the cube planted in the heart of the eternal machine. Abaddon's audacity and cruelty, which exceeded imagination, made the efforts to protect the cubes useless, and, caught off guard, they ended up losing the cube of the sun and the moon to him. After facing Abaddon, everyone realized that until he perished, the war would not end. After that, Natalie and Hansi Ha devoted all their efforts to tracking where Abaddon might be. In the meeting with him, Natalie recalled, "Our objective was to find the NGC area. the true base of the Dark Mages, specifically its center. What I proposed was a method to trace back the cube's location and thus find the area of darkness. Each circuit of a cube holds powerful mana within it, and its structure is such that tampering with it can amplify that mana. Abaddon would take the cube with the mana amplified by the altered circuit. If such an area were hidden deep, the detectable mana might be weak, but a skilled mage would be able to sense it enough. Natalie's plan led to a specific point: the cube of the sun and the moon, taken in the last battle. Hansi Ha was startled when he realized what she meant. Natalie had truly gotten somewhere. I altered that cube's circuit in advance to amplify its mana, and also placed a tracking spell on it. The protagonist remembered that Yun Raoul had been the one in the battle, so the tracking spell must have been created by him. Natalie was surprised by the deduction, since Yun Raoul had asked her to keep it a secret. Hansi Ha understood the reason. It was to ensure Natalie's safety. However, Natalie revealed a serious flaw in the plan. The location we vaguely found through the tracking is somewhat incomplete, and since we can't just invade aimlessly, our only option is to first send a mage experienced in detection magic. Hansi Ha sighed, understanding where she was going with this. A specialist in gathering underground mana to detect and locate things, a mage with a constitution capable of sensing even the smallest particles of mana better than others, there was only one person perfectly suited for detection magic. Thus Adela Estivius. And what if it were Adela? If it were her, who hated dark mages and Abaddon, who had started that senseless war more than anyone else? She would definitely raise her voice to participate in the mission, but there was no one who didn't know what it meant to go there alone. If Adela traveled to the NGC area alone, she would not return alive. To avoid lying, Hansi Ha ended up telling endless lies. Even so, he couldn't turn back, so he kept avoiding Adela. Now, however, he would have to say that he needed her help, wanting her to go alone to a place where she might meet her own end, while trying to discover Abaddon's whereabouts. Natalie revealed, worried. Yun Raoul had opposed the idea, as he did not want Adela to throw herself into enemy territory. That was why they had not told anyone about the operation to find the cube, intentionally postponing the matter until now. However, Natalie showed herself to be different and resolute. I believe that Adela, as the person involved, should know. In the original novel, Li Han fought while losing everything because he couldn't find the cube's location and, in the end, discarded his own body. As the protagonist of the novel, he ruthlessly abandoned everything when the time came to get rid of it. That was probably why Li Han, who should have perished long ago, survived tenaciously and fought against Abaddon. However, Hansi Ha was not someone used to throwing things away. He had to admit it. He didn't want to lose Adela. He was honest with Natalie. Adela is agile. If you and Yun Raoul came to that conclusion, she won't have any trouble realizing that she is absolutely necessary for this plan. But I don't want to... Hansi Ha looked away and asked, "Please don't tell her yet." As soon as he finished the meeting and returned to his own tent, Adela unexpectedly came to see him. She entered Hansi Ha's tent wearing a hood over her head. He tried to act coldly, not even looking at her. "I don't remember giving you permission to come here." Adela tried to maintain the formality of his tone. "I intended to come even without your permission. For official business, nothing less." He asked what business she wanted to discuss. Adela was direct, demanding, "Transfer me here as well. I'm tired of working in remote areas." Concerned, Hansi Ha asked, "Adela, are you very irritated?" She nodded, listing everything that had been troubling her. "Why do you always pretend not to see me? You know how difficult it has been for me. I didn't want comfort or convenience. I just needed you to be by my side." A tear fell from Adela's downcast gaze as she concluded, "Please change the location to which I'm assigned." Hansi Ha realized that if he refused right there, it would become even more suspicious. It seemed he would no longer be able to continue what he had been doing. He changed the subject. "Princess Rubia must be in the southern barracks. You met her a few times in the Imperial Palace before the war began, so you know her, right?" Adela was surprised and questioned why the princess was there. Hansi Ha revealed, annoyed, that the princess liked him as much as she liked Basil, but that wasn't the main point. Then he gave her a task. "Go and greet the princess. If you want to work here, greeting your superiors comes first." Adela was surprised to have her request granted so quickly. She left the tent announcing, "All right, I'll do that immediately." She ran through the camp, but felt that something was strange. Even after meeting Hansi Ha directly, whom she had longed so much to see, she did not feel relieved. Something seemed wrong. Adela began to feel that he was once again hiding something from her. During the night, a carriage left the camp traveling across the field. When the journey ended, it was Hansi Ha who stepped down from it. Looking around, he observed the place. He had received a support request sent by Sonia. That was convenient, as he could clear his mind while breathing fresh air. Hansi Ha heard someone call him. Sonia, the young woman with silver hair, welcomed him and thanked him for answering the request. After the war began, Sonia had formally requested medium-level support only twice. The first time was when the territory of Arcanant was invaded by so many enemies that they couldn't handle the situation. This was the second time. However, the place was silent and extremely peaceful. Looking around, Hanzi-ha frowned. Judging by how things are, nothing seems to be happening. Why did you call me? Don't tell me the job was just an excuse and you called me because you missed me. The protagonist smiled confidently and winked at Sonia, who responded with a look of disgust, making him realize he was wrong. Irritated, she questioned why he was so confident, got straight to the point, and pointed to an area. Do you see that dozen people? During the last week, nothing has happened here. Not only here, but throughout the entire territory of Arcanant. Even the neighboring village is as quiet as a mouse. Seriously, nothing has happened. The situation was the same in the territory of Schwartz. Basically, all the knights were bored. They were not fulfilling the purpose for which they had been trained. Upon hearing the news, Hanzi-ha almost jumped back. The territory of Schwartz, that place hadn't been peaceful even once since the war began. Sonia shared the same feeling. It was extremely strange that nothing was happening on the battlefield. She knew that Kastika had also been peaceful lately. Thinking deeply, Hanzi-ha recognized that there was no reason for Abaddon to suddenly end the war. An excess of peace meant that he was definitely plotting something. He asked whether Abaddon might possibly be focusing on the cubes. Sonia also believed in that possibility. They had identified a total of 5 cubes. Among them, Abaddon had taken the cube of the sun and the moon and the cube of emotion. Since Rance had already tamed the circle and square cubes, only the cube of life, soul remained, a cube with the extraordinary power to bring about resurrection. No one yet knew the whereabouts of this cube, but there was a strong probability that Abaddon had already obtained it, since in the original story he possessed all the cubes. Hanzi-ha realized, however, that in the original novel there might have been a human who had hidden 2 of those coveted cubes. They would even be linked to the cube of the soul, in such a way that they could not be simply obtained. Thinking about this, he asked Sonia, Abaddon must have gone mad trying to capture me until now, right? Sonia also believed so. And I'm impressed that you only realize that now. If something happens, I believe you would be the first to be in danger. If Abaddon retreated, it was only to buy time and reorganize. And if he gathers his scattered forces and attacks Kastika, Hanzi-ha realized he needed to prepare in advance, so he ordered, ask the Imperial Palace for help. Obtain more support with Han Taiso's assistance. The protagonist scratched his head, unsure how to phrase the rest. About that, I can make a new support request on my end. Sonia nodded, happy to help him. At the same time, in the area where the dark mages were, inside a secret cave, hooded figures gathered. Among them, Abaddon commented, originally, I intended to attack the territory of Arcanant first, but now that I have gathered the cube of the sun and the moon, and the number of cubes has increased to 3, the situation has changed. He declared what his next step would be. I will attack Kastika directly. The woman who followed him knew that, for the Lord, Count Han Taiso was an existence that evoked a terrible sense of inferiority, like an Achilles' heel. If it were not for the cubes, he would never have reached him in his entire life. That was why she understood his desire to eliminate Han Taiso before moving forward with the grand plan. Abaddon glanced lightly at Sepia. To attack Kastika, we will need someone who knows the geography of the place well. That is why I am asking you. Hans Ryuk, where is that prophet? For the past 2 years, unable to leave or do what he wanted, Hans Ryuk followed Sepia. However, he did not spend his time doing nothing, because he found a way to be useful to those who were his family, in his own way. What he did was record Sepia's movements. As someone suspected of being a high-level dark mage, she did not try to hide from Ryuk where she was going or where she was coming from. Thanks to that, he was able to meticulously record everything. His movements throughout all that time and the conclusion he formed, reorganizing and estimating everything in his own head, resulted in a large map, rugged mountains on the outskirts of the Empire, and within them, a building located inside. That had to be the NGC area. While looking at the map, Hans Ryuk heard a man's voice descending the stairs. Is this where it is? Is this the place where the rat hides? Upon looking at the man with long white hair, Ryuk was startled, but soon regained his composure and asked, Are you Abaddon? At the camp managed by Hanzi-ha, Adela was spending her days peacefully, happy to finally not be in the interior of the Empire, but closer to the cities. While enjoying herself, Adela heard the sound of wings flapping. An eagle quickly approached, carrying a scroll. Without her expecting it, the scroll was dropped, hitting her on the head. Dizzy from the impact, Adela cursed the bird for not delivering it properly. Thinking about the letter, she felt confused, as she had never received anything from anyone. When she looked at the sender, she was surprised. Investigator Hans Ryuk. Whether he had been dismissed from the academy or had resigned, Investigator Hans Ryuk, whose whereabouts had been unknown since his disappearance, had suddenly sent her a letter. She quickly opened the envelope, knowing that Hans Ryuk would not send it without reason. The content was brief. I am sending this urgently to my former office assistant. There is no time to ask how you are. Prepare yourself for a confrontation. What I have sent along with this will be useful. Finally, do not trust me. Confused, Adela wondered what Hans Ryuk meant and picked up the folded paper sent along with the letter. When she opened it, she was surprised. It was a hand-drawn map of a complex structure where anyone could get lost. Despite the recurring empty spaces, Adela was able to clearly identify where the entrance was located. In addition, there was a single description on the map, the initials NGC. She did not know how Hans Ryuk had done that, but she knew what she needed to do. The girls, Yun Raoul and Natalie, heard Adela calling them urgently. Natalie walked over to Adela, asking what had happened. The young woman, who also saw Hansi Ha's presence, was even surprised, since he had said he was going to meet Emperor Marcel. Having just arrived, he asked what had happened. Adela showed them what she had received, causing astonishment. Where did you get this? Adela could not say that she had received it from investigator Hans Ryuk, because a strange rumor was circulating that he was in collusion with the Dark Mages. She quickly made up an excuse, claiming that she had been searching the area while traveling and gathering information from captured soldiers. Showing the empty spaces on the map, and knowing that the two girls were looking for the area, Adela pleaded for them to share the information with her so that she could help as well. Natalie became worried considering Hansi Ha's request, but when it came to Adela, she could not refuse. All right, I will explain in detail. While Adela listened to everything Natalie had to say, Hansi Ha watched them with a sharp sideways glance. Adela absorbed all the information and made a decision. My detection magic can definitely help in the search for the cube. I must go. Confused, he questioned why they were hiding something so important from her. In the midst of it all, Hansi Ha did not have the courage to face her and reveal, I ordered them not to tell you anything, because this is a mission in which your life would be at risk. Hansi Ha's decision enraged her. Don't treat me like an idiot. I know that too. But with this method, we can definitely attack the Dark Mage's base first. Hansi Ha did not want her to be involved in this, yet she insisted. This is something only I can do, and you hid it because you knew that too. She also reminded him, if they could recover the cubes, if they could eliminate Abaddon, someone would have to take the first step. It was not possible to continue a senseless war forever. Hansi Ha was about to make an excuse when Adela interrupted him with heavy words. Do you know how many people have already perished because of the Dark Mages in this war? Or how many children have lost their families? You said that before. If we can discover the NGC area and surprise them first, the victory rate will skyrocket. Adela struck her chest, convinced that she would carry out the mission. If we can end this war, it's stranger not to try just because you're worried about my safety. If you were in the same situation as me, you wouldn't think differently from me. Hansi Ha knew how much Adela hated the Dark Mages. It was written that way in the contexts of the sages, and considering the environment in which she grew up, it was inevitable. A child whose eyes would roll back just at the sight of Abaddon in the original novel. Hansi Ha never even thought he would be able to stop her. It was not possible to keep Adela from the truth by preventing her from leaving. However, the path she wanted to take was dangerous. In that case, Hansi Ha had only one option, which led toward a tragic end with 100% certainty. With the greatest effort possible, he tried to reduce that to at least 99%. Adela would not give up, so Hansi Ha needed to support her. I understand your will. If you truly want to go, let's prepare. A few days later, Hansi Ha and Adela held one final meeting. She handed him a plan she had developed with Natalie. As you instructed, I used my brain to increase the success rate, prioritizing safety above all. Hansi Ha praised the girl's hard work. Changing the subject, the protagonist revealed that he had analyzed the map she claimed to have prepared and questioned. This map was given to you by Hans Ryuk, right? Adela was startled and hurriedly, she asked how he knew. Hansi Ha had recognized his brother's handwriting. The certainty that Hans Ryuk had drawn the map worried Hansi Ha in several other aspects. The Hans Ryuk I know is a perfectionist to the point of marking that there are 3 flower vases in a corridor. He pointed to a part where the map was unfinished and had been cut off abruptly. It was written in the letter that it was incomplete, but thinking about it, the letter had also been cut off in an ambiguous paragraph, as if he had stopped writing in the middle of a sentence. For Hansi Ha, if his brother had not been able to complete the map, even if it delayed sending it by a day, he would not have ended the drawing so abruptly. Adela listened to Hansi Ha's words and became thoughtful. With his head lowered, Hansi Ha asked aloud, Hans Ryuk, who was writing this part, what happened to him? Being at the camp, Hansi Ha had no idea about Hans Ryuk's encounter with Abaddon. Abaddon walked toward the fallen Hans Ryuk, who was regaining consciousness. I waited a long time. I merely put you to sleep, but you remained unconscious for quite a while. Hans Ryuk's white clothes were stained with the red that should have remained inside his own body. Holding his arm in pain, he looked around, realizing he was in a subspace. Although his arms and legs were free, it was clear that there was no freedom before the man who was staring at him. It was in that encounter with Abaddon that he understood what the meaningless nightmares he had suffered at the academy were. Just like the powerful force close to dark magic within his body, all of that had been planted by Abaddon. Hearing the young man speak loudly and clearly, Abaddon praised him. As expected, you understand quickly. Finding you by chance in Catablum with your exceptional magical talent was also a great stroke of luck for me. He asked curiously how Hans Ryuk felt. Since both his power and his life existed only because of him, looking at his own hands, Hans Ryuk returned the question. Do you plan to control me? Abaddon smiled lightly and held Hans Ryuk by the shoulders. Yes. If I control you, I will be able to do many things. I could make you lose your mind and crawl on the ground, or even force you to end yourself here and now. But there is something even more interesting. What do you think it is? I've heard that prophets are clever, so try to answer. Hearing the question asked face to face, Hans Ryuk looked away. I don't know. The man mocked how pathetic Hans Ryuk was being, and revealed what he desired. I want something from your younger brother. Hansi Ha's head. Abaddon tried to persuade him by revealing both the mission and the benefits he could obtain in exchange for what he wanted. He would allow him to leave with Sepia, the one who had hidden him until then. He could continue living in the mountains or seek revenge against the family. Hearing the proposal made by Abaddon, Ryuk released a faintly glowing energy, creating a magic circle. He confronted Abaddon while looking him in the eyes. You are lying. You have no intention of keeping your promise. Abaddon smiled at the response, showing his intense red eyes. Hans Ryuk, having read the future, made an observation. That's why you can't lie to fortune tellers. While Abaddon was speaking, he was attacked. Hans Ryuk placed both hands around his neck while shouting, Yes, I saw the future. That boy will end you, and after that, me as well. With that, this war will come to an end. Even while being attacked, Abaddon did not remove the smile from his face and mocked. How foolish. You should know better than anyone that not everything you say becomes a prophecy. Abaddon was not motionless. He touched Hans Ryuk's forehead with the tip of his finger, and what followed was an echo of Hans Ryuk's screams of despair. He staggered back and his body became paralyzed. He felt that he was rapidly losing consciousness. He tried to reach out his hand toward Abaddon, but his vision became blurred and soon went dark. Sometime later at the Kastika camp, the ongoing preparations were being finalized. Hansi Ha received the report that almost all reinforcements had arrived, something surprising. Looking toward the horizon, the reason should have been Princess Rubia's presence. Even so, he asked confused, whether he had requested that many knights. It seemed that more and more were gathering by the moment. As soon as he spotted the knights on the horizon, he realized who they belonged to. It's an attack! The enemy assault approached like a tsunami. Thousands of knights advanced rapidly. No matter how many reinforcements there were, because of the overwhelming number of dark mages advancing without caring about their lives, the Kastika camp instantly became a scene of terror. After 2 years of war, Hansi Ha thought he had already seen the worst things happen, but he had never witnessed anything like that. Despair took hold of him. His thoughts became a mess. Why? Why did they send such a large number of troops here? If the difference in strength is that overwhelming, no matter how much we prepare, we won't be able to retaliate. What will we do? Suddenly, he heard Adela's voice. Hansi Ha, pull yourself together! She was gripping Hansi Ha's shirt with both hands, shaking him to snap him out of his thoughts. Pull yourself together. If this place falls, it will be the end for Kastika. No matter what happens, you are the one who must advance. You need to stand firm. Hansi Ha realized she was right. It was not the time to despair. Adela revealed that she had taken a look around and that there was something strange in the enemy's rear, a formation that seemed to be protecting something important. Upon hearing her, Hansi Ha guessed, Abaddon came to attack us personally. Adela realized that his presence was possible. If that were the case, the way to clear up all that chaos would be to go straight to the leader the enemies were trying to protect and eliminate him once and for all, using the trump card they still possessed. Hansi Ha hoped they could turn the tide. Adela asked how Hansi Ha could possibly reach the enemy's rear lines. The protagonist was not alone. There was a small red dragon by his side. Holding Basil in his arms, the protagonist warned, "We're going to use that." Hansi Ha used the skill reversal on Basil. It was a technique that made him place all his mana points into a monster, massively increasing its power. Because of the side effects, the technique had never been used since it was unlocked. As he transmitted his mana to Basil, Hansi Ha remembered his single objective, to search for Abaddon. If we eliminate that bastard, it will be the end. Hansi Ha transferred 50% of his mana to Basil. Although transferring 50% of his mana was insane, the one capable of efficiently using that enormous amount of mana was precisely the Red Dragon. With a worried look, Basil let out a soft roar, asking if Hansi Ha was sure. Even sweating from the effort required for the transfer, Hansi Ha smiled. "That's an order. Do as I said." Basil nodded, lowering his head and closing his eyes to concentrate. The dragon's wings spread, and his size began to grow. Soon the dragon's shadow became larger, covering Hansi Ha and Adela. He revealed his true size. The beating of Basil's wings blew the pair's hair. Adela almost fainted in fear. "He's grown so much since the last time I saw him." The red dragon began to move, running across the battlefield and casting his shadow over the knights who were searching the surroundings for what was creating it. When they saw the dragon flying in the sky, the Empire's knights were startled. They had heard of Hansi Ha, and now his dragon was flying toward the enemy lines. It was possible to see the dragon gather energy inside his mouth, and as soon as he opened it, a breath of fire fell upon the enemy, vaporizing everything it touched. While Basil invaded the enemy lines with his empowered breath, the wounded enemies froze in panic, giving Hansi Ha the opportunity to create a decisive attack. Holding a magic wand, he released portions of his remaining mana into the air. With his trump cards being placed on the field, he summoned the last one to face Abaddon, the former leader of Kastika, Han Taiso. Because of the reversal ability, Hansi Ha had spent all the mana he had left and could not fight directly. Moreover, he had not expected Abaddon's presence. Despite the surprise of still having a trump card prepared, they would make Abaddon face the mage and blood count feared by most dark mages, Han Taiso, Hansi Ha's father. Han Taiso looked over the battlefield, greeting his enemy. "It's been a while, Abaddon." Faced with the emotionless gaze, Abaddon smiled slightly, returning the greeting. "It has been a while. It's the first time since you expelled me from the Empire." To the smiling provocation, Han Taiso replied with a furrowed brow and a dark expression. "Yes, you became stronger after obtaining the power of the cube. If I had known something like this would happen, I would have eliminated you that day. I deeply regret the past." Seeing Abaddon invade a land he had worked so hard to protect, Han Taiso asked whether he was there for revenge. The leader of the Dark Mages burst into laughter, telling him not to worry. "I'm not interested in you or your land." He looked at someone behind Han Taiso. "I only need one person. Hansi Ha, hand over your son." Faced with Abaddon's malicious gaze, Han Taiso grew desperate. The Count did not understand how that bastard knew his son's name, and on top of that, had risked everything to invade the camp. To kidnap him. Seeing the Count's expression became a pleasure for Abaddon. "It seems even you have a weakness, and that appears to be your son. So, what will you do?" Abaddon's threats did not matter. Han Taiso would not hand over his son easily. From his hand, a sphere of blue mana began to form, expanding into a lightning attack that fell upon Abaddon. Explosions erupted over him, but his voice did not weaken. Instead, it became mocking. "Han Taiso, instead of growing stronger, you've become weaker. You're trembling more than usual. I'm disappointed." The taunts enraged the knight, who extended his sword, creating a magic circle at its tip as he shouted, "I no longer plan to play your games." The attack magic unleashed by Han Taiso created countless arrows that rained down upon Abaddon. Even in the face of the powerful assault, the Dark Mage did not waver. "Ha ha ha, what a prehistoric spell formula. Something like this can be broken instantly." Abaddon raised his hand, which was surprisingly holding a cube. That was the blue cube. Han Taiso felt the enormous amount of mana contained within it. It would be possible to win the fight if he himself could obtain mana from that source, but it was in Abaddon's possession, and now he wanted to retaliate for all the defeats of the past. With the cube, he drew out mana to use a dark spell, Poisonous Roots. Roots several times larger than a human being rose from the ground. They stretched toward the soldiers, who screamed in desperation. The roots grew at such a rapid speed that Han Taiso realized he would not be able to escape them. They would have to be cut down to get free. However, the knights who had been caught tried to do so, but they failed. That revealed that physical attacks did not work. Making a decision, Han Taiso touched the ground with the tip of his sword as he knelt. He decided to create a barrier to remove the poison. Before, he would never have chosen such a disgraceful way to fight, using all his mana. But Hansi Ha, his son, was not in a condition to protect himself alone. Using everything he could in his safest method, Han Taiso pleaded with his own body, just a little more. Interrupting Han Taiso's attempt, Abaddon asked curiously, "Why are you drawing that magic circle with such desperation? Is it to protect the person behind you? Do you think he is your son?" Confused by Abaddon's words, Han Taiso looked back and saw that the one behind him was only an ordinary soldier. He hurriedly stood up, trying to look for Hansi Ha, and ended up finding him unconscious in Abaddon's arms, who was already rising into the air, preparing to leave. I forgot to mention that my illusion magic has improved even further. What a pity. You've already poured all your mana into that magic circle. With a look of mockery and pity, Abaddon bid farewell. I will take this boy and along with him my victory. Han Taiso did not know how to react. He no longer had the strength to do anything. His magic shield began to crack, just like his mental state. Hours later, a young man hurried into a tent, lifting the curtain as he arrived. Is everyone all right? Natalie, One, Adela, and the others were gathered there. Arriving as fast as he could, Li Han asked anxiously what had happened. One looked away and revealed, Hansi Ha was kidnapped in the middle of the battle. Count Han Taiso tried to stop him, but it happened too quickly. Basil sensed the danger at the end and rushed to attack Abaddon, but according to Natalie, he disappeared together with Hansi Ha. For Li Han, if he had brought such a large force to Kastika just to take Hansi Ha, it was probably because of the cube. They also discovered that Hansi Ha had bonded with 2 cubes. That was his doubt. One revealed that given the situation, Li Han's guess seemed the most reasonable. What if the cube Hansi Ha possessed was the objective? He was probably in the NGC zone now. Yun Raoul asked the group anxiously whether Hansi Ha would hand the cubes over to Abaddon. The one she knew would never do such a thing, no matter how much he was threatened. That gave her the courage to fight back. Let's save him. He's not complete yet, but we have a map. If it's dangerous, I'll go. I don't know if my prophet intuitions will help me, but it's better than nothing. Li Han tried to stop Yun Raoul, since they did not even know what dangers existed, and the risks were far too high. With so many things to face, someone stepped forward. Adela. Then I'll go. Everyone looked at her, determined to search for Hansi Ha. I will invade the enemy base. She also warned, we'll need support in case something happens. You will follow me slowly. I will notify you if anything happens, so stay close. Li Han was startled by how quickly Adela was forming a plan. I understand that you want to save Hansi Ha and that you can't think calmly right now, but Abaddon will keep Hansi Ha alive for the time being. Until he obtains the cube, he will keep him alive at any cost, because that benefits him. So we have some time. In response to Li Han's statement, Adela questioned, you say Hansi Ha will be kept alive? Do you take responsibility for what you're saying? Can you guarantee that that crazy bastard won't do anything? The fury Adela felt made her bite her lips until a vivid red trickled down. No matter what you or the others say, I will save Hansi Ha.